line now that drop from it, or horizontal is actually angled downward, right, at like a 10 degree angle downward, and it's a hump.
Okay, well, I mean, you're already wrong. If you have an angle, if you have something angling downward, it's not horizontal. So we can just drop that. But this is
So then,
I posted a video. It's only 1 minute long. It basically shows the distinction.
yeah, because McToon said it's a hump.
There's a hump and there's a drop from horizontal. Those are just two different things. And like I said, this 1 minute video will.
I'll watch it. All right.
Okay. And what's your thoughts on would there be a horizon on a flat Earth?
Sorry, I already don't appreciate the music. But go ahead.
Would there be a horizon on a flat Earth? And if we see boats below the horizon, does that mean that they're over the Earth curve?
I think yes, there would be a horizon on a flat Earth, though it would appear much different than the horizon that we currently see.
Well, that's your assertion. I can prove that wrong, but go on. What about boats below the horizon? What about boats below the horizon?
You guys can't even agree on a mechanism for how the horizon would come about.
I can prove it. What about boats over the horizon? When you see that, does that mean they're over the curve of the Earth?
What theorem proves your flat Earth horizon? Just let me know what it is. I'll look it up.
The hundreds of hours of video evidence that I have. Now, what about boats that are appearing below the horizon? Does that mean that they're over a curve?
I did not know that a theorem consisted of videos, hours of videos.
I can't hear you properly. You're a bit muffled. I don't know if you're muffled for anyone else or just me.
What did you say before? What's the name of the theorem that proves what you're saying?
Well, we can go over it one day if you want to. But if you see a boat that looks below the horizon, is that because it's over the curve of the Earth?
It depends on the situation. But right, like the proof for a triangle having 180 degrees and a squared plus b squared equals c squared and all that, it's called the Pythagorean theorem, right? That's the
what
proof,
I'm asking.
right?
If you
I just want
below
the
the horizon
name of the proof. You said you have a proof. What's the name of it so I can look it up?
No, we can go over that. It's got nothing to do with the name. But now answer the question. If you see a boat over the horizon, like halfway below the horizon, does that mean that it is over a curve?
Yeah, so you don't have an actual proof. You just made that up.
We can go over it, Coco. You wanna like set up a date and we'll go over it?
Just tell me now. I'm here now. I'm asking you for the theorem that proves the flat Earth horizon. What's the name of it?
I'll show it to you. The name of it is called refraction. That's what it is. It's refraction. It's optics. Okay?
Refraction
we can go over
a physical effect, not a logical theorem.
Get off of that. Okay, you're just like fleeting around everything. Now go back to this. If you see a boat that is halfway or even 3/4 below the horizon, does that mean it's over an Earth curve? Yes or no?
Like I said, it depends on the circumstances that you're viewing it from. But refraction is a physical phenomenon, not a logical theorem.
So I guess how do you know if it's behind the curve or just an optical phenomenon? How do you determine if it's actually because of curvature?
Well, yeah. So what I was going to ask what I was going to ask Jay is, which is linked to that, which is if you're saying it depends, because he asked, "Is that Earth curve?" and you said it depends. So does that mean, when you say it depends, does that mean that in some cases when the boat is being visually obscured, it is not Earth curve? Because you said it depends?
Yeah, there can be some wacky atmospheric conditions where the refraction or whatever will obscure the boat long before it should be over the horizon.
Okay, so hold on. So then you agree that refractive effects can cause bottom-up obstruction. This is groundbreaking. Wow,
This is
that is a
fantastic.
huge.
Yeah,
That's a huge concession. Most of the guys that are defending this globe thing don't do that, man. You are in a category in and of yourself on that. So wow, cheers to you. Good job.
I've always said this.
Well, many of them will not admit
So
that.
how do you tell the difference?
Hold on. So that would mean that you would.
How do you
so
know
that would
the
mean that you
difference?
would even agree. That would mean that you would even agree that over a planar surface, just due to refraction, you could have bottom-up obstruction. Right? That would logically follow.
Sure,
So
but
you
that wouldn't
admit
be
that can
the
happen over a
norm.
planar surface. So it's not a proof of the globe, and it could be either in your mind, right?
Well, right, that wouldn't be
Oh,
the
it is the
norm.
norm.
You've been
It is
just
the
kind of
norm.
putting words
It is
in
the
my
norm.
mouth and talking over me. Right,
So
the
how do you
horizon
know
is
what's at the
just the
norm?
distance. The horizon is just the furthest distance from you, call it X, at which light from that point of the ocean or the ground, whatever kind of horizon you're looking at, can reach you. Now, that distance can be moved by atmospheric effects, by refraction, right? It can go from X equals 10 to X equals 15 or X equals 5, depending on the conditions. However, there is a norm, right? If it was a flat Earth, right, you would think that that wouldn't be the norm. You would have the kind of flat Earth expectation effects and not the globe expectation effects that would
What are the
predominate.
flat Earth expectations? Tell us what the
No,
flat
what
Earth
he's saying-
expectation
what he's-
effects
That
are.
you don't have a crisp horizon like that, right? The actual horizon, like not being able to see behind it, is still because of the underlying geometry of the Earth being a globe. That's the mechanism.
But how do
But
you
the
know?
distance
How do you know it's not
X
optics?
can be changed. The distance at which that mechanism is occurring can be changed by atmospheric conditions.
So what you're saying is that if it purports to the globe, it's actually because of curvature. But if it doesn't, it's out of the norm and just refraction. This is
No, I'm saying
right.
it only makes sense that you can't see beyond a point, a crisp point on the ocean or on the ground, because of the underlying geometry is the only explanation that
show
makes
us?
sense.
It's not a crisp point. It's
Do you have a
always
picture of
blurry
that?
fading. It always fades in to the sky.
Exactly.
Let's set it up. Okay, let's set it
I
up.
mean, can you show us a
Let's set it
picture
up,
of an
Jericho.
actual
You and I will go over it.
behind?
No, that's the point. You can't see beyond the horizon because of the geometry. What I'm saying is the distance at which that occurs, say X equals 10, can be changed to X equals 15 or X equals 5 because of atmospheric effects.
So are you saying there'd be no
Explain
How
horizon?
do you know that?
Wait, are you saying there would be no horizon on a flat Earth?
No, there would still be a horizon, though it would look different, right? It would
Case for another
be
win.
kind of a mixture of like the opacity of air molecules and that relate to the density and the temperature and stuff, and it
Gotcha.
wouldn't be this sharp kind of
Yeah.
crisp line
So
that is
Oh,
more
I
let's go
agree.
dancing around it.
Actually,
So you and I go.
I agree with
Let's go
you that
dancing
the
around it. You and I
horizon,
go over it, Coco.
it's not Kosho, it's Jace. The horizon would be like more of a blurry, like faded in area. That's crazy because that's what we see, bro. It's wild.
Yeah, but another
Yeah.
thing is, right, like you can measure the optical extinction coefficient of the different gases that make up the atmosphere and even different densities of the atmosphere itself, and you would find, right, that those distances are very large. They'd be much further than the geometric distances that the globe predicts.
So do you have a picture of the geometric horizon? Can you show us something that's like, oh, here's absolutely the geometric horizon that you keep talking about, as opposed to some optical thing that when you say it
You just
depends,
draw an enemy.
how do you know for sure one way or the other if it depends?
I said nothing about a geometric horizon. I don't make
You
a
just said,
distinction between a geometric
Wait, let's not
versus
interrupt.
whatever. What I'm saying is the mechanism, the actual thing that forms the horizon is due to the underlying geometry, but the distance, the x equals 10 at which that occurs, can change to x equals 15, x equals 5, etc., due to atmospheric. So the
I know.
horizon can
You said
be
it.
at different
So then you can't
distances,
claim
but
the
the
curve.
horizon still
You can't.
occurs because of the underlying geometry.
You
So no,
can't claim
just to
that.
be clear, just to be
You
really
can't claim that.
sure,
Hold on. No,
to be really clear, you
wait.
just said nothing about geometric horizon, but you just said that there's the horizon created by the geometric shape. That's not the geometric horizon?
No, because
Wait
people
up.
want to
Okay.
say that the geometric horizon is just some specific distance that when you just totally ignore the atmosphere and any kind of effects, just the size of the Earth would give a distance, x equals whatever, that the horizon would be at. And that's what people call the geometric horizon. And I think that's a gross misrepresentation because we always have an atmosphere, and that's going to change the point at which the horizon occurs. But the actual mechanism that forms the horizon is always due to the underlying geometry. It's just the distance at which where that can occur can be changed by the atmospheric effects.
All right, let's let Plains trying to get in.
Oh, but so then it's the. Sorry, go on with it.
No, I'm saying you go ahead.
Okay, sorry. So then, let's just say we have a horizon that is halfway the distance of what it should be. E.g., I have footage of a ship at 4 miles on the horizon, or just slightly beyond the horizon, when the horizon is actually meant to be more than 7 miles away. Are you going to claim that 3 miles of water just disappeared and that's still due to the globe? That's asinine. That's ridiculous. If I can have a horizon at under 4 miles when it should be 7 miles away, that is definitive proof that it has nothing to do with the curve.
No,
3
it's
miles
just
closer than it should be.
conditions, right? I'm sure if I was to go out with you
You
and had all
can't
the
claim
equipment
that it has
to
anything to
measure
do with
the
curve. This is the
temperature
point.
and pressure and lapse rate and all the necessary variables, I'm
Okay, so
fairly confident that it would match
okay.
the globe still.
All right, bit of moderation real quick. So everyone try to keep their
Okay,
answer
go.
concise and not interrupt,
Yep,
please. I'm just saying, please, let's everyone try to maybe keep it concise because both people seem to be getting a bit impatient, and just try to keep it concise and try not to interrupt.
Yeah, I think more concise and quicker back and forth seems to be like good, especially when it's that type of pace. I mean, sometimes people might go longer if it's a different kind of style, but it seems like it's like getting to a good, it's like almost a good rhythm if each person sometimes has like maybe like that 20, 30 seconds, like get the point out, boom, pass it. Because usually there's only going to be 1 point in that instead of like 10 points as well when it's a little shorter. So, yeah.
Yeah, and even 30 seconds is a bit like just talk back and forth, ask each other questions, go back and forth. And that way people don't feel like they have to interrupt,
The key is just no one interrupts. The key is just no one interrupts at all, meaning that, that there's always one person speaking at a time. Then the only thing is that people have to not monologue, because if they monologue and they hold on to the mic for too long, then someone else is going to want to interrupt, and then it kind of creates more tension, I think.
Yeah.
I'd say
I just say we set it up between me and go over the information.
You'd have a good point with your horizon went from 7 miles to 4 miles. If you could present some measured conditions, right, that we could then plug into like some of these refraction equations and show definitively that they just don't match with these equations that are set up for the globe, right? If you could show that, if you had that, then you'd have a really strong point.
So then what I want from you then is I want you to show me the experiment where scientists went out and took all those measurements day after day and observed things over long distances over water. Can you go now, or do you have that experiment? Do you have something where scientists have actually been out and measured the conditions day after day, observing things at long distances?
You don't need it
You're
day
expecting
after
that from us.
day. Just during that one
Yeah, you do.
observation you're making. Just if you took those kind of measurements at the point of that observation, right, then we could go through numerous refraction equations, plugging in those values that you measured and show one by one definitively that none of them match.
What you're saying is that we'll just keep plugging in the numbers until we get the ones that match what we want?
That's exactly what I was saying before. If it purports to the globe, you're going to say that's curvature, but if it doesn't, you just say that's refraction.
Well, not that's why we would go through the legwork of taking the globe refraction equations, which there's only a few of them that are really viable, right? You would go through, you'd plug in, you get the measurements that are needed to solve those equations, right? And then you'd plug them in and you'd show one by one that, okay, this one doesn't work, this one doesn't work, this one doesn't work. Thus, it can't be globe refraction. That this definitively cannot be the answer.
Hey, my question is, if we're so sure that it's because of refraction, then why would there be multiple different equations claiming different things? Like, I mean, I thought we were so
Because
definitively sure.
there's different models for modeling out refraction of just electromagnetic waves in general. Right, so you can just do one, and that would be a point of evidence. If you just wanted to do like a ray tracing model and just show that that's wrong, right, that would be one good point of evidence. But if you want something that's definitive, right, you got to go through them all. You have to show that they're all wrong. It can't be
But wait,
the
can't we
globe
kind of,
explanation.
Jace, can we kind of apply the same logic you said to me earlier with the whole cancer conversation? And it's like, why is it that we're supposed to just grant you guys that it's right and needs to be falsified in the first place? Like, when did you guys establish its validity initially? Because I've never seen such a thing ever.
What do you mean? What are you talking about? It's not on me. There was a guy talking in the voice chat who was making claims. It's not on me to prove his claims. He has to provide
you're claiming
the
refraction of the
evidence
globe,
for
dude.
those claims.
I'm saying if you're claiming that these are equations that represent reality and there's refraction that causes us to see a certain distance on a globe, that's a claim. So if you're claiming this equation has certain variables that gives us refraction that explains why it's still a globe, that should have been tested and quantified with, data points to verify the equations in the first place. It's not something we need to falsify until it's verified, or at least established with some
Yeah, I get what
corroborative
you're
data.
saying now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get what you're saying now. I would say, right, I've done a lot of looking into this, and even there's like optical engineering papers with like ray tracing models, and even some that try to do like Lagrangians and path integrals, which are much more complete and complex, and they come out really accurate on these distance observations, right? Like the model that they make is really up to par with the pictures that they take. And I've even seen people like Toon and other like YouTubers use pretty simplistic refraction equations and show a bunch of observations that line up with them, right? So
Well, yeah,
I get
but
you're
they,
gonna
they don't
try
they
to
don't actually show
argue.
the variables though. They like McToon. What McToon does is he goes and he looks at where it's supposed to be based on the globe, where it's actually observed, and he takes the calculator out and says, okay, to get this difference, this change, there must be this much refraction. Therefore, since we see this, there must have been this much refraction. I mean, we want to test it, so we need to see the variables, the specific variables, like a temperature gradient measurement, a humidity measurement, a temperature inversion measurement, very specific variables plugged in that give us the results that we see. And like we've been waiting for years for the globe to actually establish that. So
Well, it's just in like optical engineering papers, like in like R&D patents for long distance targeting systems and stuff that like artillery would use, or certain kind of aircraft weapons and stuff. Right? If you look at those papers, they have tons of different kind of ways to do these measurements, different methods for doing the measurements, and the ray tracing models and the path integral models that they use to, take the measurements and plug them into a model and show the correlation of the model with actual, reality.
Yeah, I might be losing service. All the military models I've seen like that, they just deviate from a plane surface. They extend a plane out and then they deviate vertically perpendicular to a plane. So, I mean, I don't know exactly what you're talking about. I've never seen such a thing.
Or we're talking about not like how they fly military aircraft. I'm talking about the optics, how the
No, I know.
optics are engineered, right? It has
I
nothing
know.
to do
Yeah.
with globe versus flat, but they
It
take
does. It does
the
because
ray tracing
you have to
and
deviate the refraction from a
path
baseline. Yes.
integral
You have to
ideas, and they
deviate.
apply those to how they develop those kinds of things.
You have to deviate from a baseline, though. So refraction, the optical refraction deviates from a baseline. They use a horizontal baseline. In fact, even Andrew Thomas Young uses a horizontal baseline. I've never seen a
No,
military
for
document for optical
what you're
target
talking about.
acquirement that seems like. Yeah, dude.
A
Andrew
path
Thomas Young.
integral model doesn't have any kind of baseline. It's just the singular path of a photon and its interactions as it travels. There's no baseline. There's no triangles. There's none of that stuff. It's a path integral.
Military target acquirement accounts for optical refraction based on a deviation from a horizontal baseline. I mean, I've read dozens of documents that do that very thing.
I know that's meaningless to me. I'm talking about how the optics are actually developed, like the models that they use, especially when they use path integral models. Right, they're calculating, pinpointing the horizon based off a specific model. And these path integral models are tied to the globe. They come from the globe, right? And then they use those distance predictions to tune or choose the components that they're going to use for the optics when they're actually putting them together. Like this is like called R&D, research and development.
Are you trying to say something?
I posted some of the articles in Brandon's server back in the day. So if his server is still around, you could probably search my name and find the optical engineering like patents and R&D papers that I'd posted.
Okay.
So, okay, you said earlier that you could you get things disappearing from the bottom up on a flat surface due to atmosphere. And since we always are going to have atmosphere, I'm really curious how you actually determined that there is any kind of geometric shape that curves, and where you found it and how. If you can, every observation can also be explained by it's flat, and that's what would happen if it's flat too with a horizon. Where did you actually come up with a curve? And did you say earlier that you were calculating the horizon?
But how so? How would it, if it's flat? How is the horizon? How could the horizon, which is just flat with me, obstruct anything behind it? Right? Like that's the
You
onus
said
I'm putting on you. How would it even be created? The globe logic is very simple. There's a point, a distance at which the geometry, the actual ground, is higher in an absolute sense than the ground behind it. The ground at the horizon is higher than the ground beyond that point. Thus, you can't see the ground beyond that point. It's just simple geometry.
So
Right,
what
but you
about
said
all
earlier
the
you could
different
have
times when you can see beyond that point? Sorry, what about all the
right.
different times? Because I have literally, it's not a black swan, it's an everyday occurrence that any day that is even a half decent day, the horizon is miles beyond where it's meant to be. So I have a buoy that's 4 miles away from me. I have multiple sightings of it from 6 inches high where the horizon is behind it. Multiple. It's not an uncommon occurrence. It's a common occurrence. It's more often than not it can be seen. And the only times that it can't be seen is due to high refractive days of inferior miraging or magnification of the water, and you can tell that's what it is. Every other time, that buoy is sitting right there and the horizon is behind it. Where the horizon should be less than 1 mile and that buoy's at 4 miles, and I've got other markers at 5 miles and the buoy and the horizon is behind those. And that is an everyday occurrence where we don't have inferior miraging.
You said two. You said there is inferior miraging, then you said there isn't. So is
No,
there
I
or is
said what I said on the days that when there is inferior miraging are the only days that we can't see that buoy. Any other time, that buoy is sitting right there and the horizon is behind it. And I get that from 6 inches high when from 6 inches high, I've got a jetty that's 1.25 miles away, 2 kilometers away. And from 6 inches high, the horizon should be in front of that jetty. But it's not. It very rarely is. And like I said, the only times when it is when there is high inferior miraging days.
Well, I don't know how you determined where the horizon should be, but I already told you, right? If you were to take the relevant measurements when you're making this observation so that we can plug them into all these, which there's really not that many. There's two main ones. Like I said, there's path integrals and there's ray tracing models, which are the most sophisticated refraction models. There's just two of them, right? And we could take those measurements you made, plug them into those more sophisticated models, and show that they're wrong. So it can't be those explanations, right? But you're jumping to making the claim before you've done the legwork.
No, I've done the legwork. What you're claiming is that if we just put it in something that's going to work out some mathematical thing to prove the geometry, that's what you're saying. We'll just chuck it in here and look, we'll just keep mucking around with it until it shows us that it's this particular refraction and that's why it's coming up.
It's not muck. There's nothing to muck around with. There's specific equations that you just take the measurements for and you plug in those values and they give you a path or they'll give you a trace or a model, a kind of predictive image, right? And then we can compare your image to those predictions. And if they don't match, there's nothing. You already took the measurements. They're definite measurement. The measurements aren't changing for that observation you made. So we can't muck around and change anything. It would just be wrong. You would have shown that it's wrong. But you're jumping to making the claim that it's wrong before even showing that it's wrong.
Well, real quick, then, in your equations,
Sorry, bro, you're roboting. You're breaking
have
up.
an R value?
You're roboting, dude.
Yeah, he's
Whoever
just
was
gonna
just
do
talking,
this
then you're
silly,
roboting badly.
the R value's never been measured. Even though there's like a million different measurements of the freaking R value.
No, there's calculative assumption, dude. It's the same question always, bro. You guys have now changed it to, well, you can never see the actual geometric horizon. But the fact that you have the horizon is dependent upon the foundational geometry that you're looking over itself, which implies, okay, well, the only way that you can have this horizon that obstructs things in the distance is if the Earth's a ball, right? But then you say, yeah, so therefore there is a physical horizon there, but we never actually see it. We only see the optical one. It never actually matches the globe prediction. It moves around. All observations show us that it's merely optical and apparent, but I promise you there's a real one there. Then we say, well, how did you know it was there in the first place? And then you guys say, well, if you just assume that it's there and then you do some calculative assumptions, reverse engineering a model, then therefore you can believe it's there. And if you
I
apply
said none
refraction
of this.
retroactively, you have to say it.
I said none of this straw man. Right. This is
You
just
have to
very
say all this.
simple logic. If you have a curve, right? If I have a large beach ball in front of me, right? There's a portion on that beach ball that I can't see beyond because of the
Of course.
geometry of the beach ball. Right? This is
Of course.
simple logic, right?
Yeah.
So
If I stand
that
in a
is
really big
how
warehouse, it's simple logic
that's
that you
the
can't see across the whole thing.
mechanism. That is the mechanism of the horizon on the globe. That's how the horizon is formed. Now, the
Okay.
distance at which that will occur.
How do you know? I'm sorry.
Well,
How
let
do
him
you
finish.
know? You said earlier
Altered.
that the same observation can be seen on flat.
Well, yeah, that's what let him finish. Wait,
The
can you still man the
distance-
flat Earth position? Let's save some time. Can you still man the flat Earth position about the horizon? So we all understand the globe one that you just said. So do 8-year-olds. I can hold a basketball up in blocks.
Because you constantly strawman me.
So can you steel man
No,
our
I
argument
just
for
steel
us?
man.
Is what he's asking.
Time out. I just still manned your argument, which is that there's a geometric horizon. There's a physical geometric horizon, the leading edge of a sphere. It's a tangible physical location that physically obstructs things in the distance. But because there's always an atmosphere, there's always refraction, there's always optical effects within the atmosphere that causes it to optically move around. But in order to have this physical obstruction, you have to have a curved surface that matches the globe prediction. Your position isn't hard to still man. I'm asking you, can you still man our position? What is the horizon according to flat Earth? What is the horizon?
Well, it's hard to snail man because you all have your own little way of how you think it occurs, but they all fall into the category of some kind of optical effect for the standard ones. But I mean, I can't give you an
Still
exact
man
because
with some
like
specificity, Jason.
your idea of the horizon is going to be different than another flat earther's idea of the horizon.
No, they're pretty much all the same, Jace. Give it
They
a
Jace,
shot.
can I-
It's pretty
Jace,
much
can I ask
all
you
the
something?
same.
atmosphere.
It's what you said earlier, Jace. You already said it earlier. You said it depends.
Hey, can I ask a question? Just if
Go ahead.
okay, if you were standing on a flat plane, like how far do you think you'd be able to see? Like how much further would you be able to see standing on a flat infinite surface than on the globe?
I don't know off the top of my head, but that is a calculation that can be made, right? Like you can measure the optical extinction coefficients of the atmosphere at different densities, and then you can apply refraction to that, and you can figure out how
Okay,
far
but like
that
say
distance
like
would
the
be.
weather is like totally clear, so there's like no atmosphere, no refraction. Because I'm just wondering, like when
It would
you're
be rather far, right? If you remove refraction, it's going to be very far because the extinction coefficient, even in the densest of atmosphere, is very small. So the light can travel very far.
but like can you look at this picture I'm posting? It's like these railroad tracks. It's just
Yeah,
that like how
I've
far you're
seen,
able to
this
see
isn't
is it is
groundbreaking
based
stuff, but I've
yeah, it
seen
is based
railroad
on your
tracks
eye.
before.
But like this isn't a very far distance. But do you see how like just after a few telephone poles, like it gets really tiny? Like when things get far
Yeah,
away, it
this
gets
is a
like really tiny.
perspective effect.
But
Right? You're
perspective
showing a
works
perspective
because
effect. There's
but
still a
perspective
huge horizon across the whole background of the picture. That's what we're considering, not the
no, but the
railroad tracks
reason
converging because of perspective.
yeah, but the reason why artists like are able to like create like realistic pictures is because like this is how our eye sees. Like, and so this
It's not.
is what would
There's
be
a
observed.
massive
So, okay,
horizon
but
in the
using the
background of
math
the
of
picture.
perspective, like if you had the distances and you gave them to an artist and you even told an artist, here's the lens, an artist would be able to like, I mean, a skilled, knowledgeable one would be able to draw exactly what that lens would see. And it's like all based off of like a flat plane. And so it's like, it's far more primitive if you think that like the horizon is created because it's like falling off. But if you could imagine yourself standing on a sphere, you would be always at the top. Like always at like the highest point of a sphere is wherever you're standing, and everything would be curving. I think you gotta like just look at this and imagine how much space compounds, because I don't know if you've like sat and thought about it for like at least a few minutes, just how much
Can we
like
just go over
space
with your-
I've thought
compounds.
about this. I've heard these arguments for like 7 or 8 years now. I've been thinking about this stuff. You do realize that the horizon is the thing we're talking about, right? And in your railroad track image, there's a massive horizon beyond the railroad tracks, right? So how can you say that the horizon is solely due to this perspective effect that the railroad tracks are exhibiting, when that's clearly not the case by your own image showing the horizon behind all of that?
Okay, so can I jump in here on this one then? So let's take this railway track example here. In reality, what's actually going on is on one particular day, the horizon that we see in that railway track is actually, 10 miles closer or 3 miles closer. And on another day, on the very next day, it's 15 miles further away. Maybe half an hour later, it comes back to 10 miles away. And the next day, it's 4 miles away. So we're going to be getting different levels of exactly where the horizon will be every day, sometimes hourly, sometimes, from 15 minutes earlier to 15 minutes later, that horizon is now in a completely different position, right? So then there's no way that you can actually quantify and say that that is due to Earth curve and that it's the curve of the Earth is the only thing that will create the horizon. You've already admitted that at one moment the horizon is 10x and another time it's like 15x, and if that's the case, then you cannot claim that it has anything to do with geometry of a curve. You just can't claim that.
I don't know, man. I made my position on this very clear. It's really like middle school level stuff, right? If there's a
That's
beach
not
ball in
helpful.
front of me, I can't see a specific point on the beach ball beyond where the horizon is because of the beach ball's underlying geometry. Now,
Everyone
I
knows that.
agree
Why do you
with
keep
you
saying
Okay, we've
that?
heard this.
because this guy apparently doesn't know that with it.
Everyone
He
knows
keeps
that.
saying
Everyone knows
You
that.
didn't understand
he
his
keeps
question.
saying that
You
it
didn't understand
can't
his
be
question.
the geometry, even though I agree
Right.
with him that the
So
distance
how do you
can
know what the
indeed
geometry is?
change.
Exactly. So how do you know what the
How do
geometry
you
is and
know?
where the
How?
geometry is?
Thank you. If you know what it's
You
not,
don't
how do you
know.
know what it is?
Well, like I was saying before, the distance can change, right? The x equals 10 can move to x equals 15, x equals 5, based off of atmospheric effects and all these other effects, right? And we can model those out, right? And that's just ignoring all of the other evidence of the globe Earth, like, fucking pictures, people doing rocketry, geology, um, what's it called,
So that's
atmospheric
the answer.
chemistry and physics.
I don't
When
know.
we just ignore all these other things, like, yeah, you can make a somewhat kind of plausible argument, right? But the onus is still, because I've seen, like I said, in these engineering optics papers, and I've seen like Walter Bislin's model. Now, the engineering optics ones give exact measured conditions with models that will match it, whereas Walter Bislin's thing is more of just a generalization where like you could have these conditions to give this image, and the conditions are plausible. They're things that can happen, right? So the onus is on you to disprove
No, Jace,
the
Jace.
evidence that they
Okay,
have
great. No, you didn't
provided.
prove it in the first place. You didn't prove anything in the first place. You made assumptions. I still don't understand. You just
There's
said
no
as long as we
assumptions,
ignore
dude.
geology. Tell me in what geology shows you the radius value that we're ignoring.
Yeah, there's seismic modeling and basin modeling. There's multiple aspects of geology. There's atmospheric chemistry and radiochemistry in the atmosphere, where they do like parcel tracking and make maps from that, little maps of the atmosphere. Right, there's like tons of other things that we're just,
That's what
I'm
proves
giving
the
you
Earth.
the benefit
Kurt,
of the
that's
doubt.
Modeling proves it. Apparently, we just make a model of it.
exactly. I still don't. So you're saying as long as we accept all the other assumptions, because none of those other things that you said prove anything either. You have to take
Taking
all the
measurements
assumptions as
and
one
making a
assumption.
model is not an assumption. I'm sorry,
So,
dude.
so hey, so
What
if we
measurement?
make
I'm sorry.
models,
What
if we make
measurement did you
models, then
take?
we win. If we make a bunch of models, we win, right?
No, I gave you a path, right, where I said that you would have a very good case, right? If you were to take whatever this guy was talking about, where the horizon was at 4 miles instead of being 7 miles, right? If he snapped the picture and snapped that picture and took the relevant measurements that we could plug into like ray tracing models and path integral models, just two equations,
Those are just models
basically,
that have no
and
justification
show
in
that
reality.
they're
That's the
based
problem.
off of the globe, right? And they work for engineering optics things. I've literally seen
But,
them in
okay,
papers showing
And Walter
pictures
Bislin's model works
exactly
for a flat Earth too.
modeled
Nobody
out,
cares.
right? You
Jace, did you
keep
not
talking
earlier say
over
that
me
things
because you're
can? No, you're
terrified.
repeating
You
yourself.
won't let me
No, because you're
finish
repeating
because
yourself.
you're
No, Jace, it's
terrified.
You're
because you're
repeating
so
Saying the
yourself.
same
long-winded,
shit,
bro.
dude.
You
By
are
moderation, Jace, I
extraordinarily
tried to warn
long-winded,
you.
Jace.
Time
That
out,
really
time
is what
out,
it is.
shit, time out,
All
time
right, well,
out,
I got to
Fuzzy.
take off.
Okay.
So I was trying to give you a direct pathway where I said you'd have some credence and a leg to stand on, but you can't even let me finish the freaking thought. So I got other
No,
things to
because you're
do.
avoiding the direct
Adios.
question. You're waffling on. You're ignoring the actual questions to you, and you're repeating yourself and really droning on about stuff we already know and you've already said that doesn't
Yeah,
address
he's
why we're
gone.
repeating our questions.
He's gone. That's his
All right, yeah,
MO.
but Fuzzy, here's the
He'll
deal.
continue to.
He was outnumbered. He was outnumbered, so Fighter should show a little bit of patience, right, just for the coherence of the conversation.
I agree. It's so hard when he just drones on and just talks extra slow on purpose. It seems just to avoid actually talking about something.
Well, that's what he does,
Yeah.
so that you do over talk him, right? And he'll take a
yeah.
long pause. He'll say, it's been out by Walter Bislin's model. And then he'll start in with something else, but he'll wait until you start and then start talking again so that he can have an out. But
Oh, Napalm, you're pretty good at this too. But I'll just jump in. What else he does is some people do this, and intelligent people do this, by the way. So it's not a shot at intellect, but they'll talk slower while they're thinking.
yeah.
So when you
I do that.
drag out the words, it gives you more time to think. Yeah.
People hate my cadence most of the time, but whatever.
Because you get to start, you like your brain's already developed that sentence or two, so you're not even actually focusing on that sentence. The words are just kind of falling out while you're really trying to shuffle around and think about what you're going to say next. It's pretty.
I don't
ingenious.
do that at all. That's probably why.
Yeah,
I
I'm trying
get
to catch
wrong.
up to. I'm trying to catch up to my thoughts. Like people complain about me being too fast.
I was thinking about radar because I don't really know much about that. I assume it sends out a ping and then whatever it hits, it sends a ping back. That's what I'm assuming. But if you're on a ship and then there's another ship like 90 miles away, how is it hitting that ship around the curve? How does that work?
Diffraction, refraction.
Oh, it's the same thing. The radio waves go around the. Like the
Yeah.
light.
We have
Diffraction.
well-established ray tracing models that model out the exact perfect whatever.
No, is that
So,
the answer?
No, dude, Andy, it's well established. Experts have done this. It's called diffraction. Believe it or not, diffraction is a real phenomena. Okay?
in
The-
1996, I
Just like
wrote a paper in Boston University's library. If you go there, you could probably access it via my
You're gonna make
name,
me look it up now,
and
aren't
your
you,
answer
bastard?
is
Way
yes.
too
Tell
good
me.
at that.
Just tell me what it is.
Diffraction. The answer is diffraction. They
it's
claim the
a
radio wave diffraction.
beach ball.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
a beach ball in front of your face that you can't see the other side of.
Like the fact that people want to act like flat earthers don't understand the concept of a sphere blocking things is wild to me.
And he has to repeat it like 6 times. And it's like, where are the assholes for interrupting it? Like, bro.
Well, no, but it's just like sometimes you just gotta, you know how it goes, man.
No, I know. It's just, it's so annoying
You
because
gotta
he's
take
doing
it
it
on
on
the chin,
purpose.
bro.
I know.
Yeah, but you
I
gotta
know.
take it on the chin, man. Yeah.
And I did. I did for the first bunch of times. I did, and then I'm done with it.
No, people did kind of let him go on and on about. Well, I don't know. I look at things a bit different. So I know his psychology decently well at this. So when he started kind of going on the list of other things that supports the globe, I was in full support of that. I was like getting insight into his psychology. So I was kind of walking around the store just listening because, and once he realized that he had kind of been dwindled down to more of like a concession realm when it comes to the horizon, he actually felt the need to bring up other corroborative evidence of the globe, right? So it's pretty interesting to get into peek into someone's mind and be like, okay, what are because the next things they say are going to be the big things they can't get over. So rocketry, satellites, stuff like that.
Like this kicks in, and then they start gish
Geology.
galloping all over the place.
Yeah, but they're going to gish gallop right through the
Like
things that are like their staples, you know?
Yep.
I loved that he actually said that things can disappear bottom up on a flat thing, but then later said, I have no idea what you would be. Like, no, that's exactly what it would be. Things disappear bottom up due to atmosphere. Like, that's, and then
And Gio even made a
know.
huge deal out of it and like congratulated him and
Yeah.
made sure he knew what he was doing. And yeah.
I was going to jump in and all right in the chat. Geo's trolling.
Yeah. Gio lets
But I
them know
got
real fast
Ruhif
that they
because
messed up.
I got Ruhif to admit that things can appear to disappear from the bottom up.
Well, that's what they do, right? I mean, things
I
don't
still-
actually disappear.
Yeah. And did we ever even get a full concession or a full explanation as to why? Like when he said it depends, and say, well, how do we know how do you know? And that's when he brought up, well, if you don't ignore geology and rockets, basically don't ignore geology, rockets, and ray tracing?
Another interesting tactic that's used so much is
Is
they'll
that-
be like, this is like an elementary idea. It's like, yes, that's right.
Eighth
You guys
grade.
have regressed to elementary arguments and you corner the conversation to this remedial realm where we must cover things like basketballs, block things. Because it's not us that does that. We're talking about the intricacies of optics. So, like check yourself whenever you're talking about how simplified the combo is.
Oh,
Your argument has remained in this remedial realm. It's definitely not us that's doing that.
So can somebody correct
no,
me
but
if I'm
it's
wrong?
definitely it's used as a jab. He's using it as an insult because it's so remedial that we're the idiots for not accepting it because it's so simple.
But that's the point I'm making.
It's like,
That's actually a
because we
projection. It's a projection of how their argument, at the best, is actually very, very remedial. That's what I'm saying.
Right. No. Of course.
Robot.
He's
Well, he's not roboted for me.
neither of them roboted for me.
What
Oh.
were they talking about in old movies then when they were like, we got to get under the radar? They're in the plane and
So even on a
that's
flat
right.
surface, right, the appearing to disappear from the bottom up isn't necessarily a product of the atmosphere in the way that like a long distance observation is going to give you all these atmospheric effects. You can even have in very short distances where effectively you don't have the atmospheric conditions that you would over a long distance. You can still have the appearance of disappearance from the bottom up. So it's not necessarily just an atmospheric effect, it's an effect of perspective, foreshortening. You know, we have all these things where you get a very condensed amount of information at what we call the vanishing point or your horizon line. And that condensed information starts to then effectively appear to make things disappear or converge into that conglomeration of a bunch of information. So it's not necessarily just the atmosphere.
Yeah, but like they've trapped us in such a rudimentary arena that I like whenever like she just jumped in and just cut straight to the chase. You know, she's like having to walk him through like people can draw reality. You know, because it's like
Right.
yeah,
Yes.
he just like I'm like perfect, bro. You got this because. Like, I think people are less prone to interrupt females with like soft voices and stuff. It's like our secret weapon.
Well,
Like, we should
Jace
sick Eden
seemed
on
to have
people.
no problem with interrupting her.
Yeah, that's true.
He had no problem.
yeah, that was good, Eden. I enjoyed that.
Oh, thank you. You know, it's just because I spent time like when I was studying perspective for art. Like I had to like think about it for a long time to get it through my head. The concept that if something's going up, like the higher up, the horizon's always going to be at your eye. And I think because I had spent like I took this like 100-hour perspective course, you know, and these guys like they really can like if you give them measurements and you know if they have that knowledge of camera angles, they can let you know exactly what something will look like. You know, so like it's like a direct reflection of reality. But it's just I know
really
when I
did
was
like
learning
your
it.
question. No, go over. No, go. I just
Yeah.
loved your question. Like, how much more would you see? And he said, I don't know. It depends.
Yeah.
Well, that's exactly what you're asking, and he never answered you.
Yeah, because it's like because when you look at that like railroad tracks, that is exactly how it look in real life. And like he claims that he spent time thinking about it, but he still seems to think that like you would be able to see all this stuff if the Earth were flat. When in reality, it's like look how much it compounds just in this short railroad track. Like it's like I think it's something that people need to like. It's like their brains need to develop the neurons for that concept.
Yeah, the thing is that we actually did spend time thinking about this. That's why we're here. So it's kind of fun.
Yeah, he spent 8 years thinking that we were wrong about that option. Like,
Yeah,
not thinking about it, thinking
and that we
about
don't
how
understand.
right he was.
Yeah, we don't understand how basketballs block things.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Oh, the other side of the basketball I can't see. Profound.
I was actually a little confused what he was saying about the. Okay, my impression of what he was saying about how you'd input these calculations is that it seems like you can predict how things would be represented on a flat Earth, you know, even through like the perspective and measurements that I just described. But like, because on a spherical Earth, the horizon would have to be falling, but it doesn't fall. They just like created an equation to make it work out the same, but with more steps. And you know what I mean? Like a sort of like Houdini.
Yeah, that's why I asked him, is in your calculations, do you have an R value? And he said, yeah, it's irrelevant.
Well, no, her
Yeah,
question's fire though. Like, it really lets you know where they're at, right? Like, so wait, if the Earth were flat, how much further do you think you would see?
Maybe that's something we could like ask them to like think about more. Be like, look at this photo, look at these
Well, but they
railroad
have
tracks.
But they have to admit that things can disappear bottom up first. Otherwise, they're not going to
No,
go
they
down that
don't. No,
rat
they
path.
don't. No, they don't, bro. Their answer can be forever. But this is what's so funny
I guess.
is they say like, well, they can't still man us, right? Because we have so many different answers. Dude, every single flat earther says that the horizon is just the vanishing point, or that it's because of perspective, the limit of every single flat earther, right? But ironically, if you ask the globe earthers, well, how much further do you think you would see if the Earth were flat? You absolutely will get a ton of different answers.
Yeah. I actually like it. Hurts my brain listening to like the one with Sungenis and that guy Nathan. And no, there was one, I think it was McToon, when he was saying like, look, I took a picture of this boat, and like it just kind of hurts my brain.
I
Well,
have a
some of them
question
will
for
actually
you
say that you
regarding the
should see forever.
perspective class.
Go ahead.
When you have a second. Well, I don't want to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, I was just
It's
gonna
all
say
good.
some of them will actually say we should see forever. You got it.
Yeah, so when you were taking that perspective class, it sounds like it was a pretty detailed class on perspective, and it sounds like you did some art. So did you ever use like a camera lucida by any chance?
Oh, wait, what is that?
A camera lucida?
Oh, I don't think so.
It's like a mirror device where
Mhm.
you kind of in the way that a like a sextant has a mirror and you can focus an image. It's using a mirror and optics to look at an object and then have that object kind of projected down onto the paper. So really, you're just kind of tracing that object based on the
Actually, yeah.
presentation of it in front of you. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I heard about that because I think some people thought that that's why Vermeer managed to get such detailed
Mm-hmm. Yep.
paintings. But like I think that's like kind of unlikely because most artists, like, I mean, especially this guy, because you know, he laid out perspective in like, I mean, it was like 100-hour class because it was pretty detailed. Like, oh man, how to explain it? But he was so skilled at it, you know, and like it's just like when you get to art, like tracing doesn't help. Like you have to understand like perspective so you can put things in the environment and just understand how things diminish within space, and then like learn
Sure.
anatomy, and your mind, you have to start building like 3D understanding in your mind, and then you can just easily lay things out. But if you try to like trace, or there's something too in art too where like they say like if you copy from photographs, skilled artists, they can tell because there's always a distortion with the lens.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
I
I just
just feel
didn't
like,
know if you utilize that in any
yeah.
way, shape, or form to like start to understand perspective, and then you can't
I
understanding
know
perspective
yeah.
once you start to lay out scenes and stuff like that may not be something that you're looking at directly, right?
Mhm.
But can be from your mind, right? So when you're trying to lay something out, like placing characters in positions that aren't actually in a position, meaning you're not looking at them, you don't have a photograph of it, you don't have a perspective at all, everything's coming solely from your mind. That's when you have to really start to get your lines draw out everything to either a single point or multiple point perspective,
Mhm.
and then place things in there, draw them to that perspective. I didn't know if at all you talked about the camera lucida, where you could get things drawn realistically in perspective to get used to how proportions work and things like that.
Oh, no, like we just do it all with like you know, pencils and rulers and stuff.
Gotcha.
Cuz it's really not necessary to do that way.
Gotcha. I mean, I agree. I never used one either. I just didn't know if it was something that was taught in a more in-depth class or anything like that, or if it's cheating.
No, I don't think anyone would say like anything was cheating. Like, you do whatever gets the job done. But yeah, in this class, it was just all pencil, paper, and rulers. I think that's the problem with people. Why they're so hard to convince. Because I do have some suspicion. Because you know how at about the same time, like, science fiction was rising and stuff. Like in like the late 1900s, art switched. You know, when art switched from like realism, and switched to impressionism, and gradually got more abstract. And like
Yeah.
the common people didn't really like the abstract stuff, you know. But then there became like a separation between like high art, and then they put all realism into like illustration, like advertising art, you know. And
Right.
then in art schools, like, they gradually like stopped teaching perspective. And so especially in the past, like, it's starting to come back because people are starting to like get more into realism, but they stopped teaching perspective in school for a long time. And like, if you were to like especially go to a public university for art education, you would learn to speak truth to power, and they would like form you into like a political activist rather than learn like
What?
what you expect to learn. Yeah, because people, usually when they go study art, they want to like learn to draw like Michelangelo, but they get into these art programs, and they don't realize that like the art programs have been co-opted by, you know, the whole like activists.
Machine. We know. Yeah, we got you. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and so
You know
people
what's so
aren't.
funny?
Huh.
Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, I was saying that's why people aren't learning these realism skills. But if more people understand perspective and understood how you can like give all this information and like get just text information and understand how like to form that scene that would line up with exactly what you would see in reality, then what we're saying with perspective wouldn't sound so crazy. Okay, go
What's
ahead,
such a
Sid.
trip is
No, I was just saying, I've literally heard people say when you tell them about how things get disappear, vanishing point, perspective, and they're like, oh, that's just something from art school, not reality. And it's just, I'm flabbergasted. How do you even talk to someone after that?
Yeah,
because art school is supposed to be representing reality. But what's such a trip, bro, is my brother, right? My brother is like an incredible artist. Like, that's no cap. Like incredible. Like, worked for animation companies like that do Teen Titans and all kinds of stuff, right? Like, just incredible artist. And he's currently teaching art at a university. And bro, it's like I try to have a conversation with him about this concept, and it's like, I don't know. It's like he couldn't even apply what he's so incredible at, right? And so I feel like it just kind of shows you that. I mean, it's not even just that people aren't familiar with like that teaching. It's that they're just not allowing themselves to enter the mindset to use their brain. So,
They're indoctrinated.
because my brother, bro, trust me, he knows, right? He knows very well how to depict a flat Earth reality. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah,
so it's just like it just didn't compute with him. It's crazy.
I've seen it before. They actively block it. I've talked to people like that, like
Yeah, man.
engineer. Like I've talked to an engineer. Yeah, they actively block it. You see it in their eyes. They know it, but they just block it. It's as simple as that.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
that's
like want
weird.
They
like
get
Also,
on
to
the
because
belittle
like
verge
it.
and then say,
I was just gonna say that's weird because like my understanding of art from a young age, as well as photography, is one of the things that made me understand the reality of the world in which we were living in. Right, the application of that understanding that I never really thought about. Right, when I was doing photography and a bunch of art back in the day, I never thought about, oh, the sphere Earth or the horizon is set by the leading edge of the geometry of a sphere. Like I never thought about that. And then when I, came into this topic and started thinking about perspective and how things can disappear from the bottom up or appear to disappear from the bottom up due to, that convergence of all that information along the horizon line, I'm just thinking like, oh yeah, duh, this makes sense. Very easy, very simple to understand, just due to perspective drawing and, even within photography, how you would place subject matter in certain positions based on your angle of attack to get certain, perspective or draw out a specific subject matter in a way that is appealing to the eye. Yeah.
Same here. Photography did the same thing for me, but in a different way. In what you're saying, of course, but also in the chemical aspect of it. Having developed it, we've talked about this before, right? The chemical process
Yep.
and the way they say the moon. Yeah, that's the same thing with me. Yeah, photography played a big role in questioning the paradigm. Like, what? You took pictures where? On the moon? No, 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 no. Sorry. Yeah.
Now we've gotten to a point where, like, generations younger than mine, like pretty much anybody younger than me, never has dealt with actual film in a way of like developing it, going through the process of developing the film with chemicals, and then trying to do, prints through projectors and all that kind of stuff. So that they wouldn't even question the film from the moon landing.
Yeah, how would they know unless somebody like us who actually done the process? They don't know. Now you just snap it, you plug in a cable, and boom, you see it on your screen. Yeah, it wasn't like that before. Yeah.
It's just all very weird for me. I mean, he was so non-receptive that we didn't even get into the specific intricacies of the perspective other than just like a brief statement, but it was still very odd for me. But he just came fresh up out of university indoctrination, right? Like, he's ready to teach me about how evolution's real and being gay is natural. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
just, yeah.
I do wonder if there's some part of him that's actually questioning. And that's why he's here, though, talking to us.
Oh, yeah, Jace, yeah.
Right? Yeah.
My brother, probably not. But yeah, Jace, I mean, you wouldn't be here that long, right? I mean, come on.
I don't know how you could stick around somewhere for 8 years and not. That's either just pure stubbornness.
I'm a little bit more sinister than that, I'm afraid. I see that character as I see quite a few of these people. They're just here to browbeat us with the mainstream narrative. So,
well, yeah, to get the occasional like ego stroke of superiority. Let's just call it like it is. So it's like, like, okay, I hate to say this, and we won't go too much. It's like, check it, bro. Say that you're in a field and you're just kind of like an average, everyday person in the field. It's like you kind of get lost in the sauce, It's just, you're just another one. Well, you can come over here where you can tout your involvement in the field as something special. Does that make sense? I mean, without going too much in detail.
yeah, I mean, the thing is, he does know his stuff, and I respect that. He knows a heck of a lot more about biochemistry than I do. Fucking not even close. But the last few years, I mean, they've some really experienced people have come out and said the exact opposite. They've said we aren't going into too much detail. And when I brought it up to him, he's like, "Well, it's just a couple of kooks on the internet." And no. I bet I could name 10 doctors off the top of my head with a lot of experience in that field. You know what I'm talking about. Germ theory versus terrain. So. Sorry, I made Rube Eden. I thought Eden were going to speak.
Oh, sorry, because I'm just thinking about in general the the environment, like over the past few years, is like significantly more hostile now than it was like back in like 2014. You know, like probably if you mentioned flat Earth, people would be like, "Well, that's freaking weird," but they wouldn't be like hostile. But I feel like now it's like things have gotten hostile because like it's acceptable to make fun of flat earthers, you know, or even seen as like a sport, like, oh, for comedy I went in to listen to the flat earthers or to like debate with them for some schadenfreude. Like that's like socially acceptable to our environment, but it's like really socially unacceptable to like go against it. Like there's like a hostility there, and like that there's a part of that Netflix documentary where like the one you know, that hit piece that popped up on Netflix where there's this woman who was like, yeah, ever since I became a flat earther, no one wants to date me anymore. And it's like they're sending like this subliminal message, like, you know, like this is
Like you're
so
some sort of
socially.
social pariah if you believe this. So don't even look into it, right?
Yeah, and then it becomes like
Exactly.
because you got to like research flat earth, you got to put some time into it, only to like for the effort, the results of your time and effort is becoming a social pariah.
You know, there's a few people on here who
Isn't
have
it awesome?
actually met their husband and wife. And there's like so many people on here from California too. Like so many like guys who are just have their shit together, just well, well established men in California. But there's some people on Discord who've gotten married and met. Isn't that pretty cool?
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah,
It
that's what.
definitely filters people.
Yeah.
What about this other guy in the Netflix documentary who also has made an advertisement where they literally ridicule flat Earth?
Which one is it?
The guy who always wears a cap.
Dan the Waterman?
No,
Wears a jacket.
the main guy from the Netflix documentary.
He's talking about Mark Sargent.
Oh yeah, yeah. He made an advertisement.
Oh yeah, I know about how stupid flat earthers are, but I don't know. So what? Get it out there. I mean, like 10 years ago, I never even heard of flat Earth. Like flat Earth wasn't even a word. I don't think it is still, but
See, this is why I feel like we need to get like flat earthers need to be able to have like a religious exemption so that we can cancel people that use all this hate speech and use their own weapons against them of cancellation. Because you can't go up against any other group, right? If you took the same vitriol and hostility that people go at flat earthers with to any other thing that the left or Democrats want, like you'll get canceled immediately. But not
That's
us,
the last
somehow.
thing I want to do is
We need
start
to get
canceling
protected by.
people. And no, that's the last thing I want to do.
I'm kidding. I'm just saying. But like, why all of a
Last
sudden,
thing.
like, you can? It's okay to make some fun of some people without getting canceled, but these people, you can totally go free.
Yeah.
Go nuts.
I appreciate you pointing out the hypocrisy. Yeah, for sure.
Isn't it interesting how
I mean, if we just call it a religion.
Isn't it interesting
No.
how Flat Earth has been constantly bombarded and censored from almost all platforms? Why is it so necessary to censor Flat Earth? Put in quote unquote misinformation.
Yeah, because people would be more convinced if they heard the actual argument. Because I didn't even see that Netflix documentary when it came out, but I think it was like 2014 or 2015 or maybe 16. I can't remember, but it would play. It started for a long time. It would play like a short clip. You know, when you logged into Netflix, you know how it would like do that autoplay. It would play like this short clip of Mark Sargent standing on a beach going, oh, you know, math just throws, or science just throws math at you. But us flat earthers, we like to like believe what we see. And I look around and I'm like, that's pretty flat. And then it'll play that clip over and over. And I was like, oh my God, I totally don't want to watch this. Like, and I turned the autoplay thing off on Netflix so I wouldn't have to see that anymore. And then suddenly like some flat earth videos popped up on YouTube, and I was like, what the hell is this? And I watched some video of them kind of talking about Samuel Robotham, and then like some dude going up on an airplane with the level. And like I was like, okay, this is stupid. And then it prevented me from, like, it felt nauseatingly stupid, because there didn't seem to be anything there. But now I see it as like a careful calculation of simply just preventing you from wanting to look into it. And then so I didn't look into it for then like years later, and then I actually have no idea why I looked into it. I just like shortly after like the jabs rolled out, like a month after that, I realized like, oh dear, these, like, the media is telling me that they don't work at all. And then like I realized like I'm really out of date in my alternative knowledge, and I went like researching. And then like, after a few months, like I just one day was like, I'm gonna look into the flat earth now, because maybe
When
after like so many other dominoes had fallen, then it seemed like it kind of like, well, just seeing like the environment at the time and the arguments that the media was making, and the way that they were so like deceptive, like made me think like, okay, maybe there's something there. So then I found like the real documentaries, and like I felt pretty convinced like pretty quickly, even though like I still had like a lot of questions, but like, and then I had to go to the beach and like imagine like, what if the world were actually like that? And it kind of like struck me like, oh wow. And it was pretty intense, but it did have some time where I was like, oh god, like um like there was sort of like that fear and like discomfort of being like, oh no, like I'm genuinely a flat earther because I cannot find my way out of this. Like, I'm searching and searching, and so like going through the debunking videos, like looking up Reddit threads, and every time like I would click on a debunk video, I would think, okay, this is it. This is going to be the video that I watch that reveals that I have been a complete fool, and like it's going to like set me straight on this. And then
Yeah,
it kept
I used to be a flat earther until tonight when I heard FTFE and he turned me back to the globe. It's amazing.
So, when was the initial point where you realized, okay, no turning back?
because it's just the realization of just how bad, how dishonest the authorities were, and how like that realization like that you can't trust Google results, you can't trust Wikipedia, that like we're living in a world that's kind of they're just going to write out whatever truth they want you to believe, and force you to believe it,
Yeah.
and
Like reality's
mean-
curated for you.
yeah. And like whatever they say, you're just required to believe it. And like, because then I was also looking back at like, because I used to watch all the science programs, but it looks very differently. Like if you believe what they're saying, like if you believe Neil deGrasse Tyson when he's telling you how insignificant you are, but then it's like once you kind of realize that the Earth is flat and like they're all liars,
It's
then
like it's like you have watched a magic show and now you know all the tricks.
yeah, because if you don't know and you're believing what they're telling you, I mean, because it wasn't like, because I used to like frequently be like, I can't believe like they're showing this on TV, and it would be things like, oh, there's alternate worlds, and you're sitting there in your living room watching TV, while in another world there could be dinosaurs rampaging around you, and I'd be like, this is really dumb. Like, and that was like on science shows,
There
but
could
then
be though.
yeah,
There could be. It's just that they would be like somewhere along this horizontal, like just pointing a straight line. It could be another world of different people, different cultures. I don't think that the Native Americans were the last ones.
yeah,
But it could also be very realistically that we're just, simplified, we are in a fishbowl, and that there's no escaping,
I was going to ask her that. Did the world get bigger or smaller for you after the realization that you're not on a globe? People give different answers.
it kind of got bigger, it got bigger, like the realization that there's like more lands and more worlds, because everything felt really boring before that. Like it felt boring because it seemed like science was constantly just trying to cut off possibilities. Like, you know how like it seemed pretty obvious that there were like more advanced civilizations, and like, you know, history just never seemed to be like what they said, you know? And it, and then with like space, it was always continuously like, oh, it turns out it's even further. Oh, it's oh yeah, we thought we were gonna get to Mars, but you know, turns out it's just like so much further. Oh yeah, we thought we'd go to another star system by this point, but you know, turns out it's just so much further. Like, and then too,
Yeah,
seeing like the Cassini, when Cassini passed Saturn, I just remember like looking at that, and it was like exactly what you would expect, you know. And I was thinking about like, this is freaking boring as hell, because it just didn't seem right,
because
and it
they
looked like a
keep you
bad
hanging on.
CGI, huh?
It's boring. It's boring, but they purposely make it boring so that people don't look into it very much per se, because then the more you scrutinize it, the more they don't want that. But also,
Hmm.
they slowly give you hope, because I used to think all about space and aliens and all this stuff, and I kept
Yeah.
I kept being baited, and I kept getting hooked, because they would say something that would give me a little bit of hope that we would be
Hmm.
moving forward into some sort of some sort of good, awesome future. They have us trapped in the middle. They tell us where the past
Right.
was, and they tell us where we're going in the future, and they have us trapped right in the middle, just like
They
1984 says.
they
Yeah.
they keep you oversaturated with nonsense, like
Hmm.
information that is literally untrue, mostly false and deceptive. And because people are so oversaturated, they they subconsciously suppress the ability to actually question anything of it, because it's a flood of constant oversaturation. And you know, most people are so busy with life, working, you know, making their garden look good, so to say. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, you know, but many people have no time actually to really, you know, sit there for 2 hours and watch a video about flat Earth, for example, or maybe do
Yeah, true.
observations. You know, most people don't
But
even
then,
once thought about what the
but
shape of the Earth actually really means or is. You know,
and then they'll go and watch 6 hours or 6 episodes of The Bachelor.
but that's
Yeah.
true, yeah. But
But like,
that's because their brain are suffering from this illness of oversaturation, so they're only capable of digesting even more trash. Unfortunately, you know, it's like it's like a rotten sponge that can only digest more rotten information.
mhm.
If that makes sense. Very sad indeed.
Well, I mean, well, I know because when I started researching, um, for a long time, it was actually kind of like excruciating, like learning about all of this stuff so quickly. Because I did have the time to like watch long documentaries, you know, and read a lot of books, and like I just like powered through it all, and like there were times like as I was like contemplating it, like I'd just be like having a mini panic attack and feeling like, oh my god, we're all screwed, you know. But then I also felt happy, like especially at the flat Earth thing, because it's like, you know, like it like woke my imagination back up.
Well, I can still remember in 2015 that, or 2016. I think no, it was 2015. I literally had a panic attack when I realized that the Earth is indeed, or that indeed space travel and space is fake. And
Hmm.
it was the thing is, for me it was all like, okay, you know, I was already into a lot of conspiracies, you know, since 2011. I think I realized, you know, 9/11 is an inside job and so forth, and that just upon that foundation, that, you know, I was always open to opposite information. And
That
then
was in 2001.
one day in 2015, or I stumbled upon, flat Earth topic, and I watched several videos and was like, this is totally stupid and bullshit. And then I had this panic attack where I was hit by the realization that there was this woman, it was a female channel, a woman that was exposing Russia Today's videos of GoPro space walks, where you hear the noise of water, like literally, like you hear this typical watery noise, and then you look at how the tools move, and it's literally, and I can't express how I just can still re-feel this very moment where I see the bubbles, and when I saw the bubbles and realizing how stupid I was, because up to that point I was a firm lover of ISS videos and space, to a point where I was also thinking, why shouldn't I become an astronaut and hover there? How nice it would be, And when that wall was shattered, I literally had a panic. It was literally like, I don't know how to explain it. It was
Yeah.
like something like dragged me backwards into the seat. That's how it felt like.
Hmm.
So yeah, I can only imagine how hard it is for people who are much older. I mean, I was 15 at that time. Imagine you're 50 years old and you have believed this for, I don't know, decades, and so yeah, I get the point why there's so many people in here that have been debating this topic for years and still, are chained up in their vain fantasies.
Hmm.
That's why in the Matrix they say we have a rule that we don't free a mind once it's reached a certain age. It can become
Yeah.
violent, and people have trouble letting go. And it's like, I mean, both my parents are teachers. If they found out that everything they've taught the kids for their whole lives has been wrong, that doesn't
Yeah.
sit well with people. Like,
No, it's literally almost like a death sentence. It's like shooting yourself in the head.
Yeah. It's why, cause like
it's tough.
it's like I wish, because I find it exciting information, and like I wish, like sometimes, like I have to, like I just want to tell people, like, hey guys, the Earth is flat. So, like, there's more stuff beyond the ice wall. There's possibilities of things above us and things below us. Like, but then I have to remember, like, it's like wondrous to me, and I feel like excited to like share it. But to them, they're just going to be like, that is the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. And you know what I mean? So like, they just I think if you're not looking for it, the information, like you can't be convinced. And then especially considering, like, for us, because I had like a little panic attack too when I realized, so it's like, how can I expect that I can just tell somebody, and think that they're going to be like, oh, okay.
You have to plant a seed. It has to come, like for you, where you wanted to know a little bit more, so you kept watching another video and you kept getting hooked. I did the same thing. I thought this was the stupidest thing I've ever heard, and I was fully into how not trustworthy the government is for many years. But you're right. You get excited about any new piece of information and you want to share it, but without places like a Discord server, places like these kinds of places, who are you going to talk to? The person at work who still thinks that Oswald shot JFK?
Yeah.
That's not going to end well.
But Eden, did you get into the whole topic with no opposite foundations, like about 9/11 or something like that, or did you already had some things that you knew about your government obviously being fraudulent?
Well, I think, okay, so like the 9/11 thing is something that I took really easily. Like the 9/11 thing is something that, like, if somebody just told me that, and I think like, yeah, that sounds legit, so that was one that I just didn't feel any emotional surprise towards at all. And I think it's because, it's because I was in the military for 8 years and I went to Iraq for 15 months. So like, I know some things,
Right.
like, I don't want to say because we're on a live stream, but but when I was in, I was really focused on my job and what I was doing, and so like I was constantly studying and like learning and like talking to people, so like I definitely knew, like had a lot of realizations like that things like were not at all as they seemed, but I didn't have any greater context for it, like I didn't really learn the context for all those things until way later.
How
And
old were you when you were in Iraq?
I was like 22.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's a very young age, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, not too young though. I think
I mean, if you think about it, that life just began, and then imagine, I don't know what you have experienced, but imagine, I hope nothing extreme, but the risk is there, for these young people, young minds to be exposed to like very bad stuff. It's just insane for me why a government would actually send people to do things they do as soldiers. Anyways, that's just another topic.
Yeah, but that's what it's like. It's nice to have experiences or memories because then you can draw on that, because that's something that in real life. No one told you that. You experienced it, you felt it, you internalized it and remembered it, so that when then some other aspect or some other puzzle piece gets dropped in front of you, it's easier to connect because you're like, oh my god, there's that relates to the thing that I thought, or that thing, and it's all connected. It's like
yeah.
you have to have those other experiences in order for the puzzle pieces to make sense. Otherwise, you're not going to know what puzzle fits where. So it's helpful in a way, and it sucks in, obviously everyone's situation is different, but you got to have those experiences because you have to know. I don't know.
Well, yeah, because it was like because I am lucky to have like my brother who's like awake long before I did, and he also like went to Iraq too, so we've always been able to talk about that with each other. But we say like, so you go to grade school and you get a brainwashing there, and then when you join the military, they need to break some of that brainwashing and you get a new brainwashing. And yeah, all you've got was brainwashings, but at least you have two to compare against each other. So you can kind of use one to see the other, and then when I got out, it was like when I went to college, I had no idea of like the political situation. So like when all like when I was being exposed to all the like the gender stuff, like I was just thinking like, okay, so wow, this is just kind of quirky college stuff, and I thought it was just that for a long time. You know what I mean? Like I was like really clueless
Yeah, that makes
about
sense.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, or for like a few, like years, like I knew something was off, but I just couldn't quite put my finger on it. Like I didn't understand like the extent of it until until the last few years. But like,
As long as you get there. Everyone has a
yeah,
different path. That's what's interesting. Some people have way more indoctrination than others. Took me
mhm.
longer for some than other people because I kept having to prove it in different ways. And everyone has a different path, and that's what's interesting about this. Everyone comes at it from a different experience and a different expertise and a different background.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we should start asking like the Globers, like what's your like aha moment when you realized the Earth was a globe? See if they have one.
Yeah. Or like, oh, so tell me what you learned in school about it.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I like that. The aha moment. What was your aha moment that you realized that it's definitely a globe? Because no one's going to actually answer. They're just going to be like, well, I was just told from. We have to, in order to believe in Santa Claus, you have to believe in the globe first.
Yeah.
Because Santa lives at the top of the globe. So I mean, we literally are indoctrinated before Santa Claus.
Well, and it's weird because imagine you're a kid and like maybe you get into Star Wars really early.
Guilty.
Yeah. Same. Yeah, and you have all these Star Wars pictures. You've got the Death Star. And you never, as a kid, when you're a kid, you don't ask, like, oh, wait, how's the Death Star just like floating there?
Well, but at least with space, for me, space was the last hurdle for me to jump over was the
Uh-huh.
fact that all of space is the way that I learned about space. Star Wars, first movie I ever watched. I recite virtually the whole movie. So it's letting go of the idea of space was the very last hurdle, and once that happened, I was like, oh God. And that was why I think it was when I realized that Newton discovered gravity in 1666, right after.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you just cut out, Fuzzy.
Oh, sorry. No,
Oh, okay.
along with that, sorry. Once I realized that the amount of 666 was attached to every single piece of space, and every single piece of proof of the globe talks about 66.6.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way that that's a coincidence. And if this is indeed the way it is, then there's no, gas pressure without a container. My God, space is not the way. I've read every single book on Roswell. I've seen every single Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
I've loved. I wanted so badly to be able to travel interstellar, and explore strange new worlds and seek out new life and new civilizations to boldly go where no man has gone before. No,
Yeah.
that was hard. That was a hard one.
You know what I find insane? When I stumble upon random space videos where the comment section is not moderated or let's say censored. I just posted a short clip. YouTube. Everybody knows how YouTube have these short clip videos, right? So there's a guy who modeled a part of the moon's surface, right? And then when you go through the comments, because this guy obviously doesn't censor his comments, the third comment is NASA got really nervous after seeing this video. Another comment: NASA should hire this guy. NASA need to hire this guy. Space Force needs to hire this guy. Space may be the final
that's hilarious.
frontier. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. NASA has entered the chat, or it says
I love those comments. I post on comments like that all the time if I can.
Yeah, but dude, one of the
amazing
comments,
to see how much it gets censored.
One of the comments got 332 likes, thumbs up. It's literally like just random people. Because people
Man, that
know
is
what's up.
funny.
Yeah. People know that.
I look at the laughing emoji is what I look at. Like if I see all these things where it's like, India landed a probe on the moon, and then I see all the thumbs up, I see all the hearts, and I see if there's no smiley face or like a laughing emoji, I always add one. But then I also check to see what is the thumbs up emojis proportion to laughing emojis. And there's a lot of, usually there's always more thumbs up than there are laughing, but the more and more this goes on, the more and more laughing emojis I see on random space videos. It's interesting.
But see, the thing is, the Globers always trying to tell us in here, the zealots in here, always trying to make it look like as if we're just like 0.1% of the population,
Yeah.
It's only us in here that knows what's up, and then you have all these random videos on YouTube where it's just literally random video making smaller scale of the moon, and then you go through this comment section, you see hundreds of people and over multiple of hundreds of people liking these comments, saying NASA got really nervous after seeing this video. It's not like that these jokes are made because people don't know what's up. So many like On so many occasions, literally, if you see a space video on YouTube, go through the comment section and just enjoy how people know that you just know what's up, you know?
Yeah. Like probably like a huge amount of people, even if they're not consciously like acknowledging it. I think they're like I was for a long time, where like you're seeing this stuff and you're just like, your gut is telling you something's not adding up. Because I had so many times before this where like it never occurred to me that the Earth was flat, you know. But I definitely was like frequently skeptical of the stuff I was being shown from NASA. Like I frequently had the thoughts like, are they just making things up?
Well, my gut was weirded out, and I still remember that feeling. I just can't describe it. Was when I saw the astronauts floating in the ISS inside the videos of inside. That was always like as if I was trying to solve a puzzle, and it was always like 3 or 4 pieces missing. The feeling of that, I guess. And it was always like it was unfulfilling, you know. And today I know why I felt that way, because it's just, you know, if you have eyes to see, you just don't blindly believe what you see, if that makes sense, right? There will always be whatever you can call, whatever you want to call it, but it's just this inner knowledge of discernment. It's weird to explain.
I remember like the movie Gravity though, when like a lot of people were like asking like, oh, so you know, like they thought that like they had actually like gone to space to film it.
Yeah, a lot of people. Yeah, it's unbelievable how people accept CGI or don't understand what they're looking at.
Yeah, like I think subconsciously people think it's real. Like even though like the all the pictures on NASA, they are labeled like compiled images or like, you know, or whatever, but like subconsciously a lot of people are like, oh, these are photos. But I think that like as their authority starts to get eroded, you know, like I think flat earth is still gonna like spread slowly, but I think the seed is definitely there. And like
Well,
yeah.
We live in a world nowadays where people get entertainment from people on TikTok making weird noises and acting like NPCs. And they spend money on it. That's where we have ended up.
It's like in the Bible when like Moses came down and then with like the 10 Commandments and the people were all partying, and then like what's the scripture? God was like, oh, this generation's totally fucked, and had to like wander the desert for 40 years until they died out and a new generation was born. Sorry if that's kind of pessimistic. Sometimes it just kind of feels like that, like I want people to wake up, but like I also have to realize just
well,
how hard.
Just always think about the way you have woken up. It's the
Yeah.
thing is when you try to, I mean, we can actually use a pretty nice metaphor here. If in the morning your mom comes in as a child, for example, and says, wake up, go to school. I mean, she can drag you out of bed, she can shake you, she can scream at you, but you are the one who needs to start moving, right? Like it's upon you to actually make the decision to, I'm gonna wake up and move, right? I mean, if she drags you out of bed and you fell onto the floor, you can still try to sleep. See, that's the thing. And many people on here on the Discord, they're not only on the floor anymore. They have literally been dragged outside, sleeping in the rain, and they just don't want to wake up. You know, they just want to keep.
That's why
sleeping.
in the Matrix again, he says, "I can only show you the door. You have to open it. You have to walk through it."
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, some people are being dragged outside. They're being dragged onto the bus. They're on the
Yeah.
bus asleep.
True. Exactly. Anyways, oh man, it was such a pleasure talking to you guys, and hope
Yeah, same.
we can have some more conversations. But it's very late in Germany, 3 a.m.
Okay.
and I should go to sleep. So, good night.
Good night. Sleep well.
Gute
You
Nacht.
too. You too.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Gute Nacht.
Gute Nacht.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Well, I like that you called Neil deGrasse Tyson Neil deGrasse. That makes me laugh. I'm
Did I
assuming
call
you
him
watched
that?
that TV show back in the day.
Neil deGrasse. Yeah.
It just made me laugh. I was gonna open my mic and say it's Smoke deGrasse. Come on, Neil Smoke deGrasse Tyson.
Neil deGrasse high.
Yeah. Showing your age now, though. I'm afraid. What's the other good name as well? Neil Bike Thief Tyson. That's wrong. That's knowing
The
Benjamin.
bike thief with all the bike thief with all the answers.
Do you guys think he is deceived or is he in on it?
I think
He's
he's
got
I
to
think
be in
he's
on it. There's no
Yeah.
way.
I think he's an actor. And he's in on it at least like a little bit. You know, they're like, you've got to defend this model, and he does his best because sometimes like you can just see his brain like you know, like when Joe Rogan was like, will you debate Eric Dubay? And he was like, oh, absolutely not.
Yeah, he knows. He knows what's up. There's no way. Or in on. Yeah, exactly. I mean, just talking about like what you said. Just there's no way that you can. He's got to then look into it, and therefore no. There's no.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like,
The more I think about it, the more a lot of Glovers are just really that indoctrinated. But I don't know. He seemed, I don't know, to flat out deny or to say, yeah, we'll go with Eric Dubay, and then no, that's not, and then I just don't have time to do that, or we don't have time for the Flat Earth Society.
yeah,
I don't know.
I think he's more like the Mandarin from Iron Man. You know, where he's just like paid and they give him a script, you know, and sometimes like he's forced to like improvise.
Yeah, I mean, I think at a certain point he signed on to be part of it because that's what gets you to be as rich and famous as him. You don't get to go on television all over the world without towing a line of somebody's agenda. That's not how the television works.
Yeah. Can you imagine being one of those people, though, who are like, oh, no, see, graffity's definitely real. Neil deGrasse just dropped a mic.
Right. Well, but that's because they see that, and he's such an influential person on TV. You're supposed to be able to believe the people on TV.
I feel like, I can't believe, like, because I did used to believe him. Like, I used to watch all that science stuff, you know?
Yeah, Bill Nye the Science Guy. I watched all of it.
And then, yeah, and it was when I was, like, trying to debunk the flat Earth, you know? When, like, Bill Nye did a video with, that other lady from NASA. And,
yeah,
it was like this... Yeah, you know which one? I felt so betrayed because I thought like, okay, well, this is going to be the video that reveals that I've been had. The flat earthers got me, you know. They tricked me, but luckily Bill Nye the Science Guy set me straight, you know. And then like I felt so betrayed by their like overly simplistic explanations, you know. And then like scrolling down the comments and the millions of comments, the people who think that they're conveying how humble and intelligent they are by being like, you know I'm not that smart, but at least I'm not that dumb. Like over and over, you know.
Well, that's why for me personally.
It's the thing. That's how they do it.
Sorry, Fuzzy, go on.
No, sorry. I'm driving, so I didn't know if I was starting. Go for it.
Well, I don't know if there's a delay or not, but yeah, I was going to say that I just say Earth's a realm, and I'm not sure what it is, and I know it's an unsatisfying answer, but
Yeah.
if I go with demonstration, that's what I'm going to go with. I'm not going to go with people's opinions. They can shove their opinions up their arse for all I care. So demonstration's king for me.
That video that you're talking about with like when the oversimplistic explanations of stuff, like what bothered me so much about it is that like back in the day, back when I saw that for the first time, it had been, I don't remember if it was 24/7 or if it was Nathan Oakley's channel or whatever, but it would have been like a week of me just like trying to figure out the curvature of boats over the people like disproving zooming in on boats over the horizon, and then you finally get, okay, NASA, the director of NASA and the smartest people are going to address exactly this problem and explain, okay, let's hear the actual expert and what they say. And after hearing a week of being debunking boats over the horizon, the very first thing she says is, you can see a boat going over the horizon. And it's just like,
Yeah,
my
with your
God,
bare
like,
eyes.
you're supposed to be better than this. You're supposed to be better than this, and they're not. And it's like, if random idiots in the internet can talk at a higher level about this subject than she did, or like if they're, it just bothered me that the experts are not experts.
Yeah, that like once you have the real information, because if I had watched that debunking video and I hadn't watched any flat Earth stuff, I would have been like, okay, cool, yep, the Earth is definitely a globe. I'll go about my day now.
Right.
You know?
Right. That's how
But
they
then, like,
want you. Yeah.
yeah, because part of what's like my flat Earth journey was like when I read the book Kings Dethroned, and that guy pointed out like the absurdity of how they made the measurements, of like the distances from like the sun, the moon, and the stars and stuff like that. And he's so logical in it, using geometry, giving you diagrams, and like you can like see it pretty clearly. And he just makes it seem like, he points out the mistakes of the past astronomers. The first mistake starting from I can't remember the dude's name who was the first who discovered the process of triangulation. But like, his mistake being assuming that like the stars are simply too far away to measure, like they're infinitely far away, so we can't measure them. And like, and I was thinking like after I read that book, because one of my last holdouts was like, okay, so maybe the Earth isn't flat. I was like marking off evidence, like, okay, the horizon, I have to throw that out, because that's no longer evidence for the globe. And I was just kind of like throwing things out one by one, and then for a while, the last remaining one is like, okay, the calculations of the stars show that the Earth is a globe. That was like the remaining holdout. And then when I learned about the stars and read Kings Dethroned, and he made it all seem like so silly when he so clearly pointed out these mistakes. And I was just like thinking like, okay, how is it there are books out there that if you read them, they will fucking ruin you, because they are able to cut through like the years of indoctrination. And then when you go and you watch these debunking videos, you see so clearly how asinine they are. And then it like ruins you
It's
for
like
that.
if you. Oh, sorry. No, you're right. Like it's like if you know the magic trick, and if you try to watch somebody explain how the magic trick is, no, really, the woman is sawn completely in half. You see, and then magically she's put back. Like once you see through it, it is so obviously ridiculous that it's laughable. And it's But watching the debunked videos of like the Simon Dan and all these guys, all they do is they take the assumption that we've already assumed, and then you just reassume it and say you're dumb for not assuming it. Essentially.
I'll never forget like it was either Professor Dave or Simon Dan. I think it was Professor Dave, but in one of his videos debunking one of Eric Dubé's videos, he like Eric Dubé had pointed out these are paintings, and then Professor Dave or Professor whatever pointed out a painting that was clearly a painting because it was a painting of like all the planets lined up, comparing the size of like the sun to all the planets. Obviously a painting. And he pointed at it and he said, there's no evidence that this is a painting. And then he moved on, and that was his debunk for Eric Dubé's points.
I love when watching those debunk videos, like when they don't actually address what the person said, and I'm like, I saw both videos and I gave the debunk its due credit, and I'm like, I would love for you to debunk what Eric Dubé just said, and they tries to do it, and then he just skips over the most important parts that I was watching his whole video for to debunk.
Yeah. Oh, Fuzzy, you just cut out a bunch. He's driving.
It's kind of just like that guy Jace earlier. I didn't get to finish the conversation because I had to go. But where I'm pointing out that, well, it's an everyday occurrence that I can see a buoy and the horizon well beyond the buoy, and the horizon should only be less than a mile away. The buoy's 4 miles away. The horizon's beyond that, and that's a daily occurrence. It's not like it's not an anomaly. It's all the time. And then he just goes, oh yeah, well, we just have to figure out the refraction from it, and I'm sure it works out fine. And it's like, yeah, but it's not like it's the odd one out. It's the one that's there all the time. So you're going to try and say that the one that we see all the time is the one that actually is telling us that it's actually a globe? Like, it's crazy.
Yeah. I wish because I think part of what's like obscuring their ability to understand this, it feels like they have the model, that solar system model in their brain. Like, you know what I mean? They're mentally seeing space, and they're seeing like Earth floating out in space. And so like to them they think like what matters trying to figure out the horizon, like when I see in my mind Earth floating around in space. Like, and I think that's part of it, because I feel like if they were being fair, they would at least be like, okay, so I've got to concede this point.
But it's a core memory for people. It's the core memory that they believed in prior to Santa Claus. And it's like they see that Santa Claus is fake, but the globe, but they're not going to go that much further back, because the core,
Like, I think it's going to be slow, like propagating these ideas, but like, my goal is to draw comics, and so I was thinking like, if people are able, like even through fiction, to get the concept of a flat world, like because I think mentally they simply, because even when I was like, when I started to contemplate like, okay, so I need to like, because I sat there in my imagination to try to imagine how this could be, and it was like like I had to imagine like the infinite plane and the Earth being way bigger and us just being like in a much bigger world, like on a much bigger landmass, whereas like the Earth is like, it's small and it's finite, but like if you switch to thinking of like the flat plane model, like, you're also switching from like, we know everything, like we know what's around us, because in the globe model, you can theoretically know all the way through the Earth, once we get more technologically advanced, and you can know the planets, you feel like you know all this space, but when you switch to like the flat model, it's like, okay, we don't know that much, and we don't have a means to know that much, to know like what's above the firmament, for example. But it was also hilarious though, trying to imagine like the military in like the 40s trying to push to the firmament, or like realizing that they can't go up? I mean, because that's what science has been doing, is like giving us the illusion that like we already know all this stuff, because they're not admitting, no, actually, we don't know that much at all.
Yeah, well, when you see the footage of Admiral Byrd and the expedition that they actually went on, it's just incredible. I mean, they were taking literal mini tanks, like anything you could imagine that would give them the ability to be able to travel anywhere easily. They had it, so they could have done some real serious exploring of Antarctica. So if anyone knows, they knew.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if you've ever watched any of those documentaries on Admiral Byrd. I think if you go to
I did
that
see
channel
him.
Periscope or something. Yeah, and just the things that they had, the stuff that they took with them to just go exploring. It's like there's no way they weren't able to get thousands of miles in and like really explore that place.
Man, I wish I knew. Yeah, it's frustrating. It's frustrating, the thought that there's like more out there, like another society, completely unknown to us, not to them, but to us.
Yeah, that seems highly likely, doesn't it? I mean, as far as what I'd be concerned, and obviously many other people along the same sort of lines of the way that we're thinking, there has to be more. There has to be other things. And it's like, I mean, all the stories, even all the stories of them saying how, the UFOs come out from under the ocean, and a lot of this actually happens quite close to Antarctica. It's like, well, are the tunnels to really get through? I mean, are all of our oceans actually technically connected? So the oceans are all technically one, and they're all connected, and maybe the pathway is actually underneath Antarctica.
That's a great point. I definitely agree with you that the oceans that we share with these other circles, that they are connected, and yeah, there have been reports of UFOs popping out of the ocean. So that's definitely a great point.
Well, as much as I think the heliocentric model is silly in many ways, now I still like to see a direct measurement of the ground, and that's not as easy as it sounds. Whether we can put 10,000 drones together and see if there's any deviation underneath, or even Brian's talking about measuring LIGO, which I know it won't exactly be a tape measure, but it'll be something that, something like that that's just concrete. I'd like to see still. I think I've seen enough now to think that, well, it's probably not a spinning water pair in outer space. And I think if you look into this topic long enough, well, for me, I can't speak because I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer. So I know that I like certain things. I know that I need telling something like 12 times before it actually sinks in, maybe more sometimes. So,
yeah, same.
So
I'm right there with you.
So, but something happened to me after about 5 years where I just something just clicked in my brain. Something just I don't know. I can't really explain it, but I stopped just being like, "Where's this flat Earth evidence?" And I was like, Never mind that. Where's the globe evidence? I want to see this globe evidence. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, like I just switched it around.
Like, set me straight, damn it.
Yeah, I'm happy for the Earth to be a globe. Just show me the evidence.
Then I can go back to like watching Star Wars and Marvel movies and not thinking about this stuff.
There's nothing wrong with imagination. I love a bit of imagination. So, yeah, I'm not trying to take anybody's imagination away. It's not about that for me. As I've said before, if it does turn out to be, which is highly unlikely now, but if it does, we don't even have to change the name of this server. There's still plenty of truth out there we know there's a lot of gravel attached to. I won't even know where to start, to be honest. And World War II is a pretty good place, actually. But yeah, there's still loads of truth to go at. I mean, what about all those megalithic structures? What about the pyramids? What about there's so many things where we're like, we don't know. We're just fumbling around. You know, we've been told a story, and it's like, well, that doesn't add up at all. So, but I'd still like to see that direct measurement. With according to the LIGO, it's like 4 feet deviation. So, I want to see that. And if it's there, you know, I'll be the first to go over to 24/7, and I'll say, look, there it is. So,
oh, like if the curvature is there in LIGO?
Yeah.
But LIGO's over land, so how can they actually even prove that drop is from curvature? What if it's just uneven land? It's only 4 feet. What are they trying to say? The land doesn't deviate 4 feet? You know.
But you know what? You know, globe earthers also seem because they talk so much about math, but like, you know, it's something I've never heard is that like, okay, so you know how there's the diameter of the Earth, right? From the ground, the diameter of the Earth from the ground. But if you're flying 100 miles in the air, like that's a much bigger circle. So that would be like more miles. You know what I mean? And when you go up and you fly, it's still the same amount of miles as if you were flying on the ground. But you know, if you were that far away flying on a spherical surface, like you'd be flying in a bigger circle, right?
Yeah.
So like if you were to fly from if you were to be like, okay, I'm on Logo, I'm directly above this like point, you know? And then you fly to the end of it. Shouldn't you fly like a slightly longer distance?
Yeah, you would think. I've heard Jeremy talking about this quite a lot. What was that? What was the conversation Jeremy was talking about with this? Flight routes, and now they'd save money. I can't remember. Oh, he's here. Jeremy's here.
It's like another one of those really basic geometry things, you know? Like this is the circle of the Earth. This is 100 miles up in the air, which makes it a bigger circle.
Yeah, I had the same with a similar thing with the because they say because I sort of came from Nathan Oakley, watching Nathan Oakley's for years. You know, the whole flat Earth debate thing.
Oh, who's Nathan Oakles?
Oakles. Nathan Oakles. They've been doing flat Earth for ages. I could post his thing if you want.
Oh, yes, please.
It's a bit
because you know I only discovered like Witsit and Jeranism like a few months ago, so there's still like a lot of.
Are you like new to flat Earth?
I've been in it for 2 years, but like I think I discovered it through Eric Dubé's videos, and then I like watched those documentaries, but then I read books on it and didn't really watch very much, and I didn't even bother looking for things on YouTube for a long time, but then like somehow ended up finding what's its videos and then Jeranism, and then realizing like, oh wow, there's like a lot of stuff on YouTube. And then it's only like in the past, since I got into this server, because I didn't have anybody to talk to about it, and I really wanted to like chat with somebody, which is why I ended up here. Because like I couldn't stand like keeping it to myself anymore.
Well, you know how the anti-flat earthers tend to shout people down and call them idiots and all the rest of it. Nathan's a bit like that. He's like an anti-flat earther. In fact, if you ever Gem Panda, have you ever been over to Gem Panda's server? He's like Gem Panda's brother from another mother.
That's actually why I didn't bother seeking out like flat Earth discords for a while, because like I was afraid they would just be filled with just people ridiculing the flat Earth.
Well, it is called Discord after all. I mean, funnily enough, when I first, I think, because I was a bit late to the party myself, because
how long ago?
Probably about, I think I started seriously looking at it in about 2018, something like that.
Okay.
But my brother was telling me about it a couple of years, because I was still like recovering, like I was in a bad way, so I had to sort of heal, and it took a long time. I couldn't get out of bed for 2 years. So, yeah, I was in a bad way. So, on these flat Earth videos, just how nasty people were, like really scathing comments, you know. And I was like, okay, these people, they think something else, you know. And then all the while, my brother kept saying, like, he'd tell me about that, you know, that little meme with the tennis ball with the water flying off it, you know. I'd be like, look, you can't compare a tennis ball to the bloody globe. That's like comparing a puddle to the ocean, you know. At some point, gravity takes hold, you know, at some unknown size, gravity takes hold. But then what I noticed is just these horrible comments, and that made me sort of start sticking up, like, because that's kind of why I thought I was like sticking up in the comments, like, whoa, geez, all right, calm down. Some people that you know, there's fairies at bottom of the garden, whatever. You don't attack them in the same way. Geez, just leave them to it. So it was kind of a mixture of that, and then I was like, okay, well, why are these people freaking out so much, you know? So I started looking into it from that. That was probably about 17 or something, I don't know. So then I just started listening to Nathan's show like for a few years, and then I would have gone on Discord sooner, but a stupid story. I was watching a guy on Twitch who he didn't like Discord playing DayZ because he was like it takes out from the purity of the game, so we can't have Discord because you creep up on the house and some people are using VoIP sort of in-game chat, and then you can hear it, and that's all part of the excitement of the game. But if they're using Discord, then you can't hear jack shit because they're just talking to each other privately. And so I agreed with him on that. I was like, yeah, can't have Discord. So that put me off for another couple of years. So but then I started playing with these two Americans, and they were funny guys. Like, they were brothers, in fact, twins. And they were like, you've got to join our Discord server. And I was like, no, I can't do that. It kind of takes away from the purity of the game. And he's like, no, how we play, so you got to have Discord. So I'm glad I did. But when I first came on Discord, I was like, oh my god, there's a lot of buttons here. I didn't know what it's a bit overwhelming. But once you get used to it, it's pretty straightforward, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's pretty addictive too.
Yeah.
Because it's so easy to just come on and start chatting.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're in an active server.
Yeah, that's what I was saying the other day about just watching like TV shows and movies and shit. Like, because I stopped doing that for a long time, and I did feel better for not doing it. But then watching it with like 5-6 people, and then all sort of talking about it after and things like that, that was like a real experience for me. I was like, this is awesome. This is so cool. So, yeah, I don't know. I still haven't watched technically. I haven't watched the TV for since then, really, a long time ago, because I'm still watching it on my computer. So, but
I I'm currently trying to like extract myself from watching TV.
Yeah. I get it totally.
Because I do like, I don't watch TV. Most of the time I don't watch TV. But when like I feel kind of like stressed out or like I'm seeking comfort is when I'll start like watching TV. And then I turn on like a good movie or TV show, and it's like, it feels so good, but I kind of do feel myself like getting hypnotized
Oh
a little
yeah, for
bit.
sure.
And yeah, and then like, you know what I mean? It's so difficult to like extract myself from it. And I mean, at least like, it's not like I have a problem. I mean, I probably still watch too much TV, but it's like, I have a problem with the fact that I go to it when I'm looking for comfort, like.
It's called a guilty pleasure. It's like, it's like you don't want to do it. You know it might be bad for you as well, but
Mm-hmm.
it's just you get pleasure from doing it, like watching TV. Well, same for a lot of people. Do things that they know they maybe shouldn't be doing or is not good or beneficial for them, but it just gives them pleasure or stress relief.
No, I mean, look,
Yeah.
when I first stopped, I've said this before, and it sounds very weird, so I'm not going to go into it. But basically, it's like I'd overstimulated my brain. It's like I'd broken my brain, and everything was too stimulating. So I had
That's
to stop.
exactly how I feel when I play League of Legends.
Yeah,
Same
well,
thing.
this were 2015, November 28th. I even know the day because I was basically raised by TV. So for me to just suddenly stop, and music, by the way, couldn't listen to music either. And I'd been a DJ for the last 10 years before. So I retired from that because, anyway. But I was a professional DJ for 10 years. So, I love music, absolutely. So I couldn't listen to music. I couldn't watch TV. I couldn't do anything, really. And so, yeah, if you say to me, I want to give it up, and I'm telling you, you will feel better. You will feel better. There's definitely some weird fucking juju around it. No offense, Kosho. There's some weird stuff going on around the TV. Maybe there's no coincidence why they call it Hertz. But
Oh wow.
no, I'm just saying all the words they use around TV, channeling,
Yeah, that's true.
It's like, yeah, there's
That's so
definitely some
funny.
spellcraft there for sure.
But the thing is, like, I feel
Program,
sometimes, like,
thank you, Kosho.
yeah, sometimes like I feel like I can like feel and see the spells now, and like now that I can see it, it like makes me uncomfortable, even though I still have the urge to do it. But then part of what makes it so hard to stop is because like if I watched more TV and played video games and did not research flat Earth and other stuff, I would get along with my friends a lot easier.
Yeah,
I wouldn't
I mean,
have lost friends for making them uncomfortable.
yeah, look, the people I was playing they were called Bob and Tango on DayZ, and I would just get every time I talked to them, like, because I'd be watching Nathan's show every other day or whatever it was, and so we played DayZ, and I'd be like, yeah, but don't you think it's a bit weird? I've got gas pressure and there's like no container. Don't you think that's a bit weird? Shit like that. I'd be like, there's loads of little weird things in there, don't make any sense. How come, where gravity's strongest on the floor, it can't hold the gases, but yeah, it's holding it at 60 miles up in air. I don't get that. It's weird. I was just like relentless, and they were like, I thought it was fun at first, I think, but then they were like, I just got a bit. I went a bit far. I wouldn't shut up about it. Do you know what I mean? So.
Yeah, and people find it acceptable if you're just like, oh, Oscar Wilde said, if you tell the truth, you better make people laugh, or else they will kill you.
Yeah, that's great.
Because I was really surprised, like actually in my early months of Flat Earth, like trying to talk to people about it and explain like how East and West works, and I've never heard like some of my friends are pretty mild mannered, but like one of them was like, when I was like explaining it to him, and we weren't that far into it, and I didn't think I was being too overbearing, but like when I heard his voice, that he was getting like audibly pissed, you know? I backed off, and I was like surprised that something like as simple as like, well, how would East and West work on a flat Earth, you know? I just thought that was like fairly benign, but I heard in his voice like that a little bit of like anger and discomfort, and so like I stopped and I backed off, and I never really brought it up again because I was surprised by that reaction, you know?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, because I feel like if somebody was trying to explain something like that to me, I would clear my brain and be trying to understand it. Like I wouldn't be trying to like object to it. You know what I mean? In the process, like you know what I mean?
Not if he's got a strong part of his personality that's identified with this paradigm, because then you're not just. It's like you're threatening his life, his actual life.
Yeah.
You know, it's like I'm talking about to be killed. So there's no wonder he's going to fight, because he doesn't realize he's got so much of his identity wrapped up in this idea.
Yeah. But it's weird though, because of like all my friend groups, like I have always been the most into space and NASA and stuff. You know what I mean? Like so like and like I was thinking about like space on like a daily basis. And like yeah. But I realized like the majority of people, they're not looking into this stuff, because like I was reading physics books and like the Stephen Hawking books and like Carlo Rovelli and even Neil deGrasse's stupid book on black holes. And you know what I mean? So like I invested quite a lot of time into it. But that's also why when I was exposed to flat Earth arguments, I already knew most of what they were saying. I just hadn't pieced it together, you know?
Yeah, plain reality. We're just getting a bit of echo through your open mic. I'm assuming you opened it to say something, but just FYI. If you want to.
Sorry about that.
All right.
No, yeah, I was going to say something. I was just going to comment about gas pressure without a container, and then they move towards oh yeah, but there's a gradient. But I think one thing that everyone forgets is that if you've ever seen any of those documentaries on the birth of the Earth, you know, the story about how the Earth came about, where you know everything collided and it heated up and it was all molten, and then when it started cooling down, then it started releasing gas while it was cooling down. Well, that initial gas was in direct contact with the vacuum of space. There wasn't a gradient.
We're seriously doing this.
How do we get the gradient in the first
doing this?
Yeah, you can't get a gradient when
Are
you
we
have
seriously
the gas
doing this?
directly next to the Earth.
Hey,
We're seriously
if
going
you don't
there?
have anything of value to add, don't
Are we
interrupt.
seriously going there?
Who's speaking?
Do you,
what's wrong
do you have
with the
6
gradient?
years?
legitimate question? Hold on just a second.
Yeah,
Do you
that's
have a
kind of the
6
point of the
years we're
server.
going there?
That's
Hold
the
on
point of the
just a
server,
second.
dude.
Hold on
Wow.
just a second. So, Turned Up, do you have a legitimate question as to what's being put forth?
This is ridiculous. I cannot even believe that we're still here after 6 fucking years. This is ridiculous. I don't even know how to help you people anymore. I'm out. This is fucking stupid.
Go away.
I guess. See you later.
Derp.
Like, seriously.
NASA's fucking stupid.
You guys honestly are seriously gonna go here? Like,
Go right
give
here.
it up.
Do you have
Space
any
isn't
detail?
real. Like, why
Sure.
can't you just grasp that? Like, why do you keep trying to push this bullshit? It's not.
Of what?
It's over, guys. It's over. Give it the fuck up. The globe isn't a thing. It'll never be a thing. It's not a thing. Give
Yeah, we
it
know
up.
it's not a thing. We know the globe's not a thing. Thank you for proving our point.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thanks for pointing that out. What's your problem? What are you going off about, man?
What are you talking about? Gas pressure and all this shit.
Fuck you want
That's like a space argument, bro.
No, it's not a
What you
space
wanna talk
argument.
about?
It totally is. Totally is.
It's not a space. It's
It
debunking
totally
the
is.
space
Gas
argument.
pressure without a container. Yeah, that shit's old. That's older than the crust in your underwear.
It's debunking
We
the
need to
space argument.
we need to progress this shit to like a
Well,
place
no.
where we can make some footing or something, because like what we're doing with this shit is not going anywhere.
So
You're talking about the same
is your
bullshit every single day. It's been 6 years. We need to fucking go forward with this shit.
is your rebuttal to the gas pressure argument that it's a gradient and that gravity
I'm
holds it
telling
in?
you
If
right
so,
now
that's a
that
very
what you guys are talking about
old
right now
argument,
is
and we
not
need to
helping your
move.
case.
Why are you talking
This has
over
been
me?
talked about for 3 years. We need to move the fuck on, please, please,
So
please,
my
for fuck's
question,
sake, move on from like all this flat Earth bullshit.
my question to
So,
you was regarding your rebuttal to the argument of gas pressure
There
without a
is no
container.
rebuttal,
Is it
guys. There's
exactly?
no
There is no
rebuttal.
rebuttal. I
Like
don't have one.
guys,
But what I don't
the
need you to
Earth
do is
is the
continue.
way.
Sorry, you can't just talk over people. You have to allow full statements to come out. Okay, it's not what we do here. We allow room for people to state what they're talking about, and then you can rebut it if you want to. Okay, so Plain Truth, I think it was Plain Reality. Plain Reality made the statement regarding gas pressure without a container. Do you have a legitimate rebuttal to that? If not, just go ahead and let him finish what he was saying. And then if you want to rebut that statement or you want to have some sort of back and forth, we can do that. But what we're not going to do is just continue to talk over people and add no value to the conversation by saying something stupid or old or washed up. Okay? So, Plain Reality, did you want to finish what you're saying?
oh yeah, basically all I'm saying is that the entire point is ridiculous on their behalf. And like, yeah, of course, the reason we're still talking about it is because we're not getting any concessions over it, and they just keep making up bullcrap after bullcrap after bullcrap, but not actually proving that it's even possible in the first place. So this is the only reason why it still gets talked about, because we all know that it's impossible. But until we can get some form of concession out of it, of course, it's still going to be a contended topic. So we can all sit there and say, like, okay, yeah, well, we've just decided that. But then they're going to just turn around and go, well, no, that's not the case because of the X, Y, and Z reason. But if we don't rebut X, Y, and Z reason, it doesn't matter what we think about it personally ourselves. It needs to be shown, and it needs to be shown to other people. So we can just go on in our own little echo chamber for a long time going, yeah, well, that doesn't work. And okay, fair enough, that's for us. But what about for everyone else? Okay.
I thought a couple people had shown it though, because I know that guy, what's his name, Space Pope. He used to be a flat earther. When he was a flat earther, him and myself, we showed that gas has weight. So regardless of what gives it the weight, call it gravity or anything, the electrostatic attraction, you can do whatever you want it to be. But but gases have that thing that's called weight, which means that they're attracted to it towards the surface, which means that that's all you need. You don't need something different to contain the gas. The gas is being compelled towards the surface by virtue of its weight. So that should be. I think that's why this other guy's frustrated, is because it seems pretty like that should be the end of it right there. But sometimes for some reason it's not.
Yeah, but that gas, either way, what needs to be proven then is that if you have even something with an attractive force next to an infinite vacuum, that if you release gas, that thing with the attractive force will prevent it from going into that infinite gas, into that infinite vacuum. I get the point of like, yeah, okay, yeah,
Not
it's got
even
weight,
that.
etc.
It's not even that. We've been over the vacuum thing of space like so many fucking times. Like, guys, please, like, come on, Kosho, come on, man. I know you're a glober, and I know you don't believe in this fucking bullshit, but we should be so fucking past this shit by now. It's been 6 fucking years. Come on, man. Like, seriously. We gotta be somewhere else than this place right now.
We're not even past that there would be a horizon on
We're
a flat Earth.
still talking about the same bullshit from the first stage. We need to be at stage 6, yo. Can we get there, please?
What would stage 6
Well,
be?
yeah, go
Oh my
ahead.
God.
Explain it to
Okay,
us.
so we know the Earth is flat, yo. What's next? Can we do something about it, please? Instead of talking, just talking about it. Do
Like, do
something
what?
about it.
Like
Like, do
what? What are
what?
you doing?
Oh my God, are
What
you
are you doing about it?
serious? Clearly,
I
you
don't know.
people
I don't
don't
know
give a
you.
fuck then, because if you gave a
I
fuck,
don't
you would be already doing something about it.
like what? Like
This
me
place
out
is fucking
filming.
stupid. I'm done with this whole shit show.
I'm personally out there filming every single day. What about yourself? What are you doing? He's
He's
gone.
moaning.
Literally just
Cry,
bitching. Just
crying like
being
a baby.
basically. That's how
Wants
you
to
Yeah, I
come
know.
and
mean,
tell us what are we doing? Well, what are you doing? Who is he?
I
What is he
mean,
doing? What's he actually doing?
yeah, and I understand the frustration, especially if he's like been in it for 6 years. Because I mean, honestly, sometimes when I'm listening to the conversations in here, I feel like it's a little bit frustrating. But I just realized that it's because it's frustrating for like us to communicate our point of view to the Globers, and like people always feel like they're not being heard or understood. And the fact that we're still on the horizon, and the horizon seems like the most basic of things, but we're still hashing that out. And I think it's just necessary to like for the constant repetition. And because the constant repetition, maybe you could figure out how to communicate it better, how to be more clear, how to understand things that you didn't see before. You know what I mean?
Exactly. When you talk about it, even though we're talking about it, like you're saying, we've been talking about it for years, but it's exactly what you said. You could revisit points, you can explain it better, see things that you haven't seen the first time. So, fuck that guy. No idea who.
yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'm kind of in agreement with him. Besides the attitude, I can't be discussing the horizon for 3 hours anymore. I'm not going to do it. But to
Mhm.
me, flat Earth is more than that. It's because the thought police are here, whether you fucking aware to it or not. The thought
Yeah.
police are here, and that's part of it for me. So it's way more than just fucking the shape of the ground. To me, it's
Mhm.
just it's almost like a freedom thing, you know. So
Yeah, I agree.
yeah, so I just see it, and I want to learn about stars a little bit because you know I always thought astrology was a bit silly because that's what I've been led to believe. But since I've been talking to Geo and a few others, I've thought, hey, you know what? Looking into history, it seems like there's more to this than I realised. So yeah, Geo, I'd like a presentation, please, when you get time. That'd be great.
So I get what he's saying too, but there's no point in coming onto a server and saying, "What are y'all doing about it?" when you're not doing anything about it. Like, fuck is the point of doing in that? You know, I get his point, but what is he doing about it? Does he propose anything that we should do? So,
But like,
no.
I don't know what your guys' like expectations are, and like, but I don't think that there's like gonna be some kind of like mass awakening to it anytime soon. But like, I do think that if we keep talking about it, and like, we might just be a tiny seed for a while, but like by keeping the knowledge alive and continuing to like hash it out and figure out how to like make it more clear, and like maybe somebody in like a next generation might be that like reverse Galileo. Like, I don't know, just but um
We need somewhat of a like our own. I don't even know how to say it, but like maybe our own. I'm not gonna say society like the Flat Earth Society. Maybe our own skeptical organization, which we're all like, hey, we are skeptical about what our space agencies are doing, skeptical about what we've been taught. It just needs to be like legitimized, you know?
I mean, because
I
aren't
know.
people doing things by saying like with the audit NASA? Like, I
There
mean,
are things out
that's
there, yeah.
something.
Yeah. Anybody know any like super legit, you know, somebody trying to do something about it, you know, like that guy was proposing?
I mean, people like Witsit and like the people who debate it are definitely doing something about it. But as far as I'm concerned, I totally empathize with what that guy was saying. Is It seems like just this perpetual conversation for years about like gas pressure and horizons, and it's like pretty much everyone in this room knows the Earth is flat, and it's not like we're out there proselytizing it or advocating for it. We're just discussing it every single day, and to me, that just seems like somewhat of a waste of energy, and I admittedly waste that energy too. So I'm not like placing that blame on anyone else or judging anyone else, but it's like it seems to me like flat Earth is the door. It's not the end result, and we act as if it's the end result.
That's well said. Go ahead, Plane. Go ahead, Plane.
Oh, that's cool. I was going to say I completely agree, and I agree with him as well. But the only reason we're still even having these discussions is because we're not getting the concessions. You have people like, Jeranism chats with McToon and says, well, every single time you squash a straight line, you're going to get a curve. And you can demonstrate that live to him right there in multiple examples, and then still goes, oh, no, but if we take a thing of the horizon, then it's a curve. It's like, well, if you're not getting any concessions, I understand that, this is why we keep going, because it's like until you're getting it through to other people. At the end of the day, we're not going to get it through to that one person. You're getting it through to all the other people that are watching, because even if you are like on that side, on the other side, say you're a glober and you're looking and you're watching Jeranism completely explain and demonstrating how a straight line will become a curve, and then you watch McToon go, nah, that's going to start making you go, why is this guy being so disingenuous? Isn't he meant to be like someone of science? Like, can't he at least just admit that point? You can say that doesn't prove that the Earth's flat, but you should at least be able to admit a point.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, they're literally NPCs, and it's a futile gesture to try to wake up NPCs. They're unsavable in some aspect, and like I said this the other night, and I stand by it. Like, if you're capable of waking up to flat Earth and other truth, like all you need to do is hear about it. Like, you don't have to like be convinced over hours of conversations on Discord. If you hear about it, you'll eventually be curious enough to look it up, and eventually you'll come to the truth of it. It's like they're not being convinced. Like, someone like McToon is not going to be convinced. Like, they literally exist solely as like opposition to us. Like, their entire life is opposition to a belief system. It's absolute insanity. It's like trying to have a philosophical conversation with a schizophrenic homeless person. It's pointless.
Did you say Jaren said that a straight line becomes a curved line?
He said McToon on Jeranism show.
No. So what it is? So can I just explain that quickly to SE? So when you take a picture of a straight line and you compress it down to like a small section, it will get a curve in it. So people have been taking pictures of the horizon and then compressing them and go, look, see the curve. There's curvature in the horizon. But then Jeranism showed, well, I can take a picture of my countertop, which is a straight line, compress it, and now my countertop top is curved. Taking a picture of something and compressing it, seeing a curve doesn't mean that it's a curve, because you can do it with a straight line.
Okay, I misunderstood. Okay, yeah.
In Photoshop, drawing straight line. Same thing.
You're roboting, bro.
So to go, you guys were saying about how the gas pressure and this and that, and I simply reminded somebody, or you guys or whoever, that gas has weight indeed, so it means it's attracted to the Earth, but still we're not accepting that you need a container, because you guys are talking about how debating with us is like debating with the schizophrenic homeless person, and that there's no concessions. But it seems like it's just been agreed upon that gases are compelled towards the Earth. That's what's bringing. That's what keeps it to the Earth. Is the same thing that keeps everything else to the Earth. The attraction towards it, whatever that is, electrostatic, gravity. Who cares? It seems like a concession should be made now that you don't need a container in that instance.
I don't like the gas pressure argument, to be honest. I don't know. Talked about it with Tim quite a lot, and I'm like, yeah, that seems a bit weird. So I don't know. I'm still thinking about that Kosho, to be honest.
Y'all's argument makes sense that okay, yeah, in any circumstance you need a container to contain the gas. This is true, but in the world we live in, we do understand that, like I said, like things everything's attracted towards the earth, even the air, the gases. You can weigh gases, tell how much gas there is by weighing it, so it's attracted towards the earth. So to me, that answers that question.
Well, to me, if the Earth's moving up, that kind of makes sense.
You're still
I'm
on
not
that one too,
joking.
huh?
I'm not joking because why is water find its level? Because it's already displaced. That makes sense to me. I can see why Dell's reached that logical conclusion with demonstration.
Wait, will you elaborate on that?
Yeah, why do we have a gas pressure gradient? If Earth's moving up,
well, if Earth is accelerating up, that makes sense. Yeah.
And people want to argue what's outside the reference frame. I'm like, I don't fucking know. What's your stationary Earth attached to? People have got a Well, complain.
I was going to say I don't personally see how the upward moving Earth thing really actually explains it, because they talk about, I guess, the displacement of water, and if you drop water, it doesn't displace, but if you push it down quickly, it does. And it's like, well, but that's because at the end of the day, it's already trying to go down. So there's already that downward movement. So when you just drop it, it just does what it does. But if you physically move it faster, then it will displace.
Yeah, but if you just drop it, it doesn't displace, does it? That's the point.
Yeah, but that's because it's already trying to go down.
Right, but if you accelerate it by forcing it down, then it will displace.
Yeah, that just makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. That does make sense.
It does. But it doesn't need to have, there can be, I mean, you could turn around and say it has an upward moving Earth can explain it, but also just a stationary Earth with a downward attraction also explains it.
Well, the claim is, from both people, that things accelerate towards the Earth. Right? That's the claim.
Yeah. Yes.
But it's not showing the displacement of gases and liquid that we see routinely, traditionally, whatever you want to use, when something's accelerated. We're not seeing that same displacement of gases and liquids.
I think you'll find. Sorry, go.
I was using that explanation, which I didn't explain very well, of 2 cars or 4 cars being pushed along on a runway by a beam in between. One's got a short beam of steel, one's got a long beam. If you remove them really quickly, the two back cars are the ones doing the propelling. The front cars, they ain't got any engines, let's say. When you remove the beams, they slowly come backwards, don't they, into the cars that are moving forwards. The one that's got a short beam, say 1 meter to 10 meters, it'll be a small collision. The one that's 100 meters, that's going to be a big collision. So what I should have explained better is that there's a conservation of momentum in the cars at the front. So when you drop something from, it appears from a vantage point accelerated, right? That's what I should have explained better before.
Yeah, but it's just because they're all falling at the same rate, or roughly the same rate. So that's why there's no displacement when they're falling, because they're all falling at the same rate.
Yeah, but
Of course, there's not going. If you have a stationary surface Earth with something that is causing those things to fall in that way, then when they're all free falling, you would of course not expect them to displace each other. For example, if you have like a lead weight, you drop it in water, then yeah, the lead weight's going to fall through the water. But if both the water and the lead weight are free falling, then of course the lead weight's not the lead weight is not going to fall faster than the water. They're going to fall at the same rate because the physics in this realm is that at least, well, there's some variations, but in general, things that's like the whole 9.8 meters per second. You know, things generally fall at that rate. So of course they're not going to displace when they're all free falling together.
I don't know. It just sounds like special pleading to me, Gio. I don't know, because what you're saying is that something's going in there, grabbing a hold of the gases, the liquid, the solid, and moving them all at the same rate. That don't make any sense to me. So
I didn't say anything about anything grabbing anything. I'm just saying that the way physics are, whatever the reason is, the way the physics is that things fall at the same rate. So if you have water or a lead ball or whatever it may be, you know, removing like aerodynamics and stuff, but those will fall. There is some fluctuation. It's not like exact always, but that generally that 9.8 meters per second. So if your whole thing is you're saying that if the water and the lead ball are both dropping, why doesn't the lead ball go down faster than the water? But why would it? That's not how physics works.
Does acceleration require a mechanism?
Sure.
Some kind of push, something.
Not necessarily a push. It could be a static cling. It could be an equalization process. There's many different things it could be.
I mean, as far as I know, it requires some kind of mechanism. So to me, like I said, I mean, I need to probably go back to drawing board with it, but a very simple answer to vector would be the cause of, meaning is motion, basically. It seems it's very simple. And so I don't know. I need to think about it a bit more, I guess. You know, it's like you go in an elevator, right? A glass elevator. And I'm stood outside the elevator. There's somebody on it, he's got a beach ball in his hand. That elevator's moving up at say 25 miles an hour, right? Now when he drops that ball, from his point of view, that ball just goes boop and it just hits floor, doesn't it? But from my point of view, what happens? It's got some momentum, hasn't it? It's got that conservation of momentum. From my point of view, I'm not going to see it just go boop and hit the floor. I'm going to see, you know, it's still got that upward momentum with it. So, like I said, I've been thinking about it for a while, and it makes a lot of sense. But the people that are challenging it are just saying, "Well, what's it accelerated into? What's it?" Do you know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. I have no idea. But you can entertain the idea at least. So I'm not saying exactly that it is doing that, but I'd like to think as intelligent people we can at least entertain the idea. But people go, "Oh, it's flat Earth society."
Well, it is. I mean, that's the origins of that whole concept. So, I mean, that is, as far as I'm aware, that idea that the Earth is moving up through space or through something, that is something that the Flat Earth Society notoriously has been mixing in with their information, as it were, on their forums and things. And so, yeah, that is specifically, in fact, even to the point, there's actually two Flat Earth Societies, actually. There's two different websites, and there's actually two of them. One of them came later. The other one's kind of the original one, and then the other one's like a kind of a spin-off, as it were, of sorts, although there's more history to it. But the secondary spin-off one, they actually had that guy on Globebusters. Now, this is a long time ago, but years ago. But they had the guy from that second Flat Earth Society on Globebusters, and they talked about this, the Earth moving up at 9.8 meters per second, and that guy was like somewhat proposing it as a legitimate thing, and it was kind of intense because it was like that was obviously Bob Nodell and Jaron and Morgile and all those guys. And so yeah, I remember that whole discussion. There was quite a bit of tension. I mean, because here it is, like I said, it wasn't the main Flat Earth Society, it was like the second one, but here's the guy, on Globebuster, especially at that time when, nobody, I mean, Dell apparently saying this, or you repeating it, Andy, literally is like the only time anyone's ever actually considered it ever, other than just the Flat Earth Society kind of BS idea of it. Or maybe some like trolls or something that might come in and just like, try to say that or something.
Yeah.
But so I'm saying back then in Globebusters, like that, like no quote unquote flat earther was thinking that at all, or even considering that whatsoever. It was just, you know what I mean? So when that guy was like on the Globebusters show, like trying to, in a sense, assert it, like he didn't, I don't know. I remember he didn't like fully assert it, but he was kind of proposing it in a sense. And then a lot of the guys were pointing out all of the problems with it and all of the reasons that it can't be and so on. But yeah, I do remember it was quite a bit of tension involved.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've got no preconceived notions about what the Earth is and what it isn't. It just is what it is. So demonstrations be what it is. That's what I go off. So demonstration seems to show that acceleration, according to Newton anyway, it requires a mechanism. And if both Earth, stationary Earth and globe Earth are claiming an acceleration down to ground, without that displacement, I think that's an issue, personally.
Well, I don't see why it is. And if you could explain to me how you think it's an issue or how the moving up Earth would make any difference. So meaning that what I'm understanding is it would be like this. Let's say you have like a beaker of water and you have a lead weight and you're holding the lead weight up, 30 feet above the ground with the water, etc. Now you put the lead weight in the water or at the top. You're just holding it there at the top of the beaker. You drop the lead weight and the lead weight goes halfway down the beaker. But right after you drop the lead weight, before the lead weight gets all the way bottom, you drop the beaker as well. So now you have this beaker falling. You have the lead weight, which you release the lead weight in the beaker first. So it's already gone down halfway. But then you release the whole beaker when the lead weight was halfway. So now the whole thing is falling together. Now, while that whole thing is falling together, the lead weight, remember, it was dropped, but then the beaker was dropped. So that lead weight is in the middle of the beaker. And now the beaker and the lead weight and the water, it's all free falling. Now, if what Dell's saying is, well, why doesn't the lead weight continue to displace the water and fall down when they're in free fall? Now, the answer to that, in my viewpoint, of course, is that they're all free falling together at the same rate. So there would be no need for that. In order for that lead weight to displace the water and go to the bottom of the beaker while the beaker's falling, that would mean that the lead weight would have to fall faster than the beaker and the water. And they don't do that. Like the way physics is, everything does seem to fall roughly at that 9.8 meters per second. Now, why that is, the mechanism, the reasons, whether it's electrostatic or all the different theories and ideas, that could all be brought into it. Of course, they have their sort of theories in terms of the heliocentric model of gravity as well. So I'm just saying we could talk about that part of it. But the thing that really isn't arguable is what actually happens, like the actual 9.8 meters per second. So help me understand like how, if that's the scenario, how Dell thinks or you or anyone has considered the idea that the Earth has to move up for that. Because if everything's free falling together and that's how physics works for whatever the mechanism is, then that would completely be exactly what would make sense, is that when everything's free falling, you wouldn't have that displacement because they're all falling together, which is why the density tower all mixes up when it's in the Vomit comet, the zero G plane. The density tower all mixes up because it's all falling together. So it's not going to, arrange in its order when they're all free falling because they're all going at the same rate or roughly enough the same rate.
Yeah, I think like I said, the basic argument is that if we show acceleration in any other vector it has a characteristic about it. It displaces gases and liquids, doesn't it? So if you're claiming acceleration down to the Earth, then and it's not showing that same characteristic, to me that's an issue. I don't know. I mean, we could watch a bit of Dell's stream. That'd be awesome. We can watch it together.
You're saying, so for example, that the lead weight falling through the water, the lead weight displaces the water and falls down. But you think that just because that happens, if you were to drop them all together, that the lead weight should fall faster than water. Is that what you're telling me?
I mean, there's people telling me that buoyancy and density is the be all and end all of why things fall down. But to me, I think the weight would carry on through the water.
So you think the lead weight should fall faster than the water as they're both?
I think it would carry. I think it would carry on through the water in Dell's little experiment where he's dropping the weight in the thing and it goes to the middle and then he drops it and then the weight just the buoyancy and density cease to be.
No, it's not that they cease to be. It's that they're free falling. They're in a different state. There's like an added state to it.
Well, I'd say they're no longer attached to reference frame. That's why.
Well, yeah, they're moving.
For instance,
I mean, I guess
I
mean, how about this, for example? If I have my cell phone and I'm just standing on Earth stationary and I drop it, it drops to the ground. But if I'm free falling in the zero-G plane or I'm skydiving and I release my phone, it's not going to fall down. It's going to float with me because I'm free falling with it.
Tell you what, let's watch this, you and me together, Gio. What do you think?
Let's all watch it.
Yeah, let's all watch it.
Could be like an event, huh?
Well, I'm kind of multitasking, so I can't really like watch a video at the moment and whatnot. But and it does kind of shift the vibe of the live stream if all of a sudden if everyone's watching a video. But yeah, I mean, if it's like an event or something like that, or what is it? Is it Dell explaining his thoughts on it?
Yes.
Well, I mean, the thing is, so I would say this: like, if let's say you're going to design a video game and you're going to design the gravity, and if you make it so that all the different materials in the game fall at the same rate, and you have buoyancy and density, then that's just what you would have. And then if you're on the ground, like I said, if you drop your phone, it'll fall. But if you're free falling with the phone, then everything free falls together. It's all going
exploration requires a mechanism, Gio, I'm afraid.
Who said there's not a mechanism? Why would you even say that? Because I never said anything about a mechanism. I'm saying how it actually functions. I'm just talking about the physics. Of course there's a mechanism.
Right.
But whatever that mechanism is, it makes things fall at 9.8 meters per second. So the answer to Dell's thing is that things fall at 9.8 meters per second towards the stationary Earth. And the problem with trying to make the Earth move up, I get kind of why he's maybe thinking that, but to have the Earth moving up, I understand why he's thinking that, because he's thinking, well, when they're falling, they're not, so, I mean, I guess in a way, I am trying to understand partly how he's coming to it, but the thing is that you would have to have the Earth would have to be moving up at 9.8 meters per second squared. It would have to be accelerating, which means it would have to continually be accelerating like indefinitely. And at this point, we'd be going like beyond light speed probably. And it's just completely impractical.
Yeah. What if there was some kind of like, I don't know. I was going to say some kind of like, I was thinking rotation, but that's not quite the right word. Like a centrifuge or something like that, I don't know if that's right either, to be honest.
Yeah, but that's what happens.
I wouldn't say that buoyancy and density cease to exist. I would just say that they're in a state of free fall. Like, it's not that it doesn't exist, because I mean, if both of those hit the ground, then buoyancy and density is going to happen again. Meaning, if that lead weight falls into water, it's going to like keep falling. Well, that's what I'm saying. So let's say the water is free falling with the lead weight. It's not going to go through the lead weight. But if the water stops free falling and the water, like if it falls into like an ocean or something, then it will keep falling through it. It will start to fall through it the minute it hits the ground. Like if you had that beaker with the water and the weight in it, if that whole beaker, water and weight and all, fell into water when it hit the ground, then like then the lead weight would move through the water, because that water is stationary, whereas the other water was in free fall. So it's just the added state of free fall that everything's falling together. Same reason when you drop your phone, if you're skydiving, it's not going to fall. It's just going to float right next to you.
So this, it's making everything fall at the same rate. Yeah,
It's like canceling out buoyancy and density because of the free fall effect, essentially.
Right.
So it like cancels it out. It's like all cancel and all just falls together.
Hey, Geo, it's Aaron. What would the does this only happen on this ball that they claim, or like what would happen on the moon with buoyancy density, right? Or Jupiter, or some other massive gravity, whatever they talk about. Like,
Hey, I haven't heard this guy in a while. What's going on?
what's happening, Kosher?
Aaron!
What's up, guys?
Yo, what's up?
Welcome back, man.
And ladies.
What was your question about what happens on the moon? What did you say?
Well, I'll just say like what Kosher, sorry, Geo's talking about buoyancy density. The conversation's going on. I don't want to interrupt it. Is
No, you're
definitely
fine.
something that happens here on what we call Earth, right? But what would happen if you take the lead ball and the beaker to the moon? Right, the moon has gravity, right? Or, if that's a claim that's causing the lead ball to go down and the water to stay up and all this shit, right? Like what if we move away from here, what happens to buoyancy density?
Hey, real quick, a question for Andy. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm going to start driving here in a minute, so I just real quick I want to ask you, since you've watched a lot of what Dell said about it, and I've just watched a little bit and then heard what he said, but is he like adamant about it that he thinks that has to be the case, or is he saying, this is like a possibility, or how does he handle the claim of the Earth moving upwards?
Yeah, you look around and it seems obvious to me that everything's being pressed to the floor. That's what it appears
Right.
to be. And so you feel your own weight, don't you?
No, I understand. I understand the claim. I'm wondering how he handles it. Is he saying this is it? I'm sure of it, or is he saying, well, the possibility of it moving upward would answer these questions?
Yeah, he's saying, look, it's the demonstration seemed to be showing this, and like air
But
bubbles
does he
rising.
ever say? Does he ever like even try to acknowledge Witset's claim or anybody else's claim about the electrostatic downward flow or any of that kind of thing as a possibility, or is he? This is the case. This has to be it. You guys are idiots. That kind of thing.
No, he's not keen on electrostatics. I've got to be honest. He's not hand waved it though completely. He realizes
so
there could be.
He's putting up there. Okay. Because I know Dell can just get that.
Yeah.
So I mean, does Dell officially say like does he think the Earth is stationary or non-stationary, or is he just speculating? Like, does he actually think it's not that it's moving? Or
Yeah, he thinks stationary has got a big problem with vector. And it kind of makes sense to me.
He's an upward moving Earth guy now. He's like full on upward moving to handle gravity. But the last question was, does he what was I going to ask? First of all, his demonstration is pretty bad. Like, it's kind of like, when he put he was pouring water over the soccer ball. Like, look, it doesn't fall off, his thing with the beaker and like it's falling over on him. It's not very clean. It's almost as bad as the ball with the water. But regardless, the other thing about him, has he acknowledged the idea that there's an inconsistency to the 9.8 meters? It would have to be completely consistent for it to be an upward moving Earth, and it's not. So what has he said to that?
Yeah, I wrote him an email inviting him to this server, but he never replied. So I was a bit sad about that. But I imagine he gets a lot of emails. And I tried to leave him a dozen messages on YouTube, but I couldn't fucking put this. I couldn't figure out a way to put Earth Awakenings. We are, Discord server. We have to fucking deleting the message every time. So if anybody figures that out, that'd be great.
Hey, Gio, don't you think it's kind of a shaky limb to be on, just to kind of adamantly state that? I mean, I understand that it might take care of like some of the things about gravity and the pressure and stuff like that.
but that doesn't really trump all the other things that would have to happen for it to, like you were saying, accelerating. It'd be constantly accelerating, and then yeah, there would be like almost like the reverse. What do you call it? The point at which gravity that stops it accelerating. The maximum whatever. What's that called? When the
Terminal
9.8
velocity.
terminal velocity. Yeah, I can reverse terminal velocity upwards, right? Almost.
Well,
Yeah, the other
just
thing
for
that
the
kind of gets me about it. Sorry, go.
for the record, Dell he doesn't claim it's accelerating up. He claims it's just a constant rate. So, but
Well, yeah, but if it's not, then that's totally out the window, and he should acknowledge that because it's not
Yeah,
consistent. We know
that's
that.
the
We all know.
problem. That's the problem. Is it's not constant. We see fluctuations in it. 9.8 meters per second squared is an agreed upon average, right? So it's just the average. It's not what's always measured, and we see variations in that. And it seems as though the variations come when there's some sort of activity that would indicate that there's a change in what we would call electrostatics or like electric in nature, I guess you could say. And the thing about this claim of it moving upwards at 9.8 meters per second squared, that's absolutely no different than what Einstein claims is taking place. This is why Zanuck comes on here and vehemently talks about free fall and has, the only thing it doesn't have is the paradox that Zanuck runs into, where you have two people antipodal, where where the Earth is moving upwards towards both of them, but not increasing its radius value.
Wouldn't
Like
you also have to claim
overall
then?
circumference.
Wouldn't you also have to claim then that the ISS, right, is in a form of terminal velocity, right? It needs to keep accelerating. Same with the moon, right? It needs to keep accelerating to not fall into terminal velocity, right? So where does that acceleration come from?
that
Yeah,
was
there
a bit
would need to
off
be some
of
sort of
Napalm's thing. So let me just reply to Napalm. I agree with all that, Napalm. If things are falling at a different rate at the same place, that's an issue. That's a big issue. Yeah. So I agree with that.
Yeah. Have you heard my analogy of like an
The
energetic
stream.
stream?
Yeah, I like it as well. It's a good analogy.
And
Well, it's like the way
the
you accelerate as you
Hey,
fall.
Napalm, real quick, Napalm, I want to hear that analogy because I didn't hear it before, but I'm about to go on mute and drive, and I won't be able to be heard. I want to ask one more question. Andy, does he still have Gav on there? Gavin, the Vortex Puppy, is he on there at all anymore? I wonder what he was doing.
Not so much now. Not so much now, but yeah, I think has he got a PhD in maths or something like that? I can't remember. Or is it
Yeah, something. He was always the best part of his show, in my opinion. Yeah, he was cool.
Yeah.
He had some really good videos of his own. Vortex Puppy, still a good channel to check out. But go ahead, Napalm. I want to hear your analogy.
Yeah, I'll do it real quick. And like all analogies, it falls short at certain aspects of it, right? So if you can imagine a stream of water, and at some point in that stream, the stream is completely blocked with a grate, where the stream can flow through the grate, but any objects that are flowing through the stream will get caught by the grate, right? So you have everything that's moving down through this stream, and then once things get caught on this grate, they have the ability to, if you exert a force, it can come off of the grate, but it's always going to go back down to the grate because there is a force with the stream of water that's going to pull it downwards, right? But when things are flowing in the stream before they reach the grate, they would seem as though they would be in what we would call free fall, but they're just moving with the stream. So in relation to the banks of the stream, they would look like they're in motion, right? But in relation to the stream itself, you wouldn't necessarily see or experience that motion, and it would be basically the same as free fall would be in this scenario. But once you come up against that grate, and the grate would be analogous to like the surface of the Earth, then you start to get buoyancy and density relationships that would build based off of that pressure that's being pushed down upon them. So I look at it this way: is we have a measurable increase in voltage as we get further away from the surface of the Earth, and we know that the flow or the current flow within electricity would be opposite of that in something like a capacitor. So we know that there's a downward flow of what we would call like electricity on the Earth. That's why we ground everything to the surface of the Earth, right? Because everything takes its ground when it's in like a charge potential difference. And all matter is held together by charge potential, right? It is held together by electrostatic bonds or electric bonds, however you want to break it out, whether you want to call them strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force, all these different quote unquote forces that hold matter together at various levels or octaves within that. They're all electric in nature and or what we would call positive, negative, and neutral relationships. So it's makes sense to me that if we have this downward flow of electricity that we measure and we even ground everything to the ground, and it seems to go through the earth, increasing with voltage as we get away from the surface, that anything that would be residing in that is held together by energy, everything is really energy or vibration when you boil it down to its core. It stands to reason that everything would seem to have this vector based on its electric nature. Everything that we see and experience is electric in nature. So to me, that makes sense. And buoyancy and density are stronger forces within this relationship. So that's why things can act against this. But the overall flow or vector of energy is from what we would call up to what we would call down, terminating at the ground.
Ground level, right? Yeah, yeah. So everything you just said was based on ground level.
I do wonder if you turn these, Gaussian surfaces upside down, they'd actually go the other way.
Well, if you reverse the polarity, it would, yeah.
I'm not so sure, but it's true that if you've got an accelerometer, I'm sure Kosho could help me out with that. That when you drop it off a building, it doesn't show any acceleration. Is that right,
That's
Kosho?
correct. 100% correct.
Yeah, I mean it's in the flow.
The problem with being in the flow that you described is the flow of a river or stream or current. It's going at a constant velocity, whereas being a free fall in a relationship to other things like the banks as you described, it would have to be constantly accelerating because it's constantly getting faster and faster before it hits that grate. And so it'd make it a little bit different. And also the
Like
strong
I said,
force.
the analogy always falls short, right? It's never going to be 100% analogous.
I was just saying the strong force that's holding things together, at least at that scale, isn't doing it by electrostatic charge.
Kosho, what if we took a Geo's beaker and the lead ball up to 100,000 feet? Let's say the Red Bull jump guy, or maybe 200,000 feet, almost to the ISS, right? With no movement,
Put them in
though.
the
We're not
ISS.
warping, right? We're not moving, and we dropped it. Like that
can I
would
just
be a
address
true
Kosho's
test.
point?
True test. You can't do this stuff on the ground. It's basically, like Dell did. You know what I mean? Like it does show relativity.
Kosho,
With
what is the bonding agents within the strong nuclear force? What is that force
Gluons.
consistent?
Those are gluons.
Right, and what are gluons comprised of, and why do they attract one another? What is that
Uh,
force?
the color charge.
Oh, charge. That's weird. Thanks. You just proved my point, and
That's fine. That's fine.
I even illustrated that with some
Before
violence.
anybody in here gets confused, though, there's no actual color and there's no charge in the way you understand color or charge. It's called color charge because it's a totally different type of charge than the electrostatic charge, which is just positives and negative.
Right.
This is
I
color
said
charge, which is totally different. It's not in any way related to that charge.
that's why when I gave my explanation, I said electrostatic bonds as well as strong, weak nuclear forces, which are inherently energetic as well.
Yeah,
So
it's
that doesn't
energetic.
refute what I was saying because it is an energetic bond.
Yeah, but gravity is an energetic bond. There's all. I mean, there's energetic, but the point is, it's different. It's not the same thing as electrostatics. It's not in any relationship to electrostatics.
I never said
The
that it
charge.
was. And
Well,
I never
okay,
said
well
that
then,
the current flow was electrostatic because it's not static because it is a flow.
okay. Well, anyways, putting it in the same category as the downward force and saying that I think things are holding things together. These are two totally different things that are holding these things together, like electrostatic charge and the strong nuclear force.
Can
It's
you
just
explain how
important.
they're totally different?
Yes, yeah, they have totally different mechanisms that what do you call those bosons? So the boson that interacts with the electrostatic force is photons, obviously, and in the case of the strong nuclear force, it's gluons, and they
Yeah,
don't
like I
interact
said
with one another.
previously, it's just a different octave, right? Meaning it's a different energetic level. What's taking place is the exact same thing, just on a different, what I would consider octave. So this
But it's
isn't a
not.
refutation of what I was saying.
It's not the exact same thing. It's not even any. It's not related. And you have a positive and negative charge in electrostatics. Positive, negative. You don't have positive and negative in color charge. You have these different colors, and
Because
they
you
interact
just
in a totally
name
different
them
way.
something different. It's the same, just on a different octave level. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I mean, you'd have to elaborate on that because it's not. They're not. They're not interchangeable. They're not like there's two types of things that are just different octaves or something. They're two totally different things.
I never said that they were interchangeable.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I don't know why you put them in the same. Why you put them together then in that thing? They're just not uh, interchangeable, or they're both. I mean, I guess they both have to do with energy, but in that case, so does gravity. So you could use gravity in that same description,
Yep.
and then
So
we'd
when
be
I
on the same
describe it as
page.
an energetic flow, then maybe that, if you rethink what I said, maybe that'll make more sense. I don't know.
Yeah, if you say it that way, that's fine. But then you can just include gravity in that, and then we'd be on the same page because that's what I say is happening. Is gravity is actually the thing that's causing the energetic flow. It's just
Gravity is what we label the effect. It's never been the cause.
yeah, but it's the effect of that's creating that energy, the energetic flow, the thing that's attracting things to the earth, and the thing that's
Yep.
causing things to go in orbit and all that kind of stuff.
Yep. The effect is what we call gravity. What's actually the cause is based on this energetic flow.
But that's okay. So this is why it's confusing, is because now does that mean that what's causing gravity is actually the strong nuclear force and electrostatic force?
You could say
No.
that, or and
It's
you know,
it's
you could.
all
Well, that's
of
what I'm
those
asking. Is if that's what
attractive
he's saying.
forces. All of those attractive forces are inherently the same thing at different levels. When we get up to this other level and we call it gravity, just because we're labeling what takes place, like if I play a G chord at every single different octave, it's still always going to be a G chord and it's going to be in harmony with whatever chords it's in harmony with, right? And when we have harmonics throughout all the different octaves, it's still being played on the same instrument. That's all I'm trying to say. Just because we give them different names doesn't mean that they're inherently different things.
All right, but this doesn't make sense to me, but it makes sense to you. But when you say they're the same note in different octaves, you would assume they have some of the similar properties or properties that are, in this case, they're doing one thing. Like gravity, for example, doesn't have two positive and negative. There's only apparent attraction. Color charge, there's multiple relationships, and electrostatics, there's just positive and negative. So they're just not even behaving the same way. That's why I don't see how they're just different levels or different scales of the same thing. They seem to be wildly different, in my understanding. But I just misunderstand.
Even within gravity, we have an attraction and a repulsion, and we have things that can deal with these densities and buoyancies, right? So it can seem as though you have a repulsive nature to something, right? If I take a helium balloon and I let it go, it appears to be repulsed. as opposed to attracted. Well, all it's doing is settling back to where it would reside within the density gradient.
Or I mean, all that's happening is that there's just something else that's taking precedence over it. So I mean, that's the way I see it. I don't see it as being repulsed. I see it as there's something else that's being attracted, and that thing has precedence, and so it gets in front of the line before the helium, but the helium's still being compelled downward once it gets behind that other thing.
At a certain point, yep. That's the way it works.
Yeah, I don't know, Phase 1, you said something about the beakers or something. Yeah, the beaker would still work that way no matter how high you went.
So if the ISS just stopped right now, would that thing, right? It would go into terminal velocity, right? Is that what you're saying?
Well, if it reached the atmosphere, you're not going to be in terminal velocity until you reach the atmosphere, but
So it
and
would
you start slowing down.
if it just stopped right now, it would just hover, like.
No, it would fall. It would accelerate towards the Earth.
Okay, cool. And so if the moon stopped orbiting, quote unquote, right? It would fall to the Earth too. Is what you're saying?
Yeah. Well, you could technically say they're both falling towards the
So
Earth right now.
okay? So how far out does gravity work, right? And this is an old question. We've already covered this shit. I was just thinking about Geo's experiment with the beaker or Dell's experiment, with the lead ball. Like, if you get away from what you call the source of gravity, the Earth, even Dell did it on Earth, right? On ground level, pretty much, like 20 feet up. If you get higher and higher away, maybe the lead ball would do something different in the water at free fall. Who knows, right? That's all I was trying to bring up,
Yeah, maybe, but probably not though, just because it's the same mechanism.
Because gravity exists everywhere, then, right? In your model.
Well, it extends infinitely.
So Earth's gravity extends infinitely. I'm just asking. Is that what you said?
That's correct. It extends infinitely.
Well, that's awesome. Fucking great.
You're attracted towards the Earth unless something.
So, Kosho, does it extend as Pete Shea says? Does it extend flat Earth and beyond?
Yes, yeah, exactly.
No, Pete always says flat Earth and beyond. So you're telling me this extends beyond?
Absolutely. At the very least.
It's pretty huge leap of faith to have those types of beliefs. That is.
I was just gonna say, Gio, like Kosho, do you have any evidence that it extends on to the beyond? Like, come on.
Yep, absolutely.
Have you been there? Oh shit. Here we go.
No, we can identify things. Like Isaac Newton's biggest.
You can identify. What do you mean identify with? How does that have to do with it?
Isaac Newton identified that the Earth's gravity.
He was ground level with an apple that bonked him on the head. Okay, I get it. Yeah.
He identified that Earth's gravity is what's attracting the moon. It's causing.
How did he identify that?
Just by measuring the movement. Just by if you measure how far the moon falls.
He didn't measure the apple falling on his head. He didn't measure that. He just got bonked on the head. Is what happened.
No, not the apple. I'm talking about the moon. By measuring the amount the moon falls in 1 second.
The moon hit Isaac. The moon hit Isaac Newton on the head.
I don't believe so.
Okay. So what are you talking about now? The moon now? We're going to the moon?
He measured the rate that the moon is falling towards the Earth as opposed to going in a straight line in a single second and compared that to, something on the Earth and how fast it falls. And it turns out that it falls at the exact rate that you would expect at the distance that it's at. That's the same as things on Earth. So the same thing that's attracting the moon is also attracting. So that's a pretty worthwhile prediction.
Basically, what Isaac Newton found was that at a small scale called the Earth, where he's checking attraction or whatever, and then he looked up at the moon and he found the same attraction, the same numbers, the same math. So the scales are the same, right? He can do it on Earth, and he could look in the sky and do it the same way,
Well,
right?
it's
The
the same
numbers are the
exact.
same.
Yeah, it's the same exact force. So
Wow, kind of.
the moon's 60 times further to the center of the Earth than the surface of the Earth is, and so 60 times 60 is
Nah, I don't know if he said it's
3,600.
60.
Yeah, well, that was he. This is just. This was already known.
I think you're
But
just
yeah,
making
so
shit.
it's
But
no. So the radius squared,
what I'm saying is,
the
so on
distance
a small
squared
scale,
is 3,600. So
on a
the
small
force.
scale, an apple falling from a tree,
You
right?
guys gotta go one at a time.
Sorry, I know I keep over talking Coach Joe a little bit. I'm sorry, Joe. Let me get to my point, Coach Joe, real quick. On a small scale, on Earth, with Newton, he did all the math on Earth, and wow, he found some numbers. He got an equation. Everything's great. He looked up and found the same equation works, which means the moon is near. It's not far.
Okay. Well, actually, the only reason why it worked was because he used the known distance of the moon and the fact that it's 60 times further to the center of the Earth than the surface of the Earth is. And if you remember the equation, it has to do with the distance squared, the inverse of the distance squared. And so if you take that 60 and you square it, you get 3,600. And so a prediction would be that the rate that the moon falls towards the Earth, as opposed to a straight path, would be 3,600 times less than the rate that things near the surface fall towards the Earth. And it turns out that if you run the math, that's fairly accurate. So the fact that that prediction holds true gives credence to the idea that the same thing that's causing things to fall on the Earth near the surface is the same thing that's causing the moon to go around the Earth.
Okay, so Newton never got bumped in the head by the moon, but he made all these predictions and made some math about it to show why he didn't get bumped on the head, right? Is that why?
Dude, that's not even addressing what he said, man. It has nothing to do with
What
being
did he
bumped on
say?
the head. It has to do with
Okay, well, I'm talking about the apple.
It has to do with the similarities as to why things fall and also how the sky moves. There's a certain correlation there. They're just reverse engineering a model and then using certain assumptions to claim certain like axioms that they're building into a model, but extrapolating that from the fact that the way things fall is connected to also the way the sky moves. And in the conception of ether, the whole thing is in motion and in flux, and the reason that things fall and the reason the sky moves are related in the whole system as part of like the vector system of physics and of the whole kind of swirling moving system we're in.
What you call an assumption, I call a prediction, and predictions are powerful things. If you make a prediction, like the prediction being that if it was the same force, then it would be 136, or it would be 3,600 times. The rate that it's falling would be 3,600 times less, and it turns out to be exactly accurate. Like I think something in 1 second falls on Earth, falls 16 feet. So I heard this number recently, so I might get it wrong, but 3,600 of 16 feet is like, I don't know, like 20% of an inch or something like that. I forget exactly what it is, but it turns out that that's exactly the amount that the moon changes its trajectory in the course of a second, as in reference to it going on a straight path. So if it was going a straight path, as opposed to it circling around the Earth, the rate that it's actually fallen towards the Earth is exactly that 1/3600th, which is a prediction that's, if you say that there's reverse engineering, he would have to be able to have come up with that and also reverse engineer the fact that Aristarchus had 2,500 years ago determined the distance to the moon to be that. You know what I mean? So it's like he would have to put those numbers in place, which is, I always say that's, to me, is a more interesting feat than the prediction itself, having to reverse engineer that.
So the numbers make the math, right? It has nothing to do bearing on reality, right? Aristarchus never went to the moon when he said, "Oh, it's this far away, 240,000 miles or whatever," right? It's just numbers in the equation that make the math right for Newton, correct?
Well, so the crossword puzzle that they're all trying to solve, that we're still trying to solve, the crossword puzzle that Aristarchus had begin filling out back in the day, and the numbers he came up with that go on that crossword puzzle, that same answer correlates with what Newton had been predicting and the force that he'd come up with for things falling towards the Earth. So the fact that the crossword answers line up and there's no issues tells you something. It actually gives credence to the answers are actually correct.
Okay.
Anybody mind if I just have a really vaguely related subject change? I've just got to get out of my car in a minute. I want to ask Kosho a question.
Effie, how you been doing, man? Good to
Good,
hear
buddy.
you.
Good. Kosho, can I ask, I've got a quick query that's puzzling me. I don't know if you heard it last night. I'm going to just pull some numbers out of my ass, but go with the intent of my query rather than the specificity of it. So let's say on the Earth there's a billion cars, trucks, tractors, you name it. If we faced every one of them east and coordinated at the exact same moment, every vehicle on the Earth went to red line and then dropped the clutch to all head in that direction, could we slow down the rotation of the Earth by any degree, even by a thousandth, even by 1,000th of a mile? Like, let's say there's a billion vehicles.
Yes.
They've all got 300 Newton meters of torque. That's 300,000 billion Newton meters of torque, or whatever it's going to be, pushing against the rotation of the Earth, which is in a vacuum and is rotating for no particular reason, like nothing's putting energy into the Earth to make it spin. Could we retard the rotation of the Earth?
Listen to Effie. The day the Earth stood still with Effie, we're gonna do this. The day the Earth stood still, we're gonna line up all the cars and floor them at that moment. We're gonna stop time. We finally figured out how to stop time.
My Matthew get in there too because I just want to hog the mic so much.
No, you go ahead because he asked you. I interjected. You go ahead.
Well,
I posted a link that's sort of relevant.
I was trying to make a joke.
Actually, that's perfect. Dude, that's so crazy because Matthew, I was getting ready to reference XC. Actually, that exact book, What If? So I'm glad I asked Matthew to speak up. I'm going to say something unrelated to that question.
Oh,
because I think that question. That question. No, I know. I understand that. It's just that question.
This lately. You did
I
this
know. I listen, dude.
You derailed. You and Issa were in a good convo. He was going in on the model.
Not sure what I'm doing yet.
Hey, let me bring up cannabis, and you just totally flipped it.
You're not even sure what I'm doing yet, dude. I'm just saying, like, this doesn't answer that question specifically because that question is a little absurd. But the Earth does slow down and speed up, and it is due to movement across the Earth, mass distribution movement. But with question of like actually using like a card, I guess trying to like create friction that's causing it to turn, that's a little bit different.
Cars. So. A billion cars. See, I heard as a child, they said if a blowfly lands on the side of an aircraft carrier, it will list to that side 1,000th of the width of a hair or something like that. Right? If the fly lands on the side of the aircraft carrier, it now has added weight to that side, and it will cause some degree of list in the boat. So if you exert that opposite rotational force against the Earth, it would have to slow down. It's rotating in a vacuum with no energy being added to it to maintain the rotation. It would have to slow down.
Yeah, but
I don't understand how.
I know. I've already responded to that. Like when you're talking about using the friction to turn the Earth, that's a little bizarre. But in the actual movement of the objects on the Earth in the first place, like just walking across the floor, walking across your house or whatever, walking up and down the stairs or whatever, or if everyone's walking in the same direction or moving in the same direction, this movement alone would cause a change in the rotation rate of the Earth. But as far as the friction of the tires or something like that, I don't know what effect that would have.
Yeah. But all I'm trying to say is you've got a 300 billion Newton meters of force all pushing opposite to the direction of rotation. You've grasped my concept. So then just the second quick part is, okay, so over thousands, millions, tens of millions, billions of years, all the things you've noted as well, people moving, animals moving, vehicles moving, oceans swooshing from side to side, somehow the Earth continues to rotate perfectly at one rotation every 24 hours to give us the same time period that our clocks can be set by, etc.,
No, they
etc.
don't.
Do you not find that statistically improbable?
It doesn't happen like that. That's what I'm saying to you. Is that
Great.
already mass distribution, whether it be sea ice or land mass or just migrations of animals, those changes actually fluctuate the rotation rate of the Earth on a daily basis. The rotation rate of the Earth fluctuates on a daily basis due to these things.
And yet it always balances out over a week, a month, a year, or whatever to be just a 24-hour rotation. Nothing ever ends up heading in one direction to progressively slow it down or speed it up. We always seem to always just be at a 24-hour rotation.
So let me answer that yes and no. What Kosho is saying is if you are standing on a basketball court and you start walking east, you will speed up the Earth slightly. But then as soon as you stop, then you slow it down back to where it was before. This is probably imperceptible, a tiny, tiny amount, but it does have an effect. And essentially, the Earth is spinning at the same rate, pretty much very close, within milliseconds or something. And by the way, the rate is not 24 hours, but 23 hours.
Yeah, but I say,
56
don't
minutes.
crucify me on the specificity. You know what I'm getting at. Yeah.
Yeah. So the answer is yes. Like the example of a fly landing on an aircraft carrier, same thing. Probably it does technically have an effect, but it's not going to be measurable.
And yet a day is always 24 hours. One rotation is always 24 hours.
No. Well, 23 hours and 56 minutes, but yes.
Okay.
But
you know what I'm saying.
I can show it to you.
It's never headed in one direction to end up being 23 hours or 24 hours and 20 minutes. It's always, it always somehow miraculously balances out to be what it is and always has been.
Even though they're saying differently, right, Effie? Right? They're saying, well, there is a change, but you just don't notice it, right? Yeah, because of the animals migrating here to there, maybe cars taking off here to there. And they're saying, well, yeah, there is a difference. The Earth does slow down and it does speed up. You just don't know.
But it never ultimately does.
No, I posted, since we've been collecting data, since looks like 1973, or maybe 1980, 1973, we've been collecting data. And this chart actually is very interesting to me because, first of all, we've added 20-something seconds since 20-something leap seconds, they call it, since they created this chart. And all the years, so the chart's pretty self-explanatory. But one thing I find interesting about it is that even though the Earth has been slowing down, like they've had add seconds to it and shit like that, if you notice, the rate that it's been slowing down has been decreasing since they've been making these measurements all the way up till 3 years ago, when actually it wasn't slowing down anymore. It's actually speeding up. And so it's almost like there's an acceleration occurring. Kind of like if you're driving in reverse and then you apply the acceleration, even though you're still going backwards, you're accelerating forward, so you're slowing down, going backwards, and eventually start going forward. It's like there's some sort of acceleration that's been occurring, and in my opinion, it's probably mass distribution related. Because just like a ballerina, if there's mass distribution that changes from being from the poles, which is closer to the center of rotation or closer to the axis of rotation, and it moves out towards the equator, then that's going to slow down the rotation of the Earth. And
So,
vice versa.
Kosho, would you say that let's just say like a SpaceX launch or the space shuttle launch or any of the Russians or Chinese, right? They're pushing down on the Earth, right? They're taking off and they're pushing that. So, is the Earth changing orbit also?
I said I don't want to hog the mic, man. Matthew just got in here.
Yeah,
I feel like
so-
Matthew. You go ahead, Matthew.
Yeah, let me give an analogy. So, phase one, the answer is yes. Everything has an effect on everything else. A butterfly flapping its wings or a cockroach sneezing, these all have some microscopic effect. It's like asking, how much do you weigh? And if you say, oh, I weigh 190 pounds. But then you say, yes, but you breathe in. And when you breathe in, you weigh a little bit more. Okay, fine. But then as soon as you breathe out, you're back to 190 pounds. But as you breathe in and out, your weight goes up and down. And actually, you're breathing out slightly more carbon dioxide than you breathe in. So every breath, you actually lose a little bit of weight. In fact, when you lose weight, that's where most of the mass goes out. As you exhale, the carbon dioxide leaves. So, of course, if you step on the scale, you're never going to notice because it's going to be, very, very small, nanograms or micrograms or something. But technically,
So
every
that
time you breathe out, you lose weight.
so the mass that I exhale does actually change the orbit of the Earth just slightly, kind of.
I know I was talking about your weight. I was giving an analogy, like if we were going to ask how much do you weigh, as you breathe, that number goes up and down slightly. But we just ignore those type of things and say, well, look, you're about 190 pounds, and that's close enough.
Okay,
I don't know if you guys remember, but China a while back, a few years ago, built a dam, and they say that completion of the dam caused the Earth's rotation to slow down.
Three Gorges Dam, Jeremy. It was called the Three Gorges Dam, the largest dam in the world.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's
Slow the rotation of Earth down.
That's in line with what I was saying. That if there's a mass distribution that's adjusting, whether it's going towards the poles or towards the equator, any differences are going to fluctuate the rotation rate of the Earth.
So they actually calculated. They calculated that when the China built that dam with this huge concrete mass right on the Yangtze River, they did calculate that the Earth slowed down or changed a little bit of tilt, or what happened? What was the outcome of that mass distribution?
There was more mass higher, farther away from the center of the Earth, because not necessarily because of the concrete, or not mostly because of the concrete, but because of the mass of the water behind it.
And so, and this, how did this affect my watch? Today, like when I look at my watch, how did that affect that?
Your watch is now wrong by 1 trillionth of a second.
Oh,
or more.
trillionth. Okay. I thought it was going to be something significant, like.
Well, no, you can
something we could actually measure.
explain to your family. That's why you were 20 minutes late to dinner today. I mean, if you want to use
I
that
was
excuse,
20 trillionth seconds late. Gee whiz.
My bad.
Okay.
But to be fair, wouldn't all of this isn't like unique to the globe idea, because whatever mechanism is making, if you think the sun goes over the Earth by electric effect or by toroidal fields or whatever, it seems like any field you make on Earth would have a tiny effect on the sun too. I mean, even if you're Witsit and you say, well, it's all electrical. Okay, fine. I turned on a flashlight, that causes a tiny little electrical field.
I can.
Yeah, but could anything actually change the sun, though? That's the thing. Like,
yes.
On a stationary surface where the sun is in a medium that we can't get up there and probe and get samples of, I'm saying, is there anything we could do to change that? To actually change the way the sun moves? Because
if the sun is moving,
it's on its own just godly path up there that we can't do anything about.
Oh, if it's moving due to electrical fields can travel as far as the sun. And we know that because we see the light from the sun, so we know that there is electromagnetic effects from the sun to us. And so vice versa would have to be true also.
You're only taking your reference, though, from observations you've made on the ground. You've never, like Gio said, been to the sun.
Right, but we can see the sun, so we know that the electromagnetic fields can travel from the sun to us.
For sure, which would indicate maybe a close sun, a close source of electricity, a closer source, right? Not 93 million miles away. You know what I mean?
Well, regardless of the distance, my point is, if the sun can affect us through electromagnetic medium, then what we do on Earth can also affect the sun. It can go both ways.
But how could you make that assumption? I'm wondering where
because
you're getting at. Just speculate?
electromagnetic waves travel both ways. They're not one way.
How do you have you validated that anything has traveled all the way from whatever you call the sun to you to even make that claim in the first place?
Oh, because you can see it.
You see what? Something that reaches you? That doesn't mean it
Yeah,
came
you can
from
see the
the
sun.
sun.
I mean, you go outside and you feel warmth from the sun. That's all I'm saying.
Well, we see a focal point of light, but I'm just saying, like, it seems like a lot of assumptions to say that we could affect. Because, dude, I mean, basically, like in my mind, what you're talking about right now is like basically like God mode or like being God, like actually changing the sky. Now, I'm not even talking about like a biblical God. I'm just using that term generally, the term God. I'm just saying like becoming the creator or something to be able to do that because like the precession of the equinoxes, that 26,000 year cycle is so precise and is so like it's such a minute difference, you know, like for 26,000 years to be making this slight shift. So it seems like it's on a clockwork that is like set in stone in a sense. I mean, the way that it can do that. So I mean, just the idea that we could just like willy nilly change it. I don't think humans can change what the sun's doing.
Well, we're not changing it much, but you know, I'm just saying that it's a two-way thing. That's all.
Well, it is interesting what Essie brought up originally, because if you technically had like a bunch of cars on the Earth that were all almost like a treadmill and you like hit the accelerator, it is interesting that on the globe Earth model, like in theory, you could change the rotation of the Earth, which then would mean that the sun, like in theory, if it was a globe, you could maybe be able to do that and actually noticeably change it. Whereas, of course, over a stationary Earth, no matter how many cars you accelerate or do anything, it's not, you know, it's not going to affect the sun in that way, or wouldn't affect the way the sun moves, because it's just going on its track and you're just on the stationary ground. So whereas on the globes, it's actually moving, then in theory, you should be able to change it or alter it.
Yeah, but the question is by how much? And I would say that it's not measurable.
You would throw off the precession of the equinoxes if you did it at all. Even if that dam, that propaganda story about the dam that changed the rotation of the Earth, if that really happened, they just threw off the precession of the equinoxes.
Sure. So instead of taking 26,000 years, it takes 26,000 years plus 0.1 seconds. So what?
Yeah, but over 26,000 years, that little bit that you would throw it off would exponentially multiply to the point to where it wouldn't be 26,000 years. It might be, you know, as many as tens or hundreds, who knows how many years off. I mean, it all depends on how much you're moving it, obviously, and all of that. But I'm just saying, in theory, if what they're saying is true, then they would be changing the entire cycles of the sky.
Yes.
And let me just say real quick, Gio, about the Three Gorges Dam. You know, the mass they took to build the dam, and the gentleman is talking about the water behind it is what changed the supposedly 1/trillionth of a second of rotation of the Earth. They took all that mass from one other mountain and put it into the dam, right? So there was an exchange. Everything's equal value, right? You get something from somewhere, you put it somewhere else. There is no, like, there wasn't just a buildup of water for no reason, right? They had to build this massive, heavy thing that probably weighs just as much as the water behind it, right? To contain it, because if it didn't, then it wouldn't be a dam. So what I'm saying is there's a equal amount of exchange there when people build stuff. You know what I mean?
Yep, I hear you on that. I was thinking of another thing. If you were building on Earth, like, you know, cities and things, wouldn't that change the mass distribution, which might change if it was a globe and it was due to gravity, by having all the like cities and relocating the Earth the way that we have? Would that change the actual way that the Earth spins?
Yes. Everything changes everything. A cockroach sneezes. That changes the spin of the Earth.
And timeanddate.com does a real good, they keep a real good record of every single day, and you can look on every single day what that difference is. It's either plus or minus. Obviously, there's a trend in a certain direction, as this list shows, but you know, and on any given day, it can be plus or minus, and it's because of all the changes that happen.
Nothing changes though. Yeah, nothing changes. Could be plus or minus, right? So everything equals out. Yeah.
Well, it does.
So
It doesn't. Well, like I said, there's a trend.
If I triggered an avalanche, if I went outside and I kicked the last rock that started a massive avalanche, have I just changed the precession of the equinoxes for the next millions of years?
Yes, everything you do has an effect.
You know, it's funny, Gio. That's how they measure it. That's how they
Measure
make this
what?
measurement. They
Measure
make
what?
this measure the day length, the rotation rate of the Earth.
Daylight
They
or
use
equinox?
they use the Greenwich observation, like the observation of the I forget which stars or whatever, but they use those stars above Greenwich at that observation to make those.
Wow. Wow, this is amazing.
Well, I mean, it's precise. It's not that amazing. You're just doing observations and looking at the stars. It's not, in principle, it's not that.
No, what I'm saying is like it's amazing that I've never felt like, you know, my foot, you know, I just got to take an extra step because the earth slowed down by a trillionth or whatever, you know. Nothing, the vase I got here on my table didn't fall off. You know, there was no earthquakes or anything, nothing violent, but I mean, like nothing moved.
Right,
You know,
and no admiral on an aircraft carrier ever felt a butterfly landing
wow,
on one side of the aircraft carrier.
that's
So
amazing,
it's not
dude.
that
I
amazing.
mean, yeah. So it's just mathematics that you say, yeah, the Earth did slow down, then it sped up, then it slowed down. You know, they built a dam in China, but then South America, whatever, right? They built another dam. Like so, it kind of balances, but it moved and this way, and then it moved that way. Like, wow, it's just amazing, man.
Is it ratio or scale, Matthew? What are you forgetting when you're allowing us to talk about this silly stuff, where the fractions of a fractions of a fractions of a fraction might
A
maybe affect a
trillionth,
fraction?
he said. A trillionth. Is
I
what he
mean,
said.
at some point, what are we talking about where it gets too minute to discuss? Is that called minutia? What is that called? Like, when is it too
Yeah.
stupid to talk about? It's almost in
Well,
another
already,
dimension at that side.
I mean, already it's too stupid to talk about because we're talking about days that are, you know, just a couple milliseconds longer or shorter.
No, Gio
Yeah,
talked
but
about
you
it.
flipped it
24.
though. You flipped it. You forgot about ratio when you talked about Earth to Sun to Earth. The Sun's more dominant, so you assumed we could affect it back, but there's a dominance there that I don't. If I was a big guy and he pushed a little guy, you're going, well, a little guy can push him back logically. It's like logically, you're right, but the little guy's getting his ass kicked, and it won't have an effect on the big guy.
It won't have much of an effect. It's not going to have a zero effect. That's the thing we're talking about. Is it zero or
You
not
mean
zero?
like he may have expended calories during it? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, it's like if a little guy pushes a big guy,
All
it's not
right.
going to have
So
much
did you
effect.
hurt him? Are you going to claim to hurt him, even though he only expect cow?
Well,
Look,
Dan,
That's
Dan,
what I mean.
Dan,
Like,
Dan.
if you're walking along and a fly bumps into you, it slows you down. Not much.
I don't think it does.
Dan, like
I
Gio
mean,
said, with the 24,000 procession, right? There has been no change. Okay, let's go to the large scale here. Let's not talk about a little guy pushing a little guy because that, you know, that's local, and it never happens. Dan, you know it, I know it. This guy thinks he knows it, but
But I want to know what he calls it. What's it called when it gets too small to measure? There's got to be a term that we can come to grips. It's like, hey, within our realm, we'll call it this. Is it a micron? Is it a foot? Like, what do we call it? A micro fuck? Like, what do you call it when it
That's a good one.
becomes? What do you call it when it drops out of measurable?
Yeah, below the threshold of measurability, and it's gonna depend on how precise your instruments are. Like I couldn't tell the difference between if it's off by 1 inch, but you go get like a precision instrument, you could tell, thousandths of an inch. So it's sort of a vague question. But
Okay, what do they call that new kind of science that they have? I forget what they call it. Not pseudo, the big one.
Pseudoscience?
The big name. Quantum. Isn't that about quantifying stuff? And isn't that why they call it quantum? Because it's out of their realm of quantifying it?
It's related.
Is that what quantum is?
It's related with the idea that you can't tell both the precision and the speed and the location of certain subatomic particles, but those are really, really tiny numbers, and who knows.
So maybe when it gets too small, that's what I'm getting at. You can't quantify it. So is it worth, is it worth talking about if you can't quantify it? Is it there if you can't quantify it? Maybe that is what I'm asking.
Well, yeah, and none of this type of stuff is easy to measure. We're just sort of talking theoretical. Like I said, if a fly
How many butterflies is it going to take? I'm going to sink that ship one way or another. I just want to know how many butterflies I'm going to need.
Well, look, if a butterfly lands on the side of an aircraft carrier, it's not going to sink it, right?
It's not going to
But-
affect it. You claiming it does is kind of silly.
So what if 100 billion butterflies lands on aircraft carrier? That would sink it.
That's not the case, though, right?
I know, but I'm
Don't.
just asking a theoretical question.
Yeah, that's
And
what I was
so-
saying. How many do I need to get into the conversation? That's what I was wondering.
100 trillion, apparently.
Yeah, so at some point between 0 and 100 trillion, there's a number that would start to have an effect depending on how precisely you're measuring.
But what
And
I
you
wanted
think
to
this-
drive home was the ratio.
Yeah.
In other words, the ratio between the butterfly and the object, and the ratio between the sun and the earth, because they're not of even, like you have to have an effect on something, you have to be within a
Not
range. I think
proportional
of
at all.
Yeah, no, you don't think so? It's not
Yeah,
proportional.
the effect is
Well, not with the
effect is
butterflies. Is what I'm saying, Dan.
Mm-hmm.
No, you're exactly right. The range is, the effect is proportional, and the question is, how precise are you measuring? Would the effect be measurable or not?
Oh, so let's just claim it anyway. We can't measure it. Hey, it's just like refraction.
You're
you
bad.
can just say it's there, and then it's like, hey, work it out later.
We can always claim it's there. You're bad,
Anyway.
Dan. Bad.
Well, it's true though. I mean, they're not really. I mean, they've conflated us into making it sound like we say there is no such thing. There is such a thing, but there's more than one kind for more than one reason. And when I found out it had to do with the speed of light, I'm like, shit, that ain't happening over 5 and 10 miles. Who are they kidding?
Mm-hmm.
Who are they kidding?
Mm-hmm. Let's talk
And now
about
they're
the speed
coming.
of light.
They're
go
coming
ahead,
back
sorry.
and saying now that it's only going to take a hundredth of a degree to bend the light 8 inches per mile squared. And I'm like, good luck with that. I mean, it's like if there was that much variation in what we could see with.
You know what's cool, Dan, is whatever, like, seriously thought out argument you have, right? You thought about it, and so a lot of people on this channel have thought about it, and a lot of other people have thought about it. They will come up with something that is so stupid, but in their mind it makes sense. Well, the math, right? I can calculate, like, okay, I'm done, right? You know, they can't prove it. We can't prove it because we don't have the technology and the apparatuses to actually just be like, fuck you. But
Well,
you know
to
what I
be
mean?
fair, you
Like,
guys do the same thing, right? Whatever we come up with, you come up with
oh,
some answer for.
well, okay. So we're at a stalemate. So is the Earth round or flat?
Look at the evidence and see which describes it best.
What evidence are you talking about?
Observations of, like,
Of what?
the Earth and the Sun and the sky.
Observations of what? Flat Earth or what?
No, the Sun,
What?
the sky, Earth,
The
GPS
stars in the
signals.
He's talking
sky?
about we get it when it's stationary. He gets it when there's cycles. He gets to win when there's cycles he can predict. We can't predict some of the cycles they do.
I think the ancients predicted all the
Wait,
cycles.
name one. Name one cycle. Name one cycle they can predict that we can't, please.
Exactly.
Where the solar eclipse is going to happen next year, like the location.
Yeah,
of
all the orbit
locality.
stuff, all the stuff in the
All
sky.
the orbit stuff. We can predict all of the orbits.
The orbits of the Galilean
They've already
moons
been
around
documented.
Jupiter.
Sorry, go ahead.
All of it. Dude, did you not know that there's a kinematic equivalence with the stationary position?
Really? Where Ganymede? How is it going to go around Jupiter?
Now you're asking how it's going to do it, as in like what's the causal mechanism?
Yeah, we have a perfect prediction that works all the time.
No, do you not know that the prediction of the path is kinematics?
It's like a circular orbit, or well, elliptical anyway.
It's called kinematics. There's a kinematic equivalent. So I don't know why anyone would ever say that we can't predict the orbit. Literally all of the orbits are equally predicted from a stationary Earth. To deny this, you would have to deny the mainstream model.
Oh, you're right. It doesn't matter if the Earth is stationary or moving for those kinematic equations.
Correct. Which is prediction of the orbits and the position of the stuff in the sky perpetually.
So you're saying they don't have shit when they keep yelling that they've got all these predictions? They don't have shit?
No, we have the same prediction. In fact, they have to use a stationary Earth to make the predictions in the first place. So actually, we have it, and they still.
Well, I stand corrected. They don't have shit then.
Have you ever watched my combo with Professor Parks?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we talked about that, and then I talked about it with Robertson Jones. I mean, Parks immediately conceded.
He's good at that. That's why I like him.
Say again?
He's good at that. That's why I like him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Witsy, you sound
know-
tired. Thanks for popping in and correcting this guy, but okay, go ahead, sorry.
When's the zombie stream?
I'm putting stuff together right now. I'm still having to like work on getting my whole stream set up, back up and running. It's kind of a headache. Dude, I'll tell you what I just found though. So optogenetics uses gene therapy, so that you can remotely control the brain with light, right? Well, people were like, "Oh, well, the Kool-Aid wasn't gene therapy," and it actually was, right? So, like, mRNA jabs have been called gene therapy for years until this situation. Then they changed it. But anyway, there's also papers even afterwards describing how the mode of action is specifically gene therapy by definition. But if you Google it, you'll get all kinds of medical journals saying it is gene therapy, and then you'll get all kinds of mainstream propaganda hit pieces saying it's not gene therapy. So like you'll get the fact check and the AP News and stuff saying no, it's not, but you'll get the medical journals saying that it is, because that's how it goes. Right? But anyway, even worse than that, the argument's like, oh well, optogenetics doesn't matter because it's not gene therapy, even though it is. But I have a paper right here called Optogenetic Control of mRNA Localization and Translation in Live Cells. So they do it with mRNA specifically. So yeah, it's going to be one of those streams that's kind of just ignored and not rebutted, I would guess.
What vaccination would you give to your daughter? Correct, right? You have a daughter.
I wouldn't use that word. None.
Okay.
Zero,
Even the ones that have been tested for like 60 years, like the MMR,
No, I know someone who whose son got autism from that very one.
I don't want people sticking needles in my boy.
Literally, within days of them getting that, he completely regressed and started like chaotically flapping his arms and stopped being able to speak and was diagnosed with autism.
Bet you the doctor said has no relation to the V word.
Yeah, then they say, that's just correlation. Just so happened to happen 2 days afterwards.
Yeah.
Well, remember,
And
it's generally the preservative, not the thing itself. It's the preservative that's caused the problems over the years.
Yeah,
so
if they
when
get all their jabs,
when
they
they
get,
analyze the medicine, it won't be there in the analysis.
I think they get like 10,000 micrograms of aluminum by the age of 5. And then like 6,000 micrograms of mercury or something crazy. So yeah, those preservatives alone are just like devastating to children's immune system.
And the fluoride is in everything. So the accumulated effect of fluoride, nobody knows because it's everywhere. It's in their sodas, it's in their soups, it's in their foods, it's everywhere.
Yeah. So to
Well,
answer your
Dr.
question,
Suzanne Humphreys.
someone had to go through a 9 mil to touch her with a needle.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Isn't
Dr.
that
Suzanne
scary,
Humphreys
dude?
goes.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, I was going to say there's a kidney specialist and nephrologist, Dr. Suzanne Humphreys, who she wrote the book Dissolving Illusions. She actually claims and says that the Hep C, is it, given to kids on the day
A,
they're
B,
born?
or C. A, B, or C.
Is B, sorry, yeah, is 250 times the amount of aluminum that any child should receive. I think actually she says it's almost 250 times what an adult should receive.
Yeah,
let alone a baby.
They could refrigerate it, and they don't have to put that crap in there. It's as a preservative that they put all that shit in there.
But they do
Here
on
in
purpose.
America,
And even if you take the
right?
preservatives out, the stuff is still bad because it has genetic material from both sexes in it.
Here in America, I was born in 1976, right? My parents took care of me, whatever. I got four shots, I think. That's what my mom says, right? Now there's 70. 70 just to go to school. Are you kidding me? Right?
Yeah, I think it's like 72 by the time you're 12 now or something crazy.
Yeah, fuck you.
Yeah, bro. It's ridiculous. But now they're transitioning everything to mRNA. So it's
yeah,
like,
and they're changing it as we speak. They're changing it, so we don't even know what's in that needle. They might say it's a Hep A, okay, you need it, in your first, 6 months, 12 months, fucking 18 months, but we have no idea what's in that needle. There's no testing on it. Yeah, right. There's no testing on it. There's no report to give to the father of what's in that fucking needle, right?
to still be like pro jabbing children, you have to have like literally just not done research. There's so much scientific proof that's irrefutable. You have to have literally just not done the research.
Exactly. Yep.
And that's the case. If you talk to anyone that promotes it, they're just gonna say catchphrases and buzzwords like, "Oh, it's been used for this long. Oh, it's been proven. Oh, it got rid of polio." Oh, but they'll never know the science ever.
Yeah, polio's been gone for like 50 years. Okay. Like
polio was almost gone before the jab, and it was proven that they were misdiagnosing that case based on chemicals they were putting in food and stuff and spraying in the air and so.
And so my doctor, my pediatrician, is like, well, hey, you don't have to agree, which I say, I don't agree. He's not getting no shots today, okay? Not getting no shots. Just check his height and his weight and his head, how big his head is and all this shit. And he's like, well, then he gave me this whole pamphlet of, well, you can't go to school if you don't have this shit. And so, of course, I already know that you can sign a waiver. I can go to public school if I choose for my boy to go to public school. I sign a waiver, which means he's the first one out if there's an outbreak of any sort of thing. He's the first one to come into my arms. Yeah, like he's kicked out like first. And I'm like, okay, yeah, that's what the waiver does. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, he's the first one out. I'm like, okay. But I don't know if I'll never do public school. That's stupid.
When it comes to polio and all that book that I mentioned from Dr. Suzanne Humphreys, that's the one you want to read. Or she actually, Dissolving Illusions by Suzanne Humphreys. But if you actually just type her name in, Dr. Suzanne Humphreys, and polio, you'll see her give talks about it as well. And she goes right into different, I think the very first major polio outbreak, which had an extremely high death rate, just coincidentally, there is a like a biolab just near there. I mean, who would know? So where it came out, there was a biolab right there, and they just happened to be working on polio. But then she goes into like arsenic and DDT, and then after the actual injections came out, they changed the classification of what it meant to even have polio in the first place.
Yeah.
So beforehand, it used to be just that if you were paralyzed for 24 hours, then you were classified as having polio. After the jab came out, they turned around and went, well, you need to actually get properly tested. We need to make sure that it actually is the bacteria or whatever it is. And the paralysis, which always, most of the time, it fixed itself within 2 weeks. They're like, if you're still paralyzed after 2 weeks, then we'll say that you have paralytic polio. They just changed the classification of everything. I think ALS used to be called polio, and meningitis used to be called polio, and there were a whole bunch of things. Not just exclusively, but they now classify what they had as polio into all these different categories now. So it never went away. Same as the iron lung. People go, oh, well, we don't have the iron lung anymore. Yeah, but we have different types of respirators.
Yeah, man, that's exactly
just
right,
the
bro.
iron lung.
Like, dude, the bio lab was right there where the breakout was. They started spraying DDT everywhere. They started misdiagnosing polio. It was proven that DDT caused the exact same symptoms and effects and adverse effects. And then they reclassified how to diagnose polio right after they rushed out the jab. So it's such a easy to prove lie that it got rid of it. If you also look at the charts before the jab was introduced, it had drastically dropped down to almost nothing already. So
My grandma lost the. Go ahead. Sorry. I was going to tell a grandma story, but go ahead. Someone else was talking.
I think that might just be someone's TV going through or something.
Okay, yeah. My grandma lost when the use of her wrist. Remember, I was like, she was born in the 30s, worked for GE her whole life, General Electric. And of course, if you gotta work for GE, they do require certain things. And I remember she lost the use of her wrist when I was young. And like I said, I was born in '76, so she was only, wasn't she was 40 when I was hanging out with her, and because of polio, right? She battled through it, I guess. I don't know. Remember, I was young. I don't know, and she got the use of her wrist back, and still worked for GE, and never got any compensation or anything. And
How would GE
it's just,
compensate for that?
well, if you're required to take a mandated
Oh, you're saying she
vaccine,
lost. You're saying that she got
yeah,
it from the jab. Okay, I see what you're saying.
or
My great
whatever
aunt
was
Molly.
required. Yeah.
My great aunt Molly had polio just from having polio. And, she's actually still with us. She walks irregularly though. I didn't realize you said your grandma had gotten polio from the jab.
I meant the polio. Yeah, she had polio in her wrist, I guess, or however you say that.
What?
Whatever happened. Yeah.
Did polio on her wrist?
Whatever. I don't know how polio works, dude. I was only like 2 years old, right? 3
It
years old.
wasn't polio, dude. It wasn't polio.
Right. Okay.
Whatever.
Anyways, yeah. But there's something going
you
on.
don't get
Even
better
back
from
in the
polio.
50s, is what I'm saying. Yeah, even back in the 50s, what I'm saying, that shit was going on, dude. Where they're just pushing.
Well, she probably had. It sounds like she had actual polio. She had, if anything, like I don't think she would have got it, unless you're saying that you're sure she got it from some jab or something. But our grandparents, like I said, it's my great aunt, so my grandma's sister. She actually had regular polio, but
What was her symptom?
well, I mean, she still walks with a cane. Also, she's well, I don't want to get into it, but sometimes, like, because we know she's Jewish and we have family gatherings, and she gets real drunk and she like whispers to me. She's like, oh man, I miss back in when I was growing up, and you'd walk down the street and Puerto Ricans would whistle at you, and I'm like, what? Like, what are you telling me this for?
That's her memory,
But I mean, she just walks with a cane, so I think she probably had like hip problems or something because of polio. I guess.
And I don't think polio, whatever polio is, I don't even know. Maybe Witsa can tell us what is polio exactly, and why are they still giving it or recommending it to my son today. Isn't polio wiped out? Like what? And what is
The only
polio to
polio
begin
that
with? I need to search that shit.
Polio is a
the only
disease caused
polio
by a
that happens
specific
now.
virus.
It's a what?
It's a disease caused by a virus.
Oh wow, man!
Yeah,
You
pretty
just
much the only polio that's around now is the polio that people get from the jab. So was it
Okay.
last year or the year
What is
before when they were trying to
polio?
tell everyone?
What are the
And they were trying
symptoms?
to, I think
What are
generally
the
it's a bit of
symptoms?
paralysis, isn't it? I guess there's different
Yeah.
symptoms.
Paralysis.
Paralysis, yeah.
Of what? Right. A
Usually
leg,
your arms
apparently.
Oh,
and legs. It can lead to death.
yeah.
Yeah, it can lead
It
to
can,
death.
but
Yeah, that's what happens when you spray children with DDT.
it's pretty
Mm.
rare. Pretty rare for polio to lead to death.
It's like it's funny. It's as if we didn't just break down the history of it and how they started spraying DDT everywhere and putting it in food and spraying it on food, and then they found out that DDT causes the very same symptoms, and that they were misdiagnosing people, and that the big outbreak happened right by a biolab that was experimenting with DDT, and they just approved it and sprayed it all over beaches all over the place. There was an uptick in it, and then it started to go down all by itself. The graph went all the way down to next to nothing, and then they came out with the jab after it came down to next to nothing.
Have you seen the
And
video?
then
They videos of them spraying?
they redefined how to diagnose it so that the number will also go down even further. These are all just subjective facts. So,
And not only that, it was one company that has been doing that for, 50, 60, 70 years, right? One company, right? Imagine that.
what were you saying?
Also,
Before you
there was a. Oh, sorry, who was that?
Oh, I was asking what you were saying.
It's gone.
You were like, "Have I
It's gone
seen
from my
something?"
brain. Oh yeah, sorry. Have you actually seen many of the videos of them actually spraying the DDT? It's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
kids just literally sitting at the table eating, just covered in a
It's disgusting.
like a mist of smoke. It's just it's full on. They're just
But the
spraying it on
government would
everyone.
never advocate for something that could actually end up being incredibly bad for you. I mean, come on, they
No,
love
of
us.
course,
They're very
of course.
responsible.
But yeah, so here in Australia, apparently we had. Sorry. Here in Australia, we had a lady, and I think she's actually classified as the mother of physiotherapy. She was a nurse, and she was actually performing these physio-style techniques on people who had paralytic polio, and she was getting them all back to almost 100%. Whereas what the doctors were doing were like splinting people, doing all these things that were actually making things worse for everyone. She actually started teaching the doctors, but they deliberately made it so that she could only do like a 2-week course with them and not really get them in on it properly, so that it was failing. Even though like when she was doing it, she was spending like, a month or two with people individually to teach them how to do these things. But then when they introduced her to a whole group of doctors to do it, they literally made it so that what she was teaching them would fail because she didn't have enough time to actually teach them how to do things.
You know how they like gaslight you with the term anti-vax? It's like, are you complimenting me? Have you guys? What's the there's a movie called, I forgot. It's called Vax or something like that. And then there's a follow up. I actually recently met the guy that made the follow up documentary. He was at the premiere of a pretty dope Flat Earth movie. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but it's dope. It's called Origins Untold. It's dope. It's the best Flat Earth movie ever. But anyway, I was supposed to be in it too. Kind of sad. Long story short, I met that guy. He's super cool, super based, bunch of beautiful children that are just organic. And dude, what's sad is they haven't come out and admitted to any of it. They've paid out billions of dollars because people have been injured by it, and they just act like nothing's going on. It's insane. And then they literally, it's like a joke to be like, "Oh, you're one of those. I think it causes autism," and it provably does. Provably does. It's so annoying to me. Whenever people meet my daughter, they're like, "No way, she's only 8 months." Like they've been
Exactly.
doing that since she was like 3 months old because she like will
Yep.
maintain eye contact with you and she's super composed and super
Yep.
calm and super happy and super
Yep.
interactive and she'll just stare at you in the eyes and not break eye contact. Everyone's like, there's no way she's that young. And she's super big because she's breastfed and she's not jabbed. And I'm like, no, this is just a normal baby. This is
Yeah.
like, you guys are acting like she's just a superhero. Like, no, she's just normal. You know, like I just left her alone.
Yeah, the thing about that court that you go to as well is the one that has paid out billions of dollars. Every single case is treated individually. So you can't go on precedent on a previous case. You need to reprove your entire case every single time, which goes against everything else that the law actually offers. You always have precedence on.
Anytime that someone has unlimited protection against of liability, right? Like liability protection, then they're doing something suspect. Does this have to be told to people? Unlimited
Yes, it does.
protection against
Yes,
liability?
it
Like what
does
the?
because they don't get it. When you're protected by promoting a product, and but if there's a problem, you have no repercussion.
Yeah, and like so they did this with the recent Kool-Aid, right? Because it was so egregiously ridiculous and laughable and unscientific and retarded. Because they're like, oh well, we have no idea what's going to happen, and we totally rushed this through, and we have no clue what's really going to take place. So they had to be like, oh well, that's why they're not liable. Oh well, little did you know that all the jab producers have been without liability for decades after it's been tested.
Forever,
So what's up with that?
forever,
Yeah.
forever, right? Forever.
It's just such a
Government
joke.
protected. Yeah, you know.
Like it makes me really mad. This is probably one of those subjects that make me the most mad. Like, sure, breaking up the family makes me mad. Like the overall, okay, up to the top two maybe are like the overall birth process now, where when the baby's born, they're supposed to get all these stem cells and all this important stuff from the mom, and they just immediately like cut that umbilical cord and they rip the baby away from the mother and they slap it and they wipe it all off. All this stuff, that goo is on them for a reason, dude. Right? They're supposed to just be natural and lay on their mom and then have the oxytocin steps like spread and all that stuff, right? Like transfer, and they just torture the babies. And then they immediately say they want to put
Throw them
like
on the scale. Throw
poisonous
them on the
nonsense.
scale real quick.
Yeah,
You know.
yep. Put poisonous stuff in their eyes, and then start like shoving stuff all in their body, and then they want to immediately give them a jab, and then they want to bring them wrapped up back to them. So that's one of the things that makes me so mad is how that they just torture those innocent babies, and then they take little boys and they just start mutilating them, and then the next one is just the overall jabs. Like those two things are like so egregious that they're worthy of war. Like that's
protocol.
how serious I am about it. Like it should be a war.
Dude, it's protocol at a hospital. If you have a child at a hospital, you have to right? You know what I mean? They're gonna do what they do, and you have no say because right, insurance is paying or somebody's paying.
Dude, and if you ever start hitting people with the facts though, like if these doctors are like, hey, are you sure you don't want to take hey, come on, don't you want to take this? Vitamin K, don't you want to take this? And then you start hitting them with facts. Well, did you know that a preservative of mercury is actually in this, and mercury is an incredibly toxic neurotoxin? And then they'll never have any rebuttals. No nurses, no doctors. They're just like, well, we've been using it for years. Like they don't even know the science. Just like the people that gaslight you for being against jabs, they've never studied the science.
Exactly. Yeah, they're blind, but what's it? There's so many people that do this, right? So it's kind of a lost cause to fight it, right? Because everybody and their brother does it. They go to the hospital. They get these doctors that are just one wall, right? They only know one thing, one motion. Okay, they deliver the baby. They fucking inject it. They do the eye drops. They do all this shit, and you can't fight it, you know, because there's so many people that are doing it, right?
And what about this? What about this though? What do these people think about like the doctors that like there are many doctors. Like one doctor I saw an interview with her. She was like, yeah, I mean, I was a doctor, a clinician, clinical doctor for many years. I was just giving the typical schedule because I just assumed that it was just the viral load with saline, right? I just assumed it. But then one day I read that insert and I found out what all we were putting in it. And I've been speaking out against it ever since. This is a veteran doctor that used to give them to people. Oh, but that person's just a quack. You know what I'm saying? So it's like even the doctors that they appeal to don't count when they don't say they're biased. They don't look into any of the science. Like if it's 2023 and you're still like gaslighting people about being against jabbing innocent little defenseless babies, like, dude, you are on the wrong side of history, bro. Like, I'll stop ranting, but I'm just like, I really don't like that at all. I watched my little baby come out. Once Aaliyah was born, I watched her born, bro, it became so infuriating for me and so real that, like, I can't even imagine hurting her, dude, when she was first born. Like, that's so evil, bro. It's
I don't
crazy,
want
dude.
nobody touching her. You know, I don't want nobody touching my boy, right? When they're born. You know what I mean? But
Yeah,
they
except her
do.
mom.
But they, except the mama. That's right.
And then after she laid on Kai for a second, I held her on my chest for a second. It's like that's what she's supposed to be comforted with her like support system right out of the womb. You know what I'm
The
saying? Like
heartbeat,
that's
yep. The heartbeat,
yeah,
the
bro.
words, the voice, your resonance, right? When you talk to her.
That's
Yeah,
crazy
and
because
that
Aaliyah's like
and
so noticeably more ahead of people her age. You know.
how did we go from 50 years, let's just say 50 years from quote unquote natural birth or natural, local birth. You got a local doctor, the doctor, back when I was born or 50 years ago, to this corporatized fucking massive institution called childbirth, right? Fucking what the fuck? And people don't even see that, right? How it's changed, right?
Well, it's like these doctors want to pretend they're God and that they know so much. We already have the best doctor in the world that made it a certain way. It's God. It's the creator. It's Yah, right? Like,
He's a
come on,
genius.
dude. Yeah. Like he made it a certain way for a reason, bro.
Yeah.
Like it's just
And then
insane.
the hospital recommended me, like, oh, here's the pediatrician, just right when my boy Lane came out. Like, oh, there's a pediatrician called Lone Star. I'm in Texas, so Lone Star pediatrician. He's the best one. Here's the contacts, all this stuff. And by the way, they come in the room the very next day. My wife's, laying with the baby with Lane, and they're starting to like put shit in his ears and do all this weird stuff. And I'm like, what the hell are you doing? Anyways, what do I do? Right? I'm in this fucking establishment called a hospital where they are the best.
Yeah,
And
it's way more brutal there.
yeah, and then we went to this pediatrician, and this dude, he's just like super aggressive. He's like grabbing my baby's arm. I wanted to punch the
Yeah,
motherfucker. Like, what the?
dude,
Like,
and they're so like not gentle and stuff with babies because they're so used to it and they do it so much. They just like throw them around, like bro.
Yeah.
And this is also like there are even believers that promote this. This so like I've asked so many Christians this and they'll never answer me straightforward. So like in order to have the jabs that you currently attack children with, they had to use aborted fetal tissue. They had to take stem cells from aborted fetal tissue. So am I supposed to believe that the creator made it so that you had to murder a defenseless baby and then take the stem cells from it? And they had to murder many, like 256 of them. That's why it's called HK256 or whatever, right? They're supposed to murder babies, and the creator made it where the only way that your children can be safe is that they inject them with replicated stem cells from aborted fetal tissue, and then I never get an answer to that. And then the second one is, I always get emotional reactions. The second one is, you know who didn't get jabbed? Jesus, as they would call them, Yeshua, right?
Right.
Yeah, so it's like none of the prophets and the Messiah, like, it's just funny, bro. It's just funny that they even got Christians, like, supporting it, and it's so blatantly against their belief system. I don't know. It's wild.
They
It's
push
true.
it so hard, dude. They push it so hard. So, for example, my wife, right? Like, I'm immune to it. I understand, dude. You're pushing some fucking bullshit. I get it. And so I tell my wife, they wouldn't even actually, they wouldn't even let me in the office because I wouldn't wear a mask, right? and this fucking big old lady was saying, "Put your mask," like yelling at me when I first walked in there, right? And I was like, "Oh fuck, I ain't going in there no more." And so my wife walks in there, and they just push it, right? You know, they push it so hard because it's an incentive for them. It's profitable. They every fucking shot, whatever they, all the injections they do for all the other fucking kids in there, right? Is make some money. And I was like, babe, we need to get. Don't take him here anymore. But my wife was like, well, I like it. It's a real nice doctor, blah, blah, blah. And so I'm like, oh, shit. But no more shots. No more. No more. So he got his first 6 months. And that's it. And, it's hard, dude. It's hard to battle these, the society, the people, where, okay, well, if I want to go to public school, I got to have all these shots. I got, if you want to do this, no, dude, the guy's
You
only.
need to sit down. You need to sit down with her though and watch the documentary back, right? And this is what else is so sad about it, dude. They take advantage. Sorry, I just carried something, but they take advantage of women in their most vulnerable state, dude. When Kai was giving birth, bro, and afterwards, I could have told her that it was raining chocolate, bro. Dude, she was out of it, dude. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yep.
So it's just sad that they
Was she
when women are
natural
in
or
that
did she
state.
get the
Yeah,
epidermal?
all natural.
Natural or epidermal?
Natural.
Wow. That's an amazing lady right there.
Yeah, she was a trooper, dude.
Wow. Dude, that's seriously fucking mind blowing because my wife was pushing for about a day and a half, right? And then they're checking the baby's signs, and they said we need a C-section. My wife is a small lady; she's about 5'2". You know what I mean? The cervix couldn't open up that much, and so we had a C-section. Is what we had, and she did do the epidermal for the C-section. But yeah, Kai's an amazing lady. Here he comes. Here he comes. Everybody's
How old is he?
Say hi to Witted. Say hi to Witted. Witted gets a head. Say hi.
I was going to say, Witsit, part of the thing about the medical industry with the birthing is that part of the paradigm of mainstream medicine, as the doctors have been taught and they've been trained this way, is that the baby doesn't retain memories at those early stages, in those prenatal and postnatal states. So that's kind of how, they basically claim that, the baby's not retaining any memories. It's basically just as that term that Sigmund Freud had popularized, tabula rasa, which essentially means like a blank slate. So that's kind of how mainstream medicine, that's how they've trained the medical industry to think of babies, is that they have no way to, register memory. Therefore, if they come out of the birth canal and they stick a finger in their mouth and they dig out everything from the mouth unnaturally. They, like you said, they drop those silver drops in the eyes. They spank it, all these different practices that they do. But that's the thing, they've been trained to be told that the baby is not able to maintain memory. However, they've shown that single-celled organisms can maintain memory. So if a single-celled organism can maintain memory, how could they claim that a fetus cannot? Now, of course, it might not be the same memory. Like, if you were 10 years old and you went to, do something to the beach or whatever, and you remember that's obviously a different type of memory than would be in a baby. It would be much more cellular and on a much deeper level. But yeah, so that's kind of how they get away with a lot of that stuff, is that the mainstream medical doctors are trained that the baby just has no way to retain any memories. Therefore, if you spank it, you whack it around, do whatever, they just think they kind of view it as almost just like an inanimate thing, like at least to that level. So that's part of like that kind of teaching in mainstream medicine is what's allowed for all of these different doctors, because they're not all like necessarily evil people, per se. I mean, they're just following protocol, but that protocol is based upon the idea that the baby has no memories going on whatsoever. Therefore, all the interventions to them seem like it's just more of a mechanical thing rather than an actual, having awareness of all of the sensitivity of the emotional and the memory and all of those components, and how much they actually really impact the baby. And I think that is kind of what's allowed them to kind of create this traumatic birthing practices that they, even in the mainstream system, is because these doctors are convinced that the baby has no way to register memories. Therefore, there's no need to even consider that, so that's kind of like one of the underlying kind of axioms that drives that whole system.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Doesn't even make sense. I get quiet right now.
Well, what's weird about that too is that there's like theories in psychology of like early breastfeeding and how much that can impact a child. Like if the mother like has certain emotions, or if there's some kind of tension within the mother, that like the breastfeeding or like the way that the baby like latches onto the nipple. So there's all these like other theories, even within the kind of mainstream psychology world and psychiatry, that there's, that even like that some like early breastfeeding and the particularities of that can have impact on the child. So somehow they accept that, even though like that would be, around the process or after birth, but somehow during the whole birth, it's weird. It's they're almost trying to say the baby has no memory until apparently, breastfeeding or something. And then there's those theories that come in, but it's just a contradiction.
Yeah, that's a trip, bro. They treat them like items.
Yeah. Yeah. They treat them like almost like, yeah, like that's what I was thinking, like inanimate. Yeah. It's just like a bag of flesh. It doesn't have any actual. But the thing is, there's like, I would say it's completely to the contrary. I think that those early stages are like incredibly important, and like the bonding and everything that happens like I think can have tremendous impact. It's like the first experience any of us even had. It's like the core, like foundational experience of coming into this world. Like, for example, how much when they give these epidurals and these drugs to women at childbirth, is that affecting these children to later in life to have drug addictions? Because in that birthing experience, there could be pain, there could be challenge going on if the mother is in an uncomfortable situation, or there's stress in the hospital setting, all those different components, or fear going on, etc. And oh, sorry, I cut off for a sec. So I was just saying, all of like the experience of possible like fear or tension or stress, whatever that the mother and or child may be going through. So that's like the foundation. And then if they give like an epidural, or they give like really heavy anesthesia type drugs, then the minute they inject that to the woman changes, she's now sort of drugged, and then those chemicals are going in through the umbilical cord and through the bloodstream of the woman, and therefore the child. And essentially in that case, the child is now being drugged, and then it's being born drugged, and the mother's drugged as well. So it's like coming into the world just like it's almost like imprinting the idea of like when there's problems, when there's stress, when there's something challenging going on, the drug is the answer. And on a deep cellular level, that these children are being imprinted with these drugs. So then later in life, when they're 15, 20, 25, 30, whatever it may be, and they have a drug addiction, either alcohol or heroin or whatever it may be, you know, is that actually like the core of that trauma is being drugged in the whole birth process, and having that kind of deep cellular memory of the answer is drugs. You know, when there's challenge, when there's stress, whatever it may be, just like it was in their birth, you know, the solution in that case, or at least the result that happened, as it were, was to just add a drug, to take a chemical. And is that coming through later in life, like psychologically and physically in those memory systems? Same with C-section, because usually when a baby's born C-section, the mother's drugged heavily and there's all kinds of drugs involved. And there's other things with C-sections that people have uncovered when they've kind of tapped into these memories as well that are component to that too. But yeah, just in terms of the drug use at birth, there's also like inducing birth with drugs. That has a whole thing to it as well. Like always feeling pushed or rushed or stressed in that sense, because the inducing like accelerates the contractions unnaturally. That's a whole thing in and of itself, the whole inducing. So there's like the inducing and then the anesthesia, which in this day and age nowadays, it's usually both. So they'll induce, they'll give the anesthesia drugs, they'll induce anesthesia drugs. It's insane. They're like pushing the baby out with Pitocin and with the inducing drugs while also drugging the mother. So it's like a double whammy. It's like a forcing inducing drug with a sedative kind of pain relief. So yeah, it's
Yeah, and they like cycle it. They like cycle it back and forth, back and forth. It's like crazy.
Yeah.
It's just like barbaric. It sucks though, because it's like almost anything within this pharmakeia realm, right? It's like it's tough conversations because of people's experiences. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I mean, I get it. It's like an intense moment, and I can see where people could be convinced of things, and similar to what we were talking about earlier. You know, like people being told like, "Oh, this medicine keeps you alive. If you don't take it, you're gonna die." So it's just a sad situation. The answer is always like preemptively discovering these things. So like preventative knowledge, you know, like that's for sure the answer. Like, the earlier you know about this into the pregnancy, the better. So you can like, do squats during pregnancy. You know, make sure you get some vitamin A during pregnancy, and make sure you sit a certain way, and you know, stuff.
absolutely. Dude, let me throw this out there. If birthing practices were changed in a dramatic way in today's world, like to the point to where it was ideal, where the mother, you know, there's candles lit, there's peaceful music, there's just love, and all of those factors that were just ideal. Like in one generation, how much would that change humanity? No mutilation on the male genitals, you know, all just actual like natural birth. Like, would that just like birth an entire new humanity in one generation?
Yeah, that's very crazy to think about, especially when you probably see an extreme contrast because we're generationally in that cycle now. So the next generation would contrast so hard. It would be pretty amazing. Just seeing the babies not being jabbed is night and day. You know, so I can only imagine like the whole process, but and like even just like natural birth, organic babies. They're
Yeah, well, it sounds like
noticeably different.
Yeah, absolutely. And it sounds like you guys did that from everything that you've shared. It sounds like there were like you guys basically did that, like natural birth and no crazy stuff. So you did it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, I would say we probably learned things like there's maybe a few things that we would be more attentive of, just to kind of. I know her contractions were kind of really intense, and we both believe that there's ways to kind of ease that but no, yeah, we're like super blessed. I mean, we were blessed enough to, and honestly, it's like, it's always just, if you want to figure out the truth, you can find it. You know what I mean? And like, I learned a ton of information from you. You suggested a few documentaries. I remember actually, I was in the RV and I was talking to you about, I was asking you all these questions about it, but you didn't know that Kai was pregnant. You know what I'm saying? I had not told anyone yet. And I was like asking you all these questions, like as if I was just like randomly curious, you know? So you helped us out a lot, so thanks.
Yeah, for sure, bro. Cheers. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, and I was like, wow. Well, you. I mean, it was sounding like you guys. You know, it was in the cards, but yeah, it maybe. Yeah, you hadn't fully announced that yet, but I do remember that conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I told you like a few weeks later, I was like, oh, you remember that comment? It's very funny. But no, we watched those documentaries and we watched a bunch of different stuff and read some stuff, and yeah, I think that's one thing. Like people, I mean, honestly, people just don't do that. Like they don't put a lot of effort in. I think that you just like get the fruits kind of from the effort. You're like, oh well, they see this is, I got it. Like we're so desensitized to things, like things that maybe we don't really see the effects of because we've been so bogged down with like different chemicals and different processes, and like the average person is just so used to things. They just kind of assume that like the baby will be fine, but the baby isn't used to all those things and shouldn't be, frankly, right? So that's kind of what I see a lot. They're like, I don't know, and like you know, like even after the baby's born, it's crazy. Like they suggest that the first thing the baby should eat is grains. No, it's not. It's absolutely not. And they suggest like formula or getting off the boob quicker and integrating greens in early. And like I've come across this information recently that the baby's supposed to not, they're supposed to be drinking milk until like some of their later teeth come in. Like the first teeth that come in are called milk teeth. And yeah, just crazy. It's like all of these early stages are pretty crucial to neural development and stuff like that, right? So it's just a crazy world. You gotta do so much research. I feel like back in the day, a couple hundred years ago even, like, you know, families just all knew this, and like mothers told their daughters, etc., right? It was just normal. And now you have to like unlearn everything and duck and dive and dodge all the propaganda and find the good stuff, and you know, just and then all the stuff that's good for you in pregnancy, they basically tell you is bad and try to scare you. It's just wild. Wild, but you know, the ones that make it out of that, the parents that fight hard enough for their children and hook them up, like they're going to be a generation of like legends, you know, like amongst you know, the lost.
For sure. Absolutely, dude. And yeah, people that have been born like in really natural, and actually as well, there's certain practices that a woman can do even before she gives birth to like clear out, like basically, to say it quickly. So there's a large amount of research in terms of like, do we actually store memories from our own birth process, like the feelings of suffocation that we might be going through, or contraction, etc. And there's a lot in terms of like the entire birth process and how like our bodies perhaps even register those memories and those components of it all. And children that are born in with traumatic births, you know, like that went on for like 2-3 days, or even like, yes, the C-sections in some cases, the drugs that are used, all of the different traumas, let alone, yeah, the jabs and all these things. And like the impact that actually has on someone's life in terms of just having a chaotic birth like that, that's problematic, versus like a natural birth that's super peaceful. And there's also this thing where if like the idea that we store our own birth trauma, like the tension, the contractions, the actual like feeling stuck, all those kind of emotions that kind of go with that, even like depression, like having the birth canal like depressing on you, etc. And so there's a lot of research done where if a woman tries to work through the memories of her own birth trauma before she gives birth, meaning like work through that, like the contraction, the tension, like anything that might still that's there in her psyche. And women who have done that, like who have done a lot of practice to process that, when they give birth, they have like virtually no pain. The contractions are actually very smooth. And believe it or not, it's actually orgasmic for the woman, which is so antithetical to what we consider childbirth, where it's like pain and screaming and the woman's like, but these women that process their own birth memories, when they give birth, it's just like flowing, and they literally it's literally orgasmic, like actually orgasmic and even pleasurable to that point. And there's a lot of different hormones and things being released as well. And so there could be the case that if women, like when they're having contractions when they're giving birth, essentially their own birth memories are triggered because there's like a mirroring effect, like that they were born in a certain way and then now they're a woman, a grown adult giving birth. It's like their birth memories are activated in that process. And then in some cases, if it's like deep and the kind of cellular in the body, then there can be a lot more difficulty and the contractions and some of those factors. So that's a very interesting form of research as well. And then to give birth with when the woman's like orgasmic, and I don't really mean sexual, like some major sex thing, but just the actual feelings of that and the woman just being in bliss kind of thing. I'm not talking about any actual sex acts. I'm just saying the actual experience of it is like an orgasmic release in that sense when they don't have any of their own kind of birth trauma memories that are getting or that are still lingering, basically.
Yeah, and it sounds crazy until you go watch the videos of women literally doing it. There are videos of women like literally basically having an orgasm when they give birth. So I mean you can't fake that. How do you fake that?
Yep. Yeah, I think the implications are huge for this. Like, I think it's in terms of big pharma, it's like they get us on both ends. Like they get us with the whole birthing thing, and then throughout our lives with jabs and and then we get older, they're trying to give us chemicals like drugs to solve the problems that the toxic food causes in the first place, all of the different issues. And then when we die, they usually, it's like it's like a controlled death thing as well. So yeah, it's like they know what they're doing. They're covering every aspect. It's like they cover the macrocosm of the earth, like what the earth is. And then they cover the microcosm, our bodies, with like toxins and food. And so, yeah, they know what they're doing. And yeah, they're creating humans that have much more stress and tension and prone to anxiety and depression and drug addiction and feeling unsafe, feeling anxiety, because the birth process in today's world, especially in hospitals, is so chaotic in so many cases. And like you were saying before, it's like antithetical on almost every level to what a natural, healthy birth would be, to give birth to a child that would be much, much less likely to have any emotional or psychological and physical issues, like chronic depression and all of, addictions, these things that so many people have today.
Yeah, that's like the tell that there's no way it's a coincidence. It was like clearly a very deliberate orchestration of like flipping it all upside down. It's like a very meticulously planned trauma-based mind control from the beginning. Have you ever heard of like dolphin birth, like births with dolphins?
I have, dude. Yeah, that sounds amazing. Yeah, wow,
Yeah,
that is
it's a trip.
incredible.
So they have hierarchies or something.
They're like, yeah,
but I'm not
like
big on
super
like
children.
Yeah, just on general, it seems like a cool thing. Like the dolphins are like very supportive and stuff. They give off these certain frequencies that help soothe and help the birth process make it easier. The trip, like they like put out certain sonar that helps the birthing process. Helps the baby be calm because they're so smart. They're like soothing the baby with their frequencies around you in the water. That's wild. It's very cool.
Wow. Well, dude, dolphins are like very advanced. Like there's a lot of different theories and ideas of what they're connected to, like spiritually or metaphysically, and like the level of intelligence. And they're obviously like incredibly intelligent animals in and of itself as well. But yeah, so the idea would be, so you would be doing like water birth, and then there'd be dolphins in like a large pool with you, or do they just need to be
Yeah.
near, or?
So some people do it like literally in the ocean, because there are certain places that dolphins will come to shallow water. So I guess that would be the best place, because the dolphins actually migrate to the pregnant woman during the birth. Like they want to come help. So I've seen some where like it's a natural thing like that, or there are some where they have like a giant pool and they have some dolphins in there. And the dolphins literally like become like midwives. It's such a trip, bro. And they like start circling and soothing the mother and like nestling up against her for a second and keeping her calm. And then they start putting off these frequencies that like relax the mother and like relax the birth canal, and it's just really crazy. They're very aware of what's going on, and they're like proactively helping with like by emitting frequencies, like literally, because that's how they communicate, right? And who's to say like if they're actually like somewhat communicating to the baby, right? Because the baby is in a state of nonverbal communication. So it's all like vibrational. So it's really kind of a crazy idea.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the idea that like the soul and the fetus and how those are like connecting and interconnecting. Because like where is the baby's consciousness or like soul or spirit when the birth process is happening? Like, is it in the body? Is it surrounding? Is it like in the toroidal field of the mother? Like, how is that actually like situated in that sense? And then, what is its actual kind of state, and then its relation. So like the idea that dolphins could have like a metaphysical or even like a spirit world access of some sort, that they could actually like soothe the actual baby's consciousness or awareness, either like through like almost psychic means in that sense, like telepathic, or through like you're saying too as well, or maybe both, a combination of like the actual frequencies of sonar. That is incredible.
Yeah, like vibrational communication. Because like they've done studies where a baby can be like upstairs and the dad will come home from work, and if he's aggravated, the baby will start crying. Like once he enters the home. Like they've done actual studies where like newborn babies can like feel vibrations, like they're like hypersensitive to sensory input, like vibrationally. It's very fascinating. It's almost like the movie Benjamin Button. I mean, I've never seen it, but I know the story or whatever. It's kind of like we Benjamin Button intuitively, like our intuition, almost like our metaphysical awareness seems to Benjamin Button with age, and then we become more temporally wise. You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it's really kind of crazy idea, but I mean, they're fresh out of this like metaphysical realm. Like they were in the metaphysical realm a lot more recent, and that's why children are so much more intuitively empathetic and intuitive in general, and like just innocent and happy and pure and inquisitive and open-minded. They can like really tell when you're lying. Now, like if you're intentionally trying to deceive a child, that's different. But like they can just feel vibrations a lot. They really operate off of like body language and facial mechanisms and stuff like that. And it seems like we kind of get that taught out of us in a way. We become more and more integrated into this like temporal material world. So it's really a trip to think about it like that. Like they actually are on this like higher vibrational form of communication and information. Like that's how they receive information. And the dolphins are like, they know that. Like, and they're like soothing the baby. They're like calming the baby and like reassuring it like everything's fine. As opposed to like maybe like the mom screaming and the doctor's freaking out or saying all this different stuff and like putting off all these weird vibes or just like I said, these conversations are hard to have because I know like people have given birth to their children in various ways, but Sometimes truth is truth, man. Truth is liberating, even if it's tough at times. But I think that the very conception is deeper than people realize. I recently found out that I'm talking a lot that it's not the fastest swimmer. It's actually the egg literally puts off electromagnetic signals, which hand selects one of the sperms and pulls it into it faster and slows all the other ones down. So it literally handcrafts a specific frequency tailored for a specific sperm that brings it in while effectively repelling the other sperm and slowing them down. So it's not just the fastest sperm, the survival of the fittest BS type of evolution mentality. It's no, that specific sperm was hand selected. It's a very deep spiritual thing.
And then there's a spark of light when it actually enters the egg, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
What is the evidence of that? Have they detected that light, or what?
Well, I've seen the video of it. Now I'm somewhat perplexed as to how the video takes place. To be honest, obviously they weren't looking inside of a woman while they had sex. I wouldn't imagine. So I've seen a video of a spark. It's a very fascinating video. It's very cool. But I don't know if it was another animal or if it was. I don't know. I'll have to look into it. I'll look into it right now.
Yeah, I'm looking it up. It says the spark occurs when an egg is fertilized and its cortical vesicles are released, flooding the area around the egg with zinc. And they're saying that zinc strengthens the egg and doesn't allow other sperm to get to the egg. But yeah, spark of fertilization.
Yeah, so it's definitely mainstream accepted because atheists have a talking point for it, right? And they say they give you the quote unquote scientific explanation, and they undermine how beautiful it is. But the fact that there's literally a spark of life is incredibly beautiful and profound. But the fact that the atheists have had to acknowledge it and undermine it would make you want to assume that there's quite an abundance of evidence for it. So there's a video here, but I just don't know how they made the video of a human. It's kind of crazy.
I know. I just posted one, but I can't help but to think that looks like CGI, but I don't know. It just looks kind of funny. I mean, not saying it is, but it does look a little bit strange. It almost looks animated, but it doesn't have to be animated. But yeah, how did they get that? Or is that just a recreation, or are they saying that's actual real footage?
Yeah, well, I mean, I've seen supposed real footage, and in this video I'm watching right here, there's CGI showing you the process, but then it shows you pretty clearly real footage of the egg lighting up. I'm just not sure how do you video a woman during conception?
It says
it could just be like a test tube baby,
So it says right here. I'll read this. So it says the researchers use advanced fluorescent. Okay, depending on their ability to develop into a healthy embryo. I'm just going to read it off. The researchers use advanced fluorescent sensors to track the movement of zinc in live cells. The researchers activated the egg with the help of a sperm enzyme. The activation triggered calcium levels to rise inside the egg, causing the egg to release billions of zinc atoms. Billions of atoms! As the zinc shoots out, it binds to small molecules that emit fluorescence. Fluorescence is then picked up by microscope cameras. So they did it in a petri dish. The zinc is precisely distributed inside the egg in tiny compartments. This natural process controls the development of a healthy embryo. So, yeah, they did it in a lab, but it stands to reason that it would happen in the body, I guess, is the argument. The more zinc that's released, the brighter the flash produced by an egg. Yeah, I recently found out that they showed that the egg picks out a sperm. So if you like apply this to like a woman's egg, and you know, like the woman is born with their eggs, like they don't just keep making eggs. You know what I'm saying? That's why women lose fertility while men maintain it forever, basically. So it's like a special thing. And then to kind of think about the idea that the egg is like almost instructed to pick a specific one out. And it's like it's acting out a mechanism that hand selects a specific sperm that's supposed to be born. It's just so crazy. And then like stops the rest, slows the rest down and pulls that one in. And then boom, you get like a light, like a spark of life. That just the idea of that process is pretty profound. And people legit will tell you like, oh, it's just all random evolutionary. You know.
Yeah, that is a very
material.
different. Exactly. Yeah, that is like it's like the mirror image of that, because the idea that all the sperm are just running survival of the fittest and they're just swimming as fast as they can. And because that's kind of the story they tell us, like, oh, you were the best swimmer, you know, you're the best evolutionary swimmer and you got there. Because that's kind of like even rhetoric that, you know, people will say, like even on someone's birthday, like, oh, you were the strongest swimmer or whatever, that kind of stuff. But yeah, like what you're saying here is that it's actually like pulled and selected is like almost the opposite of that. Like instead of some kind of race that one sperm won just out of like random swimming through the biological fluids and getting there, rather than actually being like a selection process that has like purpose and intention and an actual meaning behind it, and like an intention rather than just some random evolution.
Yeah, like here it says, human eggs use chemical signals to attract sperm. New research from Stockholm University. What a name for a college. Manchester University, NHS Foundation Trust and the University of Manchester shows that eggs use chemical signals to quote-unquote choose sperm. And it's electromagnetic signals. So I read about this a couple weeks ago. Like, why don't they just say what it is? Like I say, it's chemical. It makes it sound more materialistic. It's an electromagnetic signal.
Yeah, I mean, just imagine if by just doing proper birthing practices, if you could give birth to a child that has like virtually none of all the following things. It's like autism, depression, anxiety, addiction, eating disorders, food sensitivities. I mean, the list goes on and on. Especially if you add the jabs as well, in terms of what those are doing, in terms of creating, like, I think, allergies and immune deficiencies and all kinds of other susceptibilities. But it still just blows my mind to think like how really healthy birthing practices, and why wouldn't that be top priority? You know, if you ask any woman, like, what do you want for your child? You know, unless they really have some serious mental conflicts going on, they would want the best for their child. They want their child to be happy and healthy and you know, able to be effective in what it's doing, and you know, highly functioning and intelligent. And so it's just wild to think that every woman wants that, and then they're going to the mainstream hospital environment and just basically having a birth that is not, in a lot of cases, is not setting their child off on the right start. That's for sure, to say the least. Or even downright causing like tremendous problems, like that the baby is going to be suffering with the rest of their lives. And I mean, the jabs are obviously a huge one. And it's like, there's people that sort of don't believe that they're problematic or whatever. So they're giving them their child and their child gets autism. And then they still don't believe that that's what caused it. It's intense.
There should just be flat Earth birthing clinics. And I know it sounds weird to call it flat Earth, but because flat Earth represents, like, you know, all the things that you wouldn't trust about the normal process of a lot of things. It could just be called a flat Earth birthing clinic.
Or just being connected to nature. Like when you think about it, as far as we know, like humans in the past, they were, quote unquote flat earthers, as it were. They had cosmologies of a stationary Earth and being connected with nature and being like, some of them even viewed it like being like in the womb of Mother Earth kind of thing. Like they actually saw it as being like, like the idea of a realm or, et cetera, and like actually being contained, et cetera, all of those factors. And then they were giving birth in natural ways under the moon, under the stars, all of that, giving birth in a natural way. And yeah, if you want to call them flat earthers in that sense, and they were also, in a generalized sense, but yeah, they didn't have all of these like depressions and anxieties. Like they just didn't, they didn't have all these things. So yeah. And then when you think about like the globe mentality, the whole globe thing, and then this is like the globe birthing process that we have today. It's like brought to you by the globe.
Pretty much, yeah. And like you can just like rule number one. Okay, first thing is your baby needs to be born into a very solid, stationary, level environment for it to be safe. That's where we live, so we've got that covered. Like there's not going to be any spinning going on, because that for a baby that would be pretty traumatic when you think about it. If it was just like coming out of the womb, like sensing the spin or whatever, that seems weird. Actually, they had something about that, right? Like where the babies, someone was saying that's why babies fall over, because they're not used to the spin yet or something. Wasn't there some kind of thing?
Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
You heard about that?
No, I don't know if I've ever.
I think it was an actual claim.
I have a question. What's it? Are you there? What's it?
Yeah, what's up?
All right. So why do you promote Albert Einstein when we know he's a fraud?
I only expose him.
You expose him?
Hostile. You ever heard about
Yeah.
hostile witness? Hostile witness?
Of course. Absolutely. I'm just asking the question. Do with it as you may.
I just expose him. Like people don't even know what he said. The current model uses him, and so I have to teach people what their model actually is to show how ridiculous it is.
Because maybe he had some.
I remember at one time you were promoting what he was saying though, and now you changed that.
Well, wait, you're
That's
talking about
fine.
like, you're talking about a quote, like he was like showing quotes of Einstein. You mean? Is
Yeah.
that what you mean? Like,
Yeah, exactly.
Why is that promoting? Why is that promoting? He just said he's using Einstein to teach the ballers what their people that they idolize said. That's all.
The real gotcha
Yeah,
moment.
no, I'm just
What's
asking.
going on, dude? What's going on,
I'm
big guy?
Well, so you're going to realize that was a misinterpretation. He was never promoting Einstein. I'm sure he can defend himself, but that's ridiculous from anyone that pays attention.
which are you secretively a pro Einsteiner? Are you?
How do you know?
You're in the closet.
He did. You know what's so funny, bro? Is like I used to have my room back in the day. It used to be a bunch of famous people's faces like all over the wall. And Einstein was one of them. Way back in the day. It was a pretty fire picture though. But yeah. Nah, like Einstein was a psychopath, man. But what I found though is that dude is a treasure chest of damning quotes against the heliocentric model. So I use him because their model still uses his theory. And the average person doesn't know that he said stuff like, we can never prove that the Earth is moving.
Well, did you know that it wasn't actually him? It was his wife that he was stealing from.
Oh, his wife helped him do some of the math, but he actually stole from other men.
All of it.
No,
Well,
he stole the
but
math from
a lot
Henri
of it.
Poincaré. Yeah,
Well,
you're right.
he got chased from a debate in Germany. He was chased out of town. He couldn't even back up anything he said.
No, yeah, he also ran away from all debates and just called people anti-Semitic for challenging him.
Exactly.
They actually
Kind of like
made it against the rules to challenge Einstein, right? Wasn't there some kind of like
yeah.
you can't challenge Einstein because you'd be anti-Semitic if you did?
Yeah, because hundreds of German
They
scientists and Austrian scientists all signed a petition to kick him out of science in Germany and Austria. And so then they ended up making a rule that you weren't allowed to go at Einstein or you were anti-Semitic.
Now the other thing is, I was asking this the other day, like what? Because there's some cool quotes from Einstein, like things that were actually like cool that he said, besides the stuff that like about it was admitting that we can't measure the Earth movement and all that. But there were some things that seemed almost poetic by him, and I'm wondering if any of those were ever anything he said, because mostly everything he said wasn't even him like stealing it from other people. It was like he was just the stool, like he was just the person they tagged it to because he represented what they wanted. He was the yes man they needed, like today's Elon Musk or something. You know, probably never had an
Yeah,
original
stuff
idea of his own.
like the definition of insanity is doing the same thing but expecting a different result.
Right. Probably wasn't even him.
Yeah, he also has a quote that says, "Nothing is real." He also said, like something to the effect of like reason and rationality has not helped me come up with anything I've ever proposed. He said some funny stuff.
And he also said, "My cousin's really hot."
Well, he also wrote in his diary about how he wanted to hook up with her underage daughter.
Mm-hmm. Didn't you say like the only thing he ever was patented was something like a bra, some kind of bra?
The
Or
blouse.
something?
Yeah, it was a blouse.
Blouse. That's the only thing he actually.
To what degree do you guys think he was like an actor or had that component? Because
completely.
Well, like I'm
Oh
just
yeah, he was
talking
he
about-
was like their days like Neil deGrasse Tyson and
Musk.
Bill Nye.
Bill Nye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Elon
like
Musk
he
was a
was
really
more
good
of
example.
Yeah, Elon Musk for sure.
I feel like he was more of a Stephen Hawking. I feel like he might have actually been retarded, and they were just like, "No, I'm serious. I'm serious." Because that's the story that they told me in school. They were like, "Oh, all of Einstein's teachers thought he was retarded, but then he showed them, and I think he was."
So are they getting us to worship a mentally disabled person as the smartest person in the world? Is that what they're doing?
I mean, have you ever seen this Stephen Hawking's interview? Like, he literally, they'll ask him a question, he'll be like,
He had an interpreter that
Yeah, so,
knew
like,
what he
yeah.
was saying. That's
Exactly.
a
So
joke. That's a joke.
he would do this
point is
real
he
fast, real
wasn't
fast, real fast.
saying-
So
Go
they'd
ahead.
ask him a question, right? And so he would go like for like 3 seconds, and then this dude would list off like the most in-depth intellectual paragraph ever. You know, it's like,
You have that? I was
how
gonna
did
try to
you
find
get that? Somewhere, I don't know. Like, how did you get that out of 3 mumbles,
so
bro?
hilarious. We were laughing so hard at that.
It's the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life because you know that you're being bullshitted. You know at that point.
Dude,
You know.
everything, I swear,
a lie.
like, it's straight up upside down world. Like, they do the upside down world on us constantly. Like, yeah, this
Like Helen
guy,
Keller.
Well, it's like a pretty dead giveaway. I know that English was not Einstein's first language, so that is fair. But in terms of like when he's giving some of those like speeches in English, he literally is reading a script. Now I know there might be rebuttals for that, or people would have different viewpoints. They would say English is not his first language, but he looks scared. He looks afraid. He looks like a deer in headlights. Almost looks like he's uncomfortable. Like maybe that like. Could his life be on the line, or he has to obey his handlers, and if he doesn't, there'll be consequences. It almost has that vibe, like he almost seems like a prisoner. Now, I'm just picking all that up from like body language, and you could claim that that's just my anecdotal, of watching it. But it's just like when you look at his body language, meaning if somebody is very highly intelligent, even if English isn't their first language, I know, there's very highly intelligent people that can speak 15 languages fluently, and they're very intelligent. So if Einstein's the smartest man in the world, that shouldn't be an issue. Nonetheless, even if we try to kind of give him that, it's like he's reading a script. And if somebody is like very knowledgeable, when they speak, it's like they know what they're talking about. Like they've reviewed it many times. Like they're speaking from a place of true knowing if they're an expert in the field. But he looks like it's like he's an actor reading a script, and not even a good actor at that. Like, and he just looks uncomfortable. It just looks very inauthentic and strange. Like it literally looks like he's a crisis actor just reading a script.
Yeah, and they
Well,
claim he taught at a
you're right.
university. They claim he taught at a university, but then he can't even like give a speech in English. Like, how do you give lectures? Like, yeah, I think he's just a front man for sure.
That's kind of funny though when you hear stories like maybe they went and interviewed his teachers because they were like, oh well, Einstein's the smartest, so let's do like a biography on this guy, and the teachers, they're like, well, we thought he was an idiot, so we're surprised that like he's like where he's at. And then if they're telling you that in school and they're like, see, he grew up and he really showed them. But then it's like when you know now what we know looking back, it's like, hey, like, you know what I mean? You see these like anomalies, and then it's like he was an idiot.
Dude, when they try to, when they say he's the smartest man in the world, like what standard are they going on? Like, I just Googled what was his IQ, and it says IQ experts estimate that his IQ was between 160 and 180. Some people suggest it was 205, but the most common prediction is between 160 and 1. So he didn't even get tested. Like, what? Why do people say he's the smartest man alive? He openly admits that, like, he couldn't use reason, and everything that he came up with was for some other people. And then he says, I can't even understand my own theory. So, I don't know what I'm missing here.
Well, I guess when they link him to the Copernican revolution, as they call it, this globe Earth discovery that they try to claim, and then Einstein, with just relativity and try to patchwork it all together. So yeah, it's like he's like kind of I guess the way they purport him that way is because they're claiming that he solved cosmology or something, or almost that kind of mentality, that he's some like genius that wrapped it all
This
up.
is the phrase I came up with to kind of describe this phenomena. It's intellectual ineptitude conflates paradox with profundity. So, like, when he says something that just doesn't make sense, it's actually just retarded and contradictory and paradoxical. People, I don't understand that. It must be because he's a genius and it's just too much for me to understand. No, you don't understand it because it's retarded, right? Like the same thing with like the wave particle duality. Like, oh, I know quantum, am I right? It's just so hard to understand. No, that's just a stupid explanation. It can't be right. It's a paradox. You know what I'm saying? So intellectual ineptitude conflates paradox with profundity.
Dude, I think what's it? I think a lot, or what am I trying to say? I think a lot of times people sound really smart because they're not like they're really terrible at explaining things, and I think that's, I don't know, just something I've realized. People really aren't necessarily that smart all the time. They're just really bad at teaching you. I think that's one thing about like your streams, bro, is like it, for some reason, the way I think it so well that when you break stuff down, it's easy to understand.
Well, wasn't it thank you, man. Wasn't it ironically Einstein who said something like that? Like, didn't Einstein say, like, isn't he the one that said that if someone truly understands something, they'll be able to say it in such a way that anyone can understand it?
Yeah, they say he said that. That was one of the cool things they say he said.
Okay, but ironically, he couldn't convey his theory in a digestible way. Someone asked him, like, can you help us understand relativity? You know what I'm saying? And he says, he says, yeah. So if you're so if you put your hand on the eye of a stove for 1 minute, it'll feel like an hour. But if you talk to a pretty girl for an hour, it'll feel like a minute. That's my theory of relativity. That's what he said, dude.
Wow. So he's saying things are relative.
Yeah, but that's not profound. It's just like remedial, you know?
Right. So funny.
You ain't talking to pretty girls, man. Chill.
So when they decided to use Stephen Hawking, they're like, great, okay, so who's going to play the guy in the wheelchair that already died from the thing that everybody dies from, like, within a 20-year span? Like, as soon as he died, they just... supposedly, the Michael Bashimi, Steven's older brother or younger brother, was playing the part, I guess, they say.
Well, like, I think back in the day, you can get away with someone just being like a hermit and supposedly smart, but not really being out in public much, not being challenged much, blah blah blah. You can't get away with that in like the late 20th, early 21st century. So they used Hawking, who couldn't speak, so that way they can avoid like him being really like challenged and possibly exposed. You know what I'm saying? Like they could get away with it with Einstein with the occasional black and white 30-second clip. But
Oh,
you
because
can't
like
do
no
that
one's
now.
gonna ruthlessly interrogate a guy in a wheelchair
Exactly.
Yeah, because
who can only speak 7 words a minute.
Right.
Dude, have you guys seen the
Then you
video?
would look like an asshole.
The anti-Semitism thing, that was really helpful. Who else can't people attack? Oh, that's the perfect thing. The guy in the wheelchair can't even talk. That's better.
funny.
That's better than anti-Semitism, right?
Oh, nothing's better than that. That's the superhero trump card. Have you guys seen the video I posted, dude? It's so funny. They're like, what? So a lot of people are very curious about your theory and the implications regarding black holes. And he'll be like, you sound like the Charlie Brown adults. And then the dude spills off like a freaking elegant, majestic paragraph about black holes, you know? Well, what he said was, if you take the singularity and you actually fold it in on itself due to the complexity of the... He didn't say that. He just grunted. Pretty crazy. Did you also see Jaron called out the fact... What was the disease he had?
Lou Gehrig's.
Isn't it like an acronym?
No, Lou Gehrig's is what's it called?
ALS, or is that was like an acronym?
ALS. Yeah, ALS.
Yeah, okay.
That's right.
Right. So Jaron did a stream a few years ago, and he pointed out like that Stephen Hawking's like survived longer with ALS than like anyone else in history. And he's like, ALS, the foundation has a website with the most famous people to ever have ALS, and Stephen Hawking wasn't even on it. And he called out like, how would you not have the most famous physicist ever on the famous list of people? And then they added him to it after his stream.
And the longest anyone's lived with that disease is like, I mean, he's beyond like 50 years beyond that, or he was when he died or whatever. Like no one lives longer than 10 years or something like that. He went like 40 or 50.
I think it's what they do too. Like when they tout those people, they have them say like super in your face things. Like Einstein, like I have a book by Stephen Hawking, or allegedly by him, right? And it's just a foreword of all of Einstein's quotes. Like he writes a foreword, a 2-page foreword, and then it's just a bunch of Einstein writings compiled together. And it's all about how you can't actually prove that the Earth's not in the center.
Right, that's
and Hawking
interesting.
says,
What was it called again?
Yeah, he's what?
What was the name of the book? The name of the book was like pretty much saying that, right? What was it called again? Like
Stubbornly
inconvenient.
stubbornly persistent illusion.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, and like supposedly that's attributed to some unrelated Einstein quote. But in the context of the foreword that Hawking allegedly wrote, it's clearly about the illusion of being central and just the illusion of relativity in general. How everything's relative, and so everything's an illusion. You know what I'm saying? The illusion of things being at rest and blah blah blah. But like it's funny because he cites quotes like, well, turns out that the struggle so violent in the day of Ptolemy and Copernicus was actually quite meaningless, because one could just as well say that the Earth moves around the Sun and the Sun moves around the Earth, and they're equally valid. It's nothing more than a coordinate system preference.
Mhm.
You know, like, that's blatantly telling you that, like, the Earth could be in the center, and it's equally valid. And that I
Right.
think they used these two people to basically put it out in front of you bluntly.
Yep. It's like they give you both the theoretical physics that makes you believe it. I was a big Stephen Hawking fan. Like I outlined, like, or highlighted like every other page of Brief History of Time. I had both colored editions of The Universe in a Nutshell and Brief History of Time with the color hardback editions. And I even, before I found out that the Earth isn't a spinning ball, like literally 2 months before that, I watched the movie that they did on him, the movie with Eddie Redmayne playing the part. And I watched it by myself, and I have to admit, I was almost tearing up at the end when he died. And then like 2 months later, I'm like, oh fuck, oh shit.
Wow, I didn't even know a movie existed.
Oh
Is
yeah,
it the theory of everything?
I think so. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I
Can you
know what we're watching
imagine?
this weekend.
Can you imagine if he actually was a genius and he was like so smart that he figured everything out and he was going to expose it, but then like the powers that be poisoned him and then like
Ooh.
made him like that, and then they cart him out and he's still there conscious in his body, like still with some of
I
his
like that too.
intelligence, but forced to like hawk these terrible ideas to people.
Right. And then they use that as a way of showing
Jezebel.
anybody that thinks they're smart enough to tell the truth and is about to do that. They're like, okay, let me just show you what we did to Stephen Hawking. Okay.
Yeah, can you
Yeah.
imagine like just that
That's
level of
Je- that's
humiliation?
that's that's Jezebel spirit.
Yeah.
Mm.
You have Einstein, you have Hawking, and the next Hawking is going to be like a handicapped transgender black or lesbian. You know what I
Deaf,
mean?
mute, dumb. Right.
Yeah. You can't say anything about them
Why do you
Jewish.
why do you have to be black though?
because you can't say anything about them. They have to be a minority in all fields.
Huh.
Yep. Or they'll be black and Jewish and handicapped and transgender.
So kind of like when you can't talk about Jewish people because then you're anti-Semitic, right?
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
they put that cap on you. Oh,
Yep.
okay, gotcha.
That's what they did with Stephen Hawking. That's kind of what we're getting at with the Stephen
And
Hawking.
that's what they
Was
do
kind
with
of weird.
Einstein, right? So the next one has to be even more. So
I think the
Right.
transgender one's going to definitely like.
I think
every-
1984 is more relevant today than it has ever been. The book.
Oh, yeah.
We're literally
yeah,
living
for sure.
in it. Yeah.
Except it didn't
like
quite
non-fiction.
capture. Except it didn't quite capture like the exquisite like level of backwardness that we have today. You know, like it
What
wasn't
do you
colorful enough. You know, like it didn't.
What does that?
19,
What does
19
color have to do with anything?
I'm just saying they
What do you
probably
mean?
still had decent architecture back then, in Orwell's vision.
What does that matter?
So
I
He's
don't
making
get
a
it.
joke.
I mean,
He's saying
yeah,
that it's even worse than
like
the book.
yeah, like they might have had better designed flags. You know what I mean? It's like but it's like imagine 1984, but with like 1990s website design.
I don't get it. I'm sorry.
Well, it's more new. It's even more evil.
I want to laugh.
It's more evil
It's
now.
it's 1984, but the government uses Comic Sans for all their communications.
Nice. That's
I don't
a
get it.
font joke. It's a font joke.
I know that the government literally used Ministry of Truth. Do you remember that? They actually used that and then had to take that back. Remember
Right.
that? They actually used it. And people were like, hold on a second. What do you mean, Ministry of Truth? And they're
They're
like,
like,
oh,
hey, hey,
no,
too
no.
obvious,
No,
too
no, no.
obvious. Tone it
Yeah, too
down.
obvious. Yeah. I understand that. Yeah, sure. But I don't know what you mean by color. What do you mean by color? Like the movie? I don't.
No, she was just saying that like she doesn't think that they depicted how truly inverted everything is now. Like it's even more inverted now than in the story.
Oh, it's like worse. Worse, you
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
It's also worse
Oh,
because
okay.
it's
You
more.
said it. You should say that then. Like you said that in such a nice way, sweetie. What's your name? Yeah, just say it's fucked up.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
it's
what's your
just
name?
that.
Yeah, just say
It's
it
just
that
that I
way.
don't
It'd be
think
funnier.
like I just don't think that people like appreciate like that level of intellectual torture. You know, like you're at a party and you're
Well,
like
that's
pretending that you like don't
okay.
see these obvious things and like everybody's standing around a piece of art and it's just like a poop
Right,
emoji with like an eye on top, you know, and you're forced to
right,
like expound on its like on like how much you appreciate this art and like you know what I mean? It's just
but you don't have
Right.
to. But you don't have to. That's when you stand there and go, "Why are we looking at a piece of shit?"
Well, yeah, but if they don't understand like the nuances of what we're talking
It
about
doesn't
in this
matter.
conversation,
You make
no,
them
I know,
aware.
but
It doesn't matter.
sure, you
It
can
doesn't
make them
matter.
aware. But usually, our experience is that they just don't understand what you're saying.
Doesn't matter.
This
You
reminds
still
me
have to
you guys
say
have
it.
seen the movie Idiocracy, obviously, right?
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
yeah, I
It is
have,
a
but
lot like that.
Idiocracy.
I
Yeah.
think even that's inverted. Cause like you know those two those two people in the beginning, and like they had like the educated couple that had like the PhDs and stuff, and they're like, oh, we can't have kids because of the economy, and they just kept putting it off, and then their line just died. Like those people weren't smart because they were the most indoctrinated people, but like that dude like living in the trailer park, like having all these kids, he had a big family, he probably had a lot more fun. You know what I mean? They're just trying to like make that movie to make us think that like having families and not being like you know, not getting like PhDs and stuff.
Yeah, you're right, for sure. It also seems to be very blatant though, right? Like what they put on the plants killed them. Like you don't say.
Gatorade,
Yeah.
electrolyte.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's worse now actually with both those examples. Like it's more blatant in the movies, and I always used to say that, or I guess I still do. But yeah, they
So do you
make
think
the
that
dystopian like even worse than it is on the surface, at least. So then when it comes around and we're experiencing exactly what the movie was portraying, people say, well, it's not as bad as that. But it's almost worse because of the nuances of it and because of the revelation of the method where they're telling you the truth and then the lies at the same time and then making it, and it's such a more surreal environment where people are actually buying into it. Like the facade is so scary when you're in it, you know, when you see it and you see that people, and you're even trying to talk to them and they'll still buy into it and defend it like senselessly, aimlessly, like just go ahead and defend it, even though you know nothing about it. Matthew's still here, by the way.
so do you think the zombie apocalypse will be worse than the movies?
Yeah.
I had to do it. I had to do it.
Yeah, I'm still here.
You should write an article called 50 Ways to Turn People into Agent Smith.
Right.
Starting
Right.
starting
Yeah,
at the
talk
starting at the birthing process.
yeah,
Right.
exactly. But talking about
That's why I
that
asked about Matthew.
inversion, dude, the whole Matrix movie is inverted, and Agent Smith is actually representing the angels. The agents are the angels, and the supposed good guys are the bad guys that are rebellious. And they're like, the Matrix is like Yah's creation, and that's why at the end he's like, "How do you guys look at this beautiful creation and not appreciate it?" And he goes and smells the sweat on Morpheus, and is like, "You smell, you stink." And it's because it's sin, and it's all inverted. It's crazy. And then like Neo, which is like the one rearranged, the chosen one, right? But like it's like the Antichrist, and then he sits down with Morpheus, who's like Lucifer, and he's like, "Do you believe in free will?" And Neo says, No. He said, why not? He said, because I don't like feeling like I'm not in control of my own life. He said, I know exactly what you mean. Because that's what happened, right? He rebelled because he didn't want to follow what the creator told him to do. He's like, what if I told you were put here with a veil put over your eyes and you think your dreams aren't real, but they're real, more real than you thought they were. And there's way more here. And I can show you what else is here because the person that put you here hid the truth from you. But I can only show you the door. You have to choose to open it. So it's talking about seeing beyond the veil because the creator made us where we don't see all the dimensions, right? The whole movie is inverted, in my opinion.
Just that there was a I know there's a certain video that had that theory. It's interesting. Was it? Do you have the link for it, or that's where you're getting it from? Maybe, or
I don't know.
I
don't know. I made that theory up because I watched the movie for the first time when I was like 27 or whatever, and I did a stream the next day. I had never seen it, but I like immediately noticed that the amount of parallels is insane. And then like Trinity, like the Trinity, but there's a Gnostic Trinity. And then so he's like, oh, there's the door. They open it up, and then the oracle is inside of it. And it's just the feminine divinity of the Gnostic Trinity. And Gnostic just means to know, it means knowledge, but they're saying it's like an occultic belief of a feminine divinity at the top of the Trinity. And then whenever she walks into Neo, he's like, Jesus. That's the first thing he says when he sees her. And she's like, and then he says, I thought you were a dude. And she says, most dudes do. It's just very cryptic, like inverted show, man. Movie, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's an interesting interpretation I've heard before. There's a video somebody made that does the whole reversal of the
oh, really?
Agent Smith. Yeah, I thought that's where you might be getting it from. I'll have to look for it.
No,
Not
actually, I just kind
necessarily
of thought of it.
same exact way you were saying, but yeah.
What's so funny is I just kind of thought of it when I was watching it. Then I did a stream, and I started seeing more as I was doing the stream. That was the most attacked stream I think I've ever had, bro. I got taken offline like 6 times.
Whoa. Dude, and Agent Smith is us because we're like realizing like who they are or whatever. I don't know. It's weird.
Well, sort of. I mean, they're the angels. And dude, what's crazy is like, so Neo's being trained, and they're like, we've been waiting for you. We need someone that can fight the agents because the fallen ones and let's just say demons and the fallen ones, they can't fight the archangels because they're way too strong. So they've been waiting on the Antichrist to fight them. It's like we can't fight them. We need someone that can fight the angels or the agents. And then they're training him, and he looks at the girl in the red dress, and he's like, "You can't do that. You can't be distracted by the woman." Well, like the prophecy of the Antichrist is that he has no affection for women.
Oh,
which is actually, dude, it's so crazy. The whole thing is like super cryptic, dude.
Wow, that's pretty clever. Wow.
So it's actually like a Gnostic kind of.
Yeah, it's like an occultic inversion of the scriptures, in my opinion. It's even deeper. So like whenever Neo wakes up in front of the computer, because they use the computer as the medium that gives them all the information. The disembodied spirits talk to them through computers and like AI. The AI has all the answers. Like, well, where is it getting the information from? Who's behind the computer? It's the demons. And I think they actually use computers, like supercomputers and AI. And they're just now releasing dumbed down AI to the masses, but they've been using it for a while. And that's like their oracle. That's their modern oracle, as they go ask questions to the computers. Anyway, he wakes up and the computer has all the answers, you know. And if you listen carefully, he's listening to like Britney Spears in his headphones. And it immediately hits you with like the duality of gender. And the people that made that movie, they came out and transitioned, right? They became transgender after the movie. The 2 people that made the movie.
What's the Britney Spears gender duality thing?
It's just like Neo just wakes up listening to Britney Spears. It's like, why is this young dude like listening to Britney Spears, dude?
I get it.
And then the computer
Masculine
tells him
man, feminine woman, like man, woman.
Yeah, because then the very first scene where he meets Trinity is they're talking about Jesus. He says Jesus Christ, and then like I thought you were a dude, And she says, most dudes do. Then it gets even crazier because Trinity, if you get into Isis and Osiris, and, you know, the whole idea that she wanted to basically hook up with her son, but he got disembodied and put back. And so after he was killed, he was brought back to life, and she impregnated herself with her son. Well, then Neo looks like he dies, but then when she gets on top of him and kisses him, he comes back to life. You know, and the Antichrist looks like he suffers a mortal head wound, but then comes back to life, and then keeps fighting the angels. And so they think the Antichrist beats the angels, right? So then that's why they have Neo winning.
It's another jab at the tradition too, like the Trinity, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Most people think he's a guy. It's a guy. Most people think Trinity is a guy. Father, Son, Holy Spirit. That's a jab at it there, I guess.
Yeah, but I mean, really, the Trinity was forced into the scriptures via Christian religion, and it's a lie. Really, because they believe in the Trinity, so they forced it into the Catholic Church. But that's a whole separate thing. But yeah, I don't know. I can try to find my video on it, but it's like it was super, super attacked. I think it's only on like Odysee at this point. And what's so funny, bro? I was playing like 20-second excerpts of the movie from videos that were, because if you look up The Matrix on YouTube, it'll have the most popular scenes, and they'll have like millions of views. So they're on YouTube with millions of views, and I would watch like a couple seconds of it, and then they were taking down the stream. It's such a joke, dude. Anyway, I'll stop ranting. I think it's funny that you brought up inversion and then the Matrix came up. Because there's a whole nother one. Okay, I'll stop ranting at this. There's a whole nother theory that it's also about the mitochondria. And the area inside the mitochondria is called the matrix. All right, and then iron is red in the body, and copper is blue. And you need both copper and iron because copper is highly electrically conductive, and iron is magnetic. And those together give you the electromagnetic energy inside the mitochondria that helps you make ATP energy, which is crucial to like brain function and basically functionality of all organs. And almost everyone is copper deficient, and they stripped all the copper out of the food in the 40s when they brought the Nazis over here, who were obsessed with gene therapy and nanoparticles as early as the 40s. They came over here. The two big pharma companies that were started in the United States were started around the same time, both tied to Nazis. And then at that same time that they were putting nanoparticles in people, they stripped the copper out of the food, and then they changed all of the medical textbooks to say copper was toxic, and they started pumping synthetic iron everywhere into all the food and convincing people that they were iron deficient, right? And they started putting all of this synthetic mixed iron, fortified iron in everything, which is needed because of the magnetoreactive properties of iron, certainly synthetic iron, to assimilate with the nanoparticle. And that's what they were doing. They were obsessed with gene therapy, right? That's where you get the whole like, oh, super race thing. They were trying to like make a certain race of people. Anyway, and so like that, you actually need animal fat as the insulator for the electromagnetic energy with copper and iron. So it tells you to take the red pill and iron in the matrix. But really you need the blue because copper is blue inside of you, and they took it away from you because it's super important. Almost everyone's copper deficient. Tons of ailments are because of copper deficiency. And what is the movie? So again, mitochondria, inside of it's literally called the matrix. You have the red and the blue, copper and iron, right? They want you to take the red pill, the iron, because that's how they use their computer nanoparticle, so that you can't make ATP energy, which loses functionality of organs. What happens in the matrix? The computers are literally harvesting everyone in the matrix for their energy. So I don't know, pretty interesting.
So the computers don't need the blue energy from you as much, or the copper.
No, they actually need you to take the nanoparticles. Need you to have a bunch of fortified iron because of the magnetic properties to assimilate. Yeah.
So the blue pill is the real. So the blue pill is the real red pill.
Yeah. Yes.
Right. Of course. Of course. That would make sense.
They want us taking the red pill, but it's actually that's funny.
Yeah.
I thought that was really interesting. I recorded last time you were talking about the bioavailable copper. I just posted a little stream on that when you were talking about that a while back.
Well,
But
how do you
did
get?
you have some research about the bio? Did you have some like links for the bioavailable copper stuff?
Yeah.
And what race were they trying to bioengineer or whatever? I mean, what was their ideal?
They were trying to recreate the Aryan race, which tracks back to Atlantis.
Okay.
They thought
What do you
they
mean
tracked back
recreate?
genetically to Atlantis. They wanted to recreate that population.
How would they recreate it?
Good question. I mean, I don't know why they thought they could do that, but they did for some reason. I mean, they were obsessed with ancient knowledge and the Aryans, which track back to Atlantis. They think that they're the star people, and that's what the swastika represents. It's the Big Dipper, the four seasons. It's because they believe that the star people came from the stars and then bred with man, and that their lineage tracks back to Atlantis.
So what? They're trying to get people closer to the fallen angel people or something.
I think what they were trying to do is use the average person to perfect the gene therapy so that they could purify their blood because they think they've been diluted with man. Meaning they believe that they come from the star people, but that bloodline's been diluted over time with the regular humans. So they were trying to perfect gene therapy on everyday people so that they could then give it to their own people to purify their bloodline and get back to their pure blood lineage of the star people.
Yeah,
Which
and
sounds
then
crazy, but just read their stuff. Read their stuff. That's what they say.
Yeah, that's probably why they're upset. Everyone, send in your DNA for your ancestry. They're probably trying to figure out, trying to find stuff, I guess, in this. Huh.
That's why they literally look at people like cattle, because they consider you literally different species. But that's a whole different thing. I mean, it's pretty morbid, but
yeah, but
that's my theory.
at the top of whatever this control matrix is right now, do you think that they're human? Because if not, then I guess we are a different species to them.
Yeah, they may not be. They may, because I think there is probably some truth to it. That's why they're incestuous. They don't want to dilute the bloodline.
Hey, what do you guys
they
think?
may not. They may be human, but they may at least be outer ponders. I haven't said that all night, so I just have to make sure.
Well, I think they believe that they're maybe not, right? I mean, whether or not they are, I mean, that's a whole other question. Based on my philosophical bias, I think it's very possible that they're not, right? I think that they may have come from metaphysical entities, but
and then if they're genetically breeding with us and trying to modify us, then perhaps their control, or at least they think that their control is somehow dependent on that interaction. Hence all the GMO foods, the recent Kool-Aids, and all of this. It's perhaps breeding with us or splicing with us, and then their bloodline, being a controlled part of it all that they're trying to control, and then poisoning the rest of us while experimenting on us so that they can refine that control system.
correct. And then perfect and purify their blood in case it has been somewhat diluted. It's pretty ingenious because you have a huge test population. And you can do it with all kinds of means. You can do it with the food, do it with chemtrails, do it with inoculations, and that's what they're doing. And they're just saying, okay, well, if we can perfect this, and then if we mess up, they die. Who cares? They're cattle. And then when we perfect it, then we can just start consuming certain types of food, right? And taking certain drinks or certain injections, so we can purify our blood. What's also very interesting is they believe that, this is my theory, that they took their lineage out of the history book, meaning that the true power structure, the oligarchy or the nobility, the noble class throughout time has been their family. So in Egypt, there are texts that talk about how there was fair-skinned, blonde-haired, blue-eyed people that were in charge. Even though they were the minority, they were the nobility because they were so advanced. And that these people track back to the Atlanteans, and they taught people how to domesticate horses and how to have bow and arrows. And so they reigned over all these civilizations. Even though they were the minority, people chose them to be in charge because they were so advanced. And they believed they came from the star people, right? So they basically worshiped them as offspring of gods, little g gods, right? So then you get into, well, that's one thing the Nazis were obsessed with as well, as the ancient advanced knowledge of the Atlanteans. And I have a book that details how, like, straight, it's called like SS and the Bell, and it details how, like, they specifically only pursued ether physics, and that's how they were able to utilize the Bell, which was like a UFO, electrogravitic propulsion. They only utilized ether physics. They knew Einstein was complete nonsense. They tracked back to ancient ether physics.
And that's why maybe they insist ether isn't real, so that they like monkey wrench us with Einstein.
Yeah, so that they have the technology. Yeah.
Yeah, just give us the garbage that loops to nothing and links to nothing, and just give us it's like giving a child a Rubik's Cube or something and then just walking away.
Last time we talked about this, I brought up the song Behind Blue Eyes. No one knows what it's like for the sad man, for the bad man, behind blue eyes. I think that's what it's about. It's about the lineage. And that's why they're incestuous. Like, marriages for them are business arrangements. And every, like, 6 generations, they swap it out where you go to the other side of the family tree to prevent mental handicaps and physical deformities. They have a whole system. This is all documented. They have a whole system to prevent physical deformities, but to remain incestuous so that they don't dilute the blood. Now, and then some people in their family have veered out of the tree, and they consider their offspring like bastard childs, basically. Right, because they tainted the blood. And that's where you get the phrase blue bloods, because they have more copper in their blood. And if you look at it from this perspective, it starts to make everything make sense. If you have like 100 cattle, like, you may kind of care about them in the sense that you want to make sure they don't die necessarily. If they die, though, it's oh well. But you use them to get milk and products, and you can experiment on them. You can give them medicines and stuff and see what happens. But you have domain over them because they're a different species. Like, they're inferior to you. They can't take care of themselves. You got to put a gate around them and track them and tag them, jab them. So if they look at us as like literally a different species, and that's why they treat us like cattle, right? So.
Makes sense. I mean, that's why so much of what you see, you're like, that's so inhuman. Because it's,
Because it is, yeah.
Because they don't act. Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying.
Well, like if you they do these experiments on rats, like using like rats for testing and stuff. And of course there's like animal activist groups that, say stop doing that and whatnot, animal testing and all that. But in that way, yeah, like if humans just treat these animals like, oh, whatever, they're just rats, you can experiment on them, you can do whatever. And in general, even though there is animal activist groups, in general, though, humans have done quite a bit of that animal testing, and and then factory farming and stuff. So clearly, like, not all humans, but many humans treat animals terribly. So I mean, if whoever the beings are that are sort of at the top of the pyramid of this control structure, if they are a different species or if they view us as a different one, however that pans out. But if we are actually a different species, then they could be seeing us just like rats or sheep. That kind of analogy, and just seeing us as just total biological, material that they can just do whatever they want with, basically. And then maybe they think that they don't have karma, or they're in some kind of different, they're immune from that, maybe. So, because there seems to be something like that going on. Like there is a level of this whole thing where there's like some extreme, like inhumane, of course, like evil too. And you get to some of the stuff that's gone down. So they clearly don't have the same like regard for other humans as most of us do.
Yeah, they view us as like dispensable, right? I mean, that's pretty obvious. Or you wouldn't rush out experimental Kool-Aid. I mean, obviously, at the least, they consider us dispensable, or collateral damage isn't the end of the world.
Can I just ask the question?
What's the autism agenda all about too? Like with the Kool-Aids, and like, are they just straight up experimenting on us and just going bonkers, seeing what, mixing different things and seeing what the results are? Sorry, someone else was going. Go ahead.
I just wanted to just quickly ask the question of what you're talking about right now. how does that make you feel when you're suggesting that they treat us like we're a different species? So basically, they just treat us as if we don't matter. How does that make everyone feel?
I feel sorry for them because, like, for me, I fell in love with my wife and then married her and made a beautiful baby. And their marriages are business arrangements, and they lack human emotion and empathy, and they're kind of born into it and forced into this like empty, morbid, like soulless existence where they're obsessed with like ethnic or genetic supremacy, and I feel like they're low key envious of our human emotions. They consider them weaknesses, but they're kind of envious of us, and that's how I view the whole thing. I feel sorry for them.
But in a
Do
way,
you
what I'm asking is that if they're treating us the way we treat animals, how does that make you feel?
It's not good. Yeah,
I
but
mean,
I still like.
I think for me, like, when I didn't know, because like I think I suspected for a long time. It kind of felt like, because when you research health stuff and you start to realize, wait a second, like everything is bad for you, like practically everything, and then it kind of is like, but surely like that cannot be the case, and it's like, you know what I mean, like feeling like something's kind of wrong, but then realizing like that is the case, like okay, so we're led by people who are just regard us like animals that they own, they could do whatever they want with, then it's like my brain just switches to like, okay, so now it's survival in the jungle. All this stuff I suspected is true. They are trying to kill us or screw us up. But like in the same way that like if you were like an animal in the jungle, you can't just like sit around and cry about it. Like you got to survive, and so now it's like you got to be smart.
Yeah, I think they haven't necessarily wanted to kill us the whole time. I think you do eventually have to like cull the herd, though, right? Because you don't need. But I think they just like you use your animals. I will say though, this has gotten like really kind of it really hits home too real at certain points that I don't normally talk about. But we just like eat animals, and like we're like, oh, whatever, we just eat animals. Like they do the same thing with babies, right? So like now you can kind of understand why maybe they like. I'm sorry to do this, but like drink blood and like eat babies because it's like a different species.
Right.
Like how we eat
Maybe
steaks.
maybe that's why they make so many vampire TV shows and stuff to get us to like empathize with them.
Whoa. So gross.
Yeah, bro. Though.
Do you think honestly, bro? Like, okay, Genesis 3:15, and I know this is crazy, and probably even in flat Earth, I'm not allowed to think this, but I don't know, man. Like, I really think there's maybe something to the whole reptilian thing. Like, I mean, I know it's not something you're
Well, yeah.
allowed to
Let me
think.
tell you this, bro. So, like, okay, the Nephilim, according to the scriptures, Genesis 6, the giants, Nephilim, it's detailed in Enoch. Nephilim are the offsprings of the fallen ones that mated with women. And, for example, a type of them is called seraphim or seraphim, and they are literally feathered serpent reptilian angels. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, and
But
I
like,
mean, look at Genesis 3:15. I mean, dude, Genesis is packed of so much knowledge, and it's literally just a little sentence, and then you go, and it's so much to unpack. It's crazy.
I know it's hard not to get to that point. It's like, well, wait a second. Like, tell me more about that.
Well, I mean, pretty interesting feathered serpents. I mean, and like even the angels that didn't rebel, like every time that they visit someone in the scriptures, they're like, "Do not be afraid." So like whatever they look like would kind of scare you.
And like America is the what was that one cat? I forget the guy's name, but whatever. I watched like this big series on the Giants and all this research on America, and you know, like basically like the Aztecs and all that. This was the land of the plumed serpent. America, that is.
Oh, well, you got any more details on that? What do you mean?
Yeah, okay, I do actually. What's that guy's name? It's almost like Quail, something Quail, and then he had a partner, and they did a bunch of series on the Giants, and they were like, you know, interviewing the Indians, you know, about the red-haired, six-fingered giants here, and anyhow, that guy, forget that the Quail guy's partner, he did all this stuff talking about like the natives and everything here, and they all were worshiping the plumed serpent. They called this land, like the Native Americans, they called this the land of the plumed serpent. He was going into the like all of the lore, you know, or oral traditions passed down by all kinds of natives around here. They would talk about giants and plumed serpents, like all in the lands here. So yeah, really interesting.
Wow, yeah, pretty wild, man. Because it's depicted all over the world. Oh yeah, there you go. Boom, perfect timing.
Yeah,
They're depicted
Reminds
all
me of
over the world.
that story of
It's
Kathy O'Brien. Remember that?
inhuman, you know, just everything, you know.
Well, and
And
reptiles are savage and like scary and gross and suck and scary. And have you guys seen the pyramid that like the shadow that it casts creates a snake?
yes, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, all those cats. Yeah, and dude, and think of all the child sacrifice. Um, I mean, dude, like there was like literally there like soccer was branches, you know, made into a ball, and then whoever won got to sacrifice their tribe's virgin daughter. You know, like they got the honor to sacrifice her. I mean, like like what was that one guy was talking about the history of them. They said in one day they had sacrificed like I dude it's I sounds crazy, but 88,000 people or something, you know, like who are these entities demanding such huge amounts of human blood, and you know what I mean. Like
And
that's
now
not.
and now they get millions of abortion babies, and then they take all of their material. Like even when the baby's born, they take that freaking placenta, they take that umbilical cord, they take the foreskin, they take all the aborted fetal tissue and organs, and like where does that
Yeah.
stuff go, bro?
I know
Yeah.
that's a huge thing. I mean, they claim it's going to like these medical waste companies, but yeah, who really owns those companies, and where is that stuff really going? Do you even think too with that? I know that some people might think this is like fairly metaphysical, but if they were to like draw your blood, which most of us have had blood draws at this point, where did that blood go? When you go and you get your blood drawn and they tell you the results, where does that blood go? You know, so
Vampire fucking raves.
but like I'm just saying, I know this is wild to consider, but like, what if like whoever these other entities are, if they are consuming it or using it in whatever way, like, are they trying to control us by getting our blood and doing stuff to our blood, and like actually trying to control us like through the ether? Almost like in the idea, like if somebody drew blood from you and then they took your blood and they did something, you know, they took it somewhere and did something with it. Like, you know, Are they actually doing like blood magic on a mass scale in some way to further control us? I know it's intense, but
bro,
What's that movie with Wesley Snipes, bro? Where they fucking they're dancing with the blood blade.
Dude, I say this, dude, and this is what I'm starting to realize is that, dude, FE, it changes the world from fucking Star Wars to Dungeons and Dragons, bro. And when you look at like everybody, like you look at the like, dude, I swear, dude, sorcery has to be real. Like all this shit that they made us think that was all fantasy, a bunch of like, oh, you know, like in a Tolkien book or something. Like, bro, that stuff that's becoming reality. Like, as crazy as, you know, and like, I don't know. It's just so wild. Like, I really just, I feel like I'm enslaved, like in my body, my mind, like, you know, like the globe is a fucking prison, bro. Like, you know, and the only thing that they can't take from us is, I guess, like our spirit and our connection to Yah, and that's how I see it. But I don't know. It's just, this place is wild.
Truth,
On
what's
a
up?
different level, I've wondered about that that blood thing, but more so with microzymas. Thinking about all the morgues where they do cremations, and if when you burn a living organism and that's all that's left, like are they really are they harvesting that, using that in some way to control us, or like the birthing process, that too, and when they take blood and so forth. But
Yeah, probably both.
I wondered.
Like, think
What
about the
about the
people that have
microzymas?
that they say they're organ donors. Wait, what did you say? What about the what?
The microzymas, like what could they do with that? I wonder.
Yeah, the
Like,
What is that?
microzymas I mentioned. I've been bringing up microzymas and cluing on other people as well as Truth may have gotten that from me recently. I don't know, but I've been talking about that. It's Andy Kaufman actually was talking about that. Andrew Kaufman. In one of the links I put in Earth Awakenings earlier, I put on my best microzyma.
What is it, man? What is it, man? Come on, man.
It's, at the heart of every cell is an indestructible electrical energetic intelligence that makes the cell pleomorphic, and it's in communication with all of the other cells that it's in symbiosis with, and it permeates all organic and inorganic matter. And you could basically call the whole of all the microzyma and that intelligence the ether or God or whatever you want. I mean, it's basically, they tried to destroy this, and it was at the heart of the whole terrain versus germ theory. And Antoine Béchamp rediscovered or started studying these things at a microscopic level and showing that they're pleomorphic. And that was the biggest thing that they didn't want anyone to know. And they took him out of the encyclopedias, and he had pages of credits. I mean, he was like massive scholar. And they Pasteur was just like propped up by the politicians and had all the funding. So, quote unquote, won the debate about germ versus terrain. And then there was other people that followed up on Béchamp's work and, ended up getting their shit destroyed. One guy had a microscope that was like, homemade and way better than some of the electron microscopes they have today. And he was seeing what he called somatids, basically the same thing. And it's like what they don't want us to know in a big way. Microzyma. I'll repost the links in Geo's Earth Awakenings again right now.
Yeah, that's a trip. And
You mean in
Andy
the
Kaufman's
Telegram?
always so on point, dude.
Yeah.
Are you talking about on the Telegram or on here?
Telegram.
Okay, that's what I thought you meant. Yeah.
Yep.
I know Andy didn't just make that up. That's for sure.
But think about it. Like, if those are connected to our spirits, and they would have to be if it's what's left. And if when you burn the living organism, it destroys everything but that, and that is indestructible. Think about all the morgues and cremations, and well, I guess now burnt cities too. But I mean, who knows? Are they harvesting this, and what could they do with that?
Wow, it's indestructible. What exactly is it?
They tried to destroy it by all means they could find, and it was like basically this little energy electrical thing. I mean, I'll post a GIF, a couple GIFs of some of and that's fine for here because who knows what it is, but it's very interesting. It seems like it's hard to find a lot of information on that's been out, but I mean, there's a lot of people that have talked about it, and it's basically like the misinterpretation of all of science, has been focused around making sure that people don't know this because it makes sense with the placebo effect or, your mind communicating to make your body better. I mean, if every cell's has an intelligence that's in communication with all the other cells, then your brain's a central intelligence that could actually direct them to morph into what they need to be. Like, think about it, when the baby's born and like some of these cells are going to become the heart and some are going to become the brain. Well, they have to be like, it's all working in symbiosis, it's not like, they have to know what they're supposed to do, what they're supposed to become, and it has to be pleomorphic, and then these things that are like morphing into these, what they'll call rogue cells, which aren't rogue cells, is what they're doing to heal the body. And then the healing process is now called the disease. And it's usually some kind of infection that the cells are morphing into whatever they need to be to protect the body. And even Google, if you type in microzyma, it'll tell you it's what lives on after the body dies, what the decaying process is. It becomes basically it's like a yeast almost. It's like, well, not a yeast, but it's like it's the process that eats the body or heals the body. And yeah, it's amazing. Like, this is the shit, right? Antoine Béchamp was the man.
I got to start reading more about that.
Just for the record, most of us Globers don't think that feathered snake entities control us through the ether by stealing our blood from medical labs or harvesting organs from cadavers.
Oh, coming in with a big straw man, like, oh, we're gonna put it all in one sentence, like you might as well think they're aliens from outer space doing this, right? That kind of
no, I was saying we don't believe it.
Yeah, Matthew, who is we though? I mean, you're just talking for other people?
Yeah, me and most Globers.
Cool. We're glad that you guys have decided to separate yourselves from us. It's very beneficial for us.
Most flat earthers don't think that either. This is kind of like, speculation, obviously.
Right.
Yeah, but I mean,
like on DSL, they have the bandwidth of like 5 down, half up. And, flat earthers are basically, they're fiber optic, symmetrical gig connection, bro. We got the bandwidth to, think about anything is possible, not just what we're told. We go outside of, what we're allowed to think. We don't have
like dial up.
Yeah, brain jail.
Yeah, because Matthew, if you're throwing shade on that as in terms of what is all going on, I hear you. But then what are you saying? That Big Bang and random evolution, and we came out of
probably
the Big Bang evolution dinosaur story, like that's the ticket. That's the one. You think?
Well, the other thing is a flat earther. We're not a coward like you Globers who are too scared to go off the beaten path. You have to fit in because you're cowards.
Most Globers say that the universe was created randomly by a process of naturalistic evolutionary selection and methodological naturalism, but I don't. So I don't go along with what most Globers say, just FYI.
Not original.
Cool beans.
Well, so I know Matthew that you're biblical in certain ways. So, what about the Nephilim and all of that connection in terms of the the reptilian connection there.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know who the Nephilim are. I'm open to different ideas. I suspect that there aren't any left still on Earth, but I don't know. And I don't know who they were.
Well, seraphim are feathered serpents. So that's what the text says. It's going to be a weird little standstill for you, I guess.
So where do you get feathered from? I've never heard that as a description.
The actual etymology of the words. I'll drop you a link in a second.
Okay.
Hey, is there any possibility that like the microzymas are just like here in the air everywhere, and they're the building blocks of life, but in the ether has like the patterns?
Yeah, like the frequency could cause the oscillations that makes the different types of.
Yeah, and but they're just like more complex frequencies, and there's like the human pattern built in, and maybe also like the reptile pattern. And so there have been like giant dragons, smaller human-sized feathered people, or like reptilian lizards, and then human giants, and then humans like our size or smaller.
I was just thinking about reading this, but since you said that, I got to read part of one of the links that I put in the Telegram. It says Basham discovered it a century ago. But if we take this idea one step further, as did Nassim's, and say that it is a primary manifestation, a concentration of energy. Someone's hot miking, by the way. Got a TV on, and a link between, and say that it is a primary manifestation, a concretization of energy, and a link between the material realm in the realm of cosmic energy of most of the world's great religions, for example, Hinduism, Buddhism, Taoism, and esoteric Christianity, which maintains that there is a primordial intelligent energy out of which arises the material world and into which it will return. This idea is also suggested by modern physics in both the law of conservation of energy and the equivalence of matter and energy. Again, this idea, intuited and experienced by sages and mystics down through the ages, is now being rediscovered by intuitive scientists of the 19th and 20th centuries. It does apparently require some kind of intuitive development, or at least special microscopic and perpetual skills, to see this life particle, because so many scientists are able to see it. Not every scientist can.
What is that from?
From one of the links I put in the Earth Awakenings called Peace of Mindful. It's just someone writing what he discovered about the idea of microzymas, and he's talking about the Bashant stuff. And that's the very end of that article.
It's kind of interesting because it's like if that's the case, then there is a bit of a possibility that you can have like the primordial soup of microzymas, but then like the creation element is like the patterns in the ether.
Right. Yeah, it kind of makes it all like possible, even maybe evolution to a certain extent.
I mean, like not quite evolution, because the patterns, but like the patterns might be like if there's like no other life form, I don't know actually. Maybe.
Here's another part from another link. Bashamp's microzymas is capable of multiplying, and like Enderling's prophet, it reflects either health or disease. In a stare of health, the microzymas act harmoniously, and fermentation occurs normally, beneficially. But in the condition of disease, microzymas become disturbed and change their form and function. They evolve into microscopic forms, germs, and quotes, that reflect the disease and produce the symptoms, becoming what Béchamp called morbidly evolved microzymas. Again, this occurs due to the modification of our terrain by an inverted way of eating and living. Béchamp observed granules linking together and lengthening into bacteria. He therefore observed, explored, and expressed the concept of pleomorphism at its earliest, and certainly its most eloquent spokesman. Thus, being at the foundation of organization in the body, microzymian transformations build up cells and eventually the whole organism into which they exist. However, as noted, their function is twofold, and they are poised to recycle the physical body upon death. I describe the microzymas as matter which cannot be created or destroyed, and is the precursor to all living organized matter. Now we can answer the question, what comes first, the chicken or the egg? The answer is neither, it's the microzymas. The creator describes the microzymas simply as form dust. From dust you are, and to dust you shall return. This will be further discussed below. The microzyma is a ferment, a living element capable of fermenting sugar. This is a digestive chemical process carried on by enzymes, from a Greek word meaning to ferment, the directors of chemical reactions. There are various classifications of fermentations based on the final products. Alcohol is one such product. And it goes on and on. Anyway, it's interesting, very interesting, because they did not want people to know about this. That's why they took Béchamp out of the fucking encyclopedia. And a lot of the stuff they would do with blood, they would take the blood and then study it with a microscope after it's already dried up. But they're saying that when you do it right away, if you look at the blood out of the body right away, there's like stuff crawling all around in it. Like that's what it's made up of. And there's a book by Béchamp, or I think it was Béchamp, yeah, The Third State of Blood, called it. So it's like it's all about the blood.
And learn more about this, because like like years ago when I first learned about like fermentation for food, that like really changed my whole view of like food and like the world and stuff. Just learning about like the process of fermentation, and then like more recently when I learned about Béchamp and the microzymas, like it does just add like this like more spiritual dimension to like my understanding of how life works.
Right.
Like it makes me feel like so many more things are possible.
Yeah, especially if like this is like a biological observation, when they take a microscope and see that there's like a multiplying pleomorphic, energetic, electrical essence to everything, and that that essence is like permeating all organic and non-organic matter, then a lot more things make sense. It doesn't have to be woo. It's just what is. It has to be that way when you think about it. Of course, it has to all be in symbiosis. There has to be an intelligence to everything for it to be in symbiosis. Yeah, the very last thing of that one I was reading from, it says, based on my personal research and that of others, it seems that the historic scientific assassination of Antoine Béchamp resulted in medical science drawing conclusions from a half-truth. This has meant untold misery for the human race, especially in the West. The resulting concept of diseases as entities that attack us is highly questionable, even without Béchamp, and is a major block to resolving healthcare issues today. The odd thing is, Pasteur himself was reported to have admitted on his deathbed that Claude Bernard was right. The microbe is nothing. The terrain is everything. But even as he was dying, he would not give credit for the demonstration of this fact to whom it was due, Antoine Péchon. I get myself an Antoine Péchon t-shirt.
I know, right? I feel like I don't trust well, you know, like in popular culture, any scientist that's on a t-shirt, probably suspect.
Yeah.
Because you don't see Maxwell or Ohm
Right.
on a
Right.
t-shirt.
Right. Yeah. There should be a whole line of t-shirts for the uncelebrated, ostracized. You know, there probably
Yeah,
is a
like,
Tesla t-shirt, but you know, he's the only one maybe.
I'll take the gas guys. I'll wear the gas t-shirts. Give me Boyles. Take
There you go.
Charles. Alvarado's.
What were you gonna say, Eden?
We could put Maxwell on a t-shirt.
oh, I was saying like that the people that are promoted, that like, you know, like hipsters walk around like, I like science. They're like the ones that actually their contributions were like more like monkey wrenches. You know, whereas like nobody knows about the scientists and like people that actually paved the way for your phone and computer and stuff, you know?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, like
Oliver
Charles
Heavy
first time at Oliver Heaviside. Yeah,
Well, I
Stefan
think
Minko.
Maxwell's equations would make a cool t-shirt.
Maxwell is pretty good, but he's like light work compared to like Tesla and Steinmetz.
Yeah, you make me want to make a shirt with like, you know, the Emperor Hammurabi. You know, and just say, "Don't break the fucking law." You know,
Genghis Khan.
That's a really cool. Yeah, I love that idea with the t-shirts with fucking all the cool scientists.
Make them all in a circle, passing a doobie. That's what I do. Put them at a table smoking weed.
So we can get Hawking, Einstein, Fauci.
Yeah, you could have like a normie version, and then just have like, you know, like flat earther scientist shirts.
Yeah, like NPC edition.
Like, yeah, I used to have on what's that that fucking
Secret
Teespring
line.
I had like 2 shirts. Like one of them was like, you know, like the Earth is flat, like whatever. I really like Eden. It was a good idea. Like all the rare scientists. Like actually, you know, like what we're saying, like have you ever seen the share with Ohm's law?
This man is
reverbing, bro. Yeah, somebody reverbing.
Yeah.
Better than veteran.
Do that Bob rap, with it.
Nah, I'm way too tired.
B.O.B. us with the echo.
Rain check.
Eden, you got some reverb going there.
Oh, I just muted myself. Is it better?
Yeah. I don't hear no more echo.
Yeah, I think you're good.
It's not good to be on a T-shirt in my state. That means there's going to be a wake and a funeral, probably.
But that's why you do it. Like I really like the niche. Like just have niche scientists. And what would be cool is you just have their picture, like not even name them. That'd be fucking dope. That's a cool fucking idea.
You know, who hasn't seen E equals M squared on a damn T-shirt?
Yeah, it's just gay. But like
Right.
the
You could do better.
I really like the idea of like I would wear one of those shirts. Like that's fucking dope.
I got an ideal for a slogan.
Plus-
Makes me want to start a Bales Bonds company, bro. It would be like Flat Earth Bales Bonds. We'll have you out before the soap drops. I think
Plus
we'll
if-
get rich.
If you had like Ohm's Law on a T-shirt, it'd help everybody remember it better.
Well,
'Cause
yeah.
it's
Have you ever
actually
seen?
useful.
Have you seen like there's like a shirt with like or like there's a meme, but I've seen it on a shirt too. Like electricians. It's like the like it's got the picture of resistance, voltage and amperage, and like it's like pushing the voltage through the resistance kind of a thing. You ever seen that picture?
I'm
I've
not sure.
seen it. I'll see if I can pull it up.
Yeah, I get it, man. AC/DC used some voltage to make some badass shirts. I got a collection of AC/DC concert T-shirts.
AC/DC.
Dr. Galov.
Yeah.
Did you guys see where someone used AI to make all these scientists, and they have them like working out?
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, this one's for you. He said it's Gandhi.
Do you know who that band is, or you think I'm talking about different forms of electrical?
I know who they are.
Gandhi. That's funny.
All right,
That's funny.
I
That's
just gotta ask. Gen X, young people might not listen to it.
Napalm beat
I
me
see.
to it. Napalm beat me to it. Good shit, bro.
Ha!
Yeah, that image is pretty cool. I like that.
Yeah, that's a T-shirt, bro. Yeah, I think you could sell that.
But it'd be cool if you had like actually like what's his name?
All
Like
the
the
perverts in the world, shit, they'll buy that up.
no. Like the scientists that like Ohm, whatever it is, who made the law. Like or I just don't think that shit's cool. Yeah, like, you seen the AI images of like Trump like creating the vaccine, like or creating like the penicillin. Like they put him in all these historic photos. It's pretty funny.
Look,
Yeah,
look,
just so stupid.
This one's Tesla.
I feel like Tesla is
Yeah,
the most
yeah, he
beautiful
don't-
of all the scientists.
He don't like Tesla. Yeah. Tesla's not his boy. That's funny. That motherfucker's ripped. Was that his real body or is this a fake? I gotta know.
This is AI, dude.
Oh, okay.
That's funny.
Ain't it? He's like, I'll whoop your
All
ass.
ripped.
I'm Tesla.
Dude, Eden, you said you thought Tesla was sexy.
Yeah, actually, I have been thinking that for like well, I mean, not when he's 70, but that picture of
That's
him,
fucked up. Yeah.
young
He had to
Tesla.
take it to extremes. Younger.
Okay, no,
where
but
they're all
even
at the table.
yeah, no, I think he's the most beautiful of the scientists. So yeah, if they were in a beauty contest, I'll vote for Tesla.
That one. Yeah.
Yep.
With his Hollywood look going on.
He's got his smiles.
He did have some drip.
Yeah, looking like an old time movie star.
You get smart, beautiful babies from him.
I think I seen him in a Charlie Chaplin flick.
That's the one thing that he really fell off on, though, was the making the babies. Pretty sure he died a virgin.
Oh man.
That's a fucking waste. Sorry.
Well, but he
Did
was
this
like
guy
70
named?
when
Did
he
this guy
died.
named? Sorry, go ahead. I was saying, did this guy named Tesla Fan with an avatar just pop up just because we were posting those? Where did he-
Yes, dude. Oh, what is going on?
Someone's making sock accounts like within seconds.
Oh, that's the P guy. I can a mile away. He got thousands.
Oh,
It
is that
says,
who that is?
I like watching videos of big Tesla coils, and I like researching the shape of the Earth. It's
You
hot,
like
man.
big Tesla coils, huh?
Yeah, I wasn't gonna touch it, man. Everybody acts like I'm a perv, bro. She said that. Yeah, she did.
Take notes for my dating profile.
Have you seen how much he looks like Djokovic, Tesla? Novak Djokovic. I put it in the.
Oh man, he's actually an Outer Ponder clone.
Must be right. So they're from the
Must
same
be a
area.
hell of a read. It's funny. Went to the AI on Tesla. You look like a damn lumberjack.
Yeah, they got here's AI Einstein. Adam made all the famous scientists, gym enthusiasts.
Hey, do me a half man, half monkey Darwin on AI. What's up? I like
Someone else
clean.
did this, man.
You know the picture of him. You know what I'm talking about when they show Darwin as an ape man? I bet the AI could do that. Good.
No.
I can get that one real quick. You never seen it?
Nope.
You're gonna love this one. Okay, here it is in the live stream. I think it's funny as hell because it's just not Darwin. It's him in his natural state, you know. That's his cousin. I thought it was
What's
funny
he?
as shit.
What's he holding? Like trying to brush the
Probably
fleas off of him?
mirror. Probably a mirror. Telling his cousin, look, you're a chimpanzee and I'm a monkey. We're cousins. That's the joke. Because he says we're cousins to a chimpanzee. You get the full extent of it. At first, I thought
Yeah,
it was
gotcha.
calling him a pedophile, but then I read the thing that went with it. So
Then you
oh,
realized
that's his cousin.
he's a
holding up their
monkey-phile.
grandpa the fish.
I thought it hit on multiple levels, so I want an AI version. Damn it! Buff him up too. He's got to be a big, strong gorilla.
Yo, Isaac Newton is hilarious looking.
Yeah, he got really buffed up.
He looks
Somebody
like he
needs to
should be
make like
writing
a
symphony.
I don't know. Somebody needs to make like a wrestling or like a boxing video game with all these guys. You could all fight each other.
Celebrity death matches.
Or like, what's the other fighting game that's like Mortal Kombat? So they all have their own power. Tesla's like shooting electricity at everyone, and then Isaac's over here throwing apples.
He said, "I'll give a bitch an apple."
This Lincoln one is interesting.
It's funny.
You know, Lincoln said there used to be giants.
Yeah.
Dude, I went to Washington, D.C., you know the giant Lincoln statue? I'm like, it's funny that they made his statue so giant since he's literally on record saying that there used to be giants. Oh, by the way, you know how you guys tout this guy as being some type of hero for ending racism? He's on record saying that he hopes that black people are never equal in rights to white people. Like I was like on a microphone saying this in front of the statue in DC. People are like going there to take their pictures, graduation pictures and stuff, and I'm like just crushing their dreams.
Didn't they have him in a movie like Abe Lincoln Vampire Hunter or some shit like that?
Yeah.
Have you read his life story by Carl Sandburg? The biography. There's like three books. They were published in the 60s. You know what's weird? I was reading a novel by Philip K. Dick, of course. And in the novel they made a robot of Abraham Lincoln that they were like super passionate about, so he was super lifelike. And there was a part in the novel where he was reading like his like own biography by Carl Sandburg. And then like a few days later, I was walking by like a free library and I found the same novels, like not the novels, but the like two books, like Volume 1 and Volume 2 of Abraham Lincoln by Carl Sandburg, like published in the 60s. Like it was just a weird coincidence is all. Related to nothing, but
Dude, it low-key doesn't matter what human you bring up with. New Perspective is ready with the like they faked their death memes. Dude, you're impressive, dude.
Wait, hold on.
He's just weaving together. You're just weaving together combinations.
Look,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who you bring
Wait,
up.
hold on. Those aren't real theories there. You got to separate the real ones from the ones that you're just assuming. I'm not saying that Zappa faked his death and became anyway.
Dude, if you say any famous person around this man, he's about to hit you with a meme about how they faked their death.
Yeah. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of them that. Yeah.
Did you say Jimi Hendrix? Give me a second.
It's funny because it was Tesla and Zappa. You get zapped by electricity, so Frank Zappa.
Well, there is a theory on that if Tesla didn't exist, Zappa's the one they used for the pictures.
Okay. I knew it was something. Dude, that's interesting, I guess. Why did the government take all of his work?
I think he existed. I'm not saying I think they didn't.
Why do people still not take his patents seriously? Why would they even give us those patents?
Right? Who wrote all the books? Who wrote all the stuff? Right?
Which patent you want to play with, bro? I'm getting ready to retire.
The one that says that you can have endless free radiant energy from the sky.
Right, exactly. That's just a psyop. They would love for us to think that he didn't exist. I think that the psyop is that he didn't exist.
Better not tell Pete that.
Exactly. Pete gives the death faker stuff a bad name sometimes.
As if that's what gives it a bad name.
Do you know what Zappa would
Oh yeah,
say?
you want to see some real ones? Don't taunt me.
No,
I'll lay it up, man. I'll convince you.
Please,
You're
right. They are all right.
If Zappa read that theory, he'd probably say the torture never ends.
I'll hear you out with the Jimmy Carter one, man. Just let me go.
It's a good one.
Well, I think
That's
at the end
one
of the day,
Red-
we can
I
all.
felt like I was Redfield all over again when I looked at that. I'm like, because I totally put it aside. It's the wife being the boyfriend that just fucking.
That's what gets
blew
you.
my
Yeah,
mind.
it's the fact that his wife looks like Lim.
Yep.
Ever heard of Muffin Man or Dynamo Hum? Be rocking Zappa.
Yeah, are you talking about Einstein's old lady? Because that looks like a dude. That's the only one that I'll give you, fucking New Perspective.
I haven't even looked into that.
Fucking Einstein's old lady was definitely
What
a
about
dude.
Nancy Reagan?
And the other one that's interesting is Queen Victoria. You ever look into that one? Like
Yeah,
that's why the
Oh,
whole
that's
like Victoria's
dude. That's
Secret.
what Victoria's Secret. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
fucking right.
That's why
That
she
one's
couldn't have kids, bro.
that one's weird as fuck. And the fucking Einstein's fucking whatever you want to call that partner over there is a fucking dude.
You know, yeah,
I know, or one of the ugliest
Victoria.
women I've ever seen in my goddamn life. Like, Jesus Christ. So, yo, dude, hold that just hold on, dude. Have you seen fucking Chuck Schumer's fucking man wife?
Yes.
Oh my god, bro. So gross.
It's bad. Queen Victoria was infamously infertile too.
Dude, and that looks like a dude. You know. New perspective. You need to find like a doppelganger for Queen Victoria.
You know what?
So you could do a
Right now
side
at
by
her.
side. So you could do a side by side, but it's got to be like a modern day dude. You know,
That's a
an
Queen
dude.
Victoria was actually Shakespeare, dude. That was Shakespeare in drag.
Right. Shakespearean fucking yuck. It's definitely a dude though. It might be Shakespeare even. We don't know.
Bro, this is a dude. This is a dude. I got money on it.
I'm surprised that there aren't more like Austin Powers memes with all this like tranny stuff going on.
I just feel bad for people nowadays though. I'm like, dang, these people are
Hell, she looks
lost
like
in the sauce.
Seinfeld.
Like George from Seinfeld.
yeah, like George. Yeah, you got it. I meant to say that dude from Seinfeld. I mean, I'm munching anyway. I've been working
I don't
my
know.
ass
The
off.
obvious one that even the normies know about is Michelle.
Mm-hmm. You ever look
That's a
at
freaking linebacker, dude.
Look at Nancy Reagan.
Oh
Dude.
no, he didn't.
Bro,
Ronald
you see
Reagan.
that thing slinging around in the dress? If you, bro, come on, man, that one's so obvious. And then what's it? Joan Rivers says, "Oh yeah, that's a tranny." Dies.
Yikes! I know that was kind of weird.
Dude, Obama's like, when Michael gets mad.
But Michael.
When my Michael gets mad.
I will say that
Mike and I
Michael
were
has
about to
very nice shoulders. I'd like to know what kind of exercises he's doing.
Michael tackled that
Dude.
motherfucker at the 1 yard line every time.
That's freaking. That's the first Ray Lewis first lady, bro.
Quarterback
He is
sack.
linebacker sack.
I know.
Well, you know what's cool though
That
is like a
girl's
lot
hitting
of
the
trannies.
A-gap.
They're like when they go out in public, they put on a gang of like makeup and stuff, and hopefully that'll encourage real women to just like stop wearing makeup as much. I think this is possibly a silver lining.
Oh, that's a red pill. Like the trannies are the ones that taught the modern woman how to wear so much makeup. That's like actually where it originated from in America.
No
like
way,
all the
dude.
excess makeup. Yeah, the excess makeup.
Hollywood makeup artist. What do you think a makeup artist does?
I want to hear
Wait,
this.
I thought that was The Fallen that showed men and women how to do makeup.
Yes,
Oh,
makeup
dude.
in general
Yes,
came from
they
the
did.
fallen ones. Yeah, they showed them how to beautify their eyes.
Beautification.
But the excess makeup of modern times tracks back to trannies.
Glamour is witchcraft.
Like with just the absurd, obscene amount of makeup.
Manipulation, enchantment. You see a girl all painted up, you might be enchanted by her, but you get her home and wake up in the morning like, holy shit, where'd you come from?
But should you be allowed to like assault that person? Because I mean, isn't that like sexual assault? Right.
And if you play stupid games, you win
ain't
stupid
no
prizes. You
witness.
shouldn't be taking
Yeah,
strange
dude.
women home, honestly, dude.
This
is.
Are we talking
Dude,
about
that happened
somebody
to a friend
knows
of
or
mine.
somebody doesn't know, on the record or off the record?
I'm saying you can't wash that off, bro.
Right, all right. If that happened to me, I was married for most of my life, bro. And now I'm just laid back. That's personally why I stick to the women in my area, because I know damn well they had children. They're women. Mike don't even go out of town and hit on a chick.
You guys heard that they're claiming that they just successfully put a uterus in a dude?
Oh,
That's
Christ.
gross.
Here we go.
That doesn't even make sense. That's like, that legit doesn't even make sense.
Wait,
I
wasn't that a
don't
movie
know.
with Arnold Schwarzenegger?
They call
Hey,
it a
listen,
uterus.
what I want to know, are they going to dislocate his hips for the baby to come, or is it just going to be a C-section?
That person will
come out of
obviously
his
never be able to
wiener
actually
hole,
carry a baby. But they did say they're on record saying they wanted to be the first one to give birth.
Well, there's a reason the pelvic bone is one of the gender-specific bones in that, because it hosts all that shit they're trying to put in there. So what supports the uterus? Not
I'm just
the
saying, think about
pelvic.
the world we live in. I just
They
told
have
a group of people, a group of adults, that they put a uterus in a male, and everyone's just like, yeah.
Just like, yeah,
No,
that
I
sounds
was
about
ready for
right.
war.
Yeah.
I just don't
No, I'm
announce
in
it, 'cause
disbelief. I
that
don't
gets
think
me
it's physically
censored.
possible. I think here's the thing, guys. At the end of the day, I think babies come from God, and I don't think they're going to be able to do that. If they are, it's
No, they're not
not
gonna. Making a baby is different than throwing a uterus in someone surgically until they
Oh,
die a year later.
okay.
Yeah.
I'm retarded. I thought that meant yeah. Okay, never mind.
No.
Yeah,
No,
hey,
I
and
was
don't.
like, what?
Are we live streaming? Yeah, don't forget, we're in public. Nobody's going to admit to nothing in here. So if something really did anger somebody, they're not going to show it. You get policed on the internet for your beliefs.
Real quick, Helena Blavatsky is Queen Victoria. Helena Blavatsky. Theory is that she was playing a double role, Queen Victoria. That's when Queen Victoria went out to be her like esoteric witch, she was Helena. That's the theory. With videos in the chat, ask and you shall receive.
Yeah, but it's got to be a dude if it's going to be funny.
Yeah, it could be funny stuff.
You got to have it be a dude, man.
Still
Come
funny.
on.
That's Einstein's cousin.
No. It's moving like it's
Holy
got to be a
shit, that's
dude.
an ugly mofo. That's a dude.
Oh my god, nigga.
No shit. I never
And
seen
then just have
one this
Einstein
big.
wearing women's shoes, selling a
It's
blouse.
gonna be a great year for conspiracies, you guys. I'm super excited. You got the election coming, all kinds of fun stuff. I can feel it.
Yeah,
That's so funny.
I hear you, bro.
It's gonna be a great year for conspiracy.
Yeah,
the great
shit hits the fan.
Well,
Come
what do we got on
down,
the
man.
agenda right now? We
Yeah.
got like zombies in just a couple of days or something. You know,
Did you
we've got
Square burgers. Square burgers. Are we on the same page? Square burgers.
Hey, yo, did you see Trump kind of just like almost said basically that he's still the president? He was
Really?
like,
No, I don't see that. By the way, I put Aleister Crowley is Winston Churchill in there just for fun because
Dude,
same
we're
channel.
gonna fight, bro.
It's just as much.
So QAnon was right the whole time. He's still president.
Yep.
Oh,
well,
yo, where we go
yeah,
one, we go
I'll
all.
put the clip in. I'll put the clip in.
You guys trust the plan, all right? I've been reading these. I went back and I had to reread all the Q posts, and it's coming. 2 more weeks.
Dude, how many things have they so blatantly got wrong though? Like, I'm like, just don't make predictions anymore, bro.
I know, right? Every other
I
week,
don't
it's
know.
like every other week, it's somebody telling you fucking next week or the 23rd was supposed to be the big one.
Yeah, like Trump's gonna swoop down on a bald
Oh
eagle
no! Hold on.
with children being pulled out of sewers.
Hold on. So hold on. Back off the Trump thing. Because I'm telling you right now, like, dude, there's something more to that story, and
Big Daddy Trump.
I don't know why people aren't seeing that, man. Like, What fucking president what ex-president do you know rolls around with that kind of a motorcade to his fucking thing, dude? What ex-president, like, dude, we're in the middle of a fucking war and nobody knows it. That's what's going on right now, man. And like, I'm surprised people don't see it, man. But let me get that quote for you, New Perspective.
No, I'm just saying that I read the Q post today, and it said that Trump on the 5th of October is going to be swooping down from the heavens on a bald eagle, representing freedom, and he's going to be pulling children out of the sewers that are being trafficked. So we're almost there.
Well, I also think like this, man. There's so many jewels in the Q posts that it was like dressed in conspiracy madness because it's that serious, man. Like if you know, like take like the sealed indictments. Take the fact that Q dropped the whole Epstein shit. You know, in the midst of all of this, like, you know, we're gonna, you know, like Project Looking Glass, time travel, fucking horse shit is like actual gems, man. Like,
No, I
that's,
agree. I've been saying that the whole time. But
that's
that's
what's
how
interesting,
Operation
man.
Trust works.
And dude, and well, I mean, maybe so. I also think like it's just interesting how you know, I don't know. I think there's more at stake. I think there's something more play. And the interesting part to me, the only thing that makes it not some whatever Operation Trust thing, is because you have the bankruptcy looming in the background, and everybody forgets about the national debt and the 70-year contracts and the fucking. That's the only reason that I'm. The only reason that it makes sense to me is that it has the real history backing it. The jubilee has to happen. It's a banker's jubilee. It's like any of this shit, dude. Like you have a real banker's jubilee that's actually a real fucking thing. And then you get a fucking bunch of bullshit about Nasara, Gasara, people talking about fucking aliens and fucking, and they totally like they've distracted away from the initial point, which is that's why I think the only reason I'm so interested in it is because the national debt crisis. This is how I think they're going to wrap it up. This is how I think this is going to be the public movie. This is like,
no, I agree. It may be real in the sense that it gets rolled out as a movie.
Yeah,
sure.
no, it's definitely a movie. I mean, remember, dude, the general public is retarded. Like they need angels and fucking, you know, ghosts and demons and all the rest of it to fucking survive. Like, but like when the lights go on, the real thing that's there is still there. And I just think you know, it's like, you know, like it's like some people would rather you tell them that fairies told you where to go that night to have a good time instead of telling them that your friend called you and told you where to go. Like, you know what I mean? I just feel like there's levels, and certain people need all that bullshit. Like certain people weren't going to pay attention to the Q shit unless it had time travel and free energy. And then they were
What are you talking about?
yeah.
Trump said he was still president. Or we don't.
Yeah, let me get the link for you. It was just
Hey, real quick on that
today.
point, Issa, I just Jimmy Dore had this thing about Klaus. Did you see that thing he did about Klaus Schwab? And Klaus Schwab is like in the United. I put the quotes in with little screenshots. But basically, yeah, we have an anti-system that's developing in the United States, and they're new. And he basically is saying they're new. What is it? The quote here. He's saying it's coming from their new administration, and then there's like basically saying Trump is the new administration before it's even
Yeah, man. Yo, have you seen? What's it? Have you seen Ghost in the Machine, the Cywar video from the army?
Nope.
Can you pull New Perspective? Can you pull that up? You know what I'm talking about, Ghost in the Machine.
Yep.
Yeah, pull that up for What's it, man. You need to see that. And let me look at it.
You're cutting out.
Oh yeah, you brought it up. Ghost in the Machine. Yeah. That's what it was.
I will just point out, I did predict that Trump's going to come back and save the day a few years ago. Like, I still think that. So, like, I'm not.
Yeah, man. You know, the thing that's got me is the banker thing, the history that's behind it. Like, they got to pretend everything is going to be blamed on fucking China. so that they can discharge the debt. And they're just like Ukraine is this maxing out of the line of credit, man. That's what it fucking is, in my opinion. And we either go into the direction of a declaration of human rights where we lose all of our, like, that's why they're trying to destroy everybody. They're just trying to destroy the U.S. with like flat Earth, even like the moon landing being fake, all this shit like that. Like they're trying to get us to throw the baby out with the bathwater, and never forget that, man. And damn it, why can't I find this fucking link? Forgive me.
I mean, Trump coming back and introducing a new system is the Trump card, bro. It is freaking brilliant. It is going to work. It's going to get everyone. So I'm not necessarily a fan of it, other than like I'm eating my popcorn type thing, because I think Trump comes back if they expose human trafficking and pedophilia. It's like, well, everyone agrees about that. If they like expose the Federal Reserve, everyone agrees about that. If they reset the debt, everyone agrees about that. And if you get everyone agreeing, I'm talking like the most degenerate leftists agree. So if you get everyone to agree, you're in dangerous waters. Although those are all good things, but I mean that's why it works, right? I mean, because everyone agrees. Like, why would I disagree that stopping pedophilia is a
See,
good
but
thing?
remember this though, man. Like I'm of the I have to preface all this with the idea that like I'm of the opinion that the TV was used to get people to think that they had anything to do with international fucking politics. So that instead of fucking like being aware of your local fucking governmental system, your local scenario, understanding who you are, the rights of man, etc., we're worried about China and Russia, which you can't do shit about. And there's no way you can do anything about it, and nobody cares. And it's like, you know what I mean? We're wasting our time on frivolous endeavors, and it was the TV that made everybody think that their fucking opinion about international politics
Who's talking? I
mattered.
can't see who's talking.
What's up? What's up, brother?
I was gonna say, who are you? Who are you? I don't like. Okay, you're Issa. Okay. I was gonna say, I'm gonna friend request you. I like what you're saying. I don't agree with everything, but something you said right there at the end, I really.
Hey, well, shit. Thanks, man. Yeah, I just think like, this whole concept of like them, because it's too, like I said, it's a fork in the road. So you got either like, you lose all your fucking, your God-given rights, and we get rid of America, kind of a thing, right? And then and what they're going to do is they're going to go and make it all human rights because everybody thinks they're human. Like we don't even know language, bro. We're so fucked as a fucking like.
I think it's something like what you're saying. I think you're right. No, you're right.
Well,
'Cause
like
it does seem like they're trying to push an agenda like
the
the
masses
world
are
believes.
retarded, but the individual has sanity. Is my point.
Can I just get some clarification? So what are God-given rights?
You don't know that, then I don't think we can help you.
I don't know. Like, I mean, I tell you what. How about this? What do
Tread
you?
on me, and I'll
What do you
get you
think
into
they?
a few.
I think that's
What
kind
do
of a
you?
silly question unless you're trying to be specific about a specific part of it.
Well, like you have the right to like life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, for instance.
Yeah, but those are like things that other people are saying you are allowed to do.
Well, you would say like, did God give you life?
Well, I
They're
mean, if we
trying to
wanted to
be
say
the
technically,
arbitrary,
right?
Like,
So
It's a bit of a
technically,
misconception. It's a bit of a misconception that the Bill of Rights from the Constitution is what the government is letting you do. The way it's written is the Declaration says that there's inalienable rights that come from the Creator, and then the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, is a list. It's a list of those things that the government has no say in. Right? It's not really that they permit you to do it. It's a list of things they're not allowed to do anything about.
Truths true. We hold these truths true that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain
But
inalienable
if
rights,
you don't hold this
such as
true,
life,
it becomes
liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So I don't let other men be the arbiter of my liberties. So
Well,
long
hold
as I
on.
harm no other man, I'm free to do as I will.
Let's get to the crux of the
So when it
question.
comes to rights, do you think that like when God said that he basically gave man domain of the earth, He didn't say he gave government domain of the earth. He said he gave man, which means technically you have a right to claim any piece of land and do, and live the way that you need to live, right? He gave man
It's a
domain,
law of
not
first
government.
seizure, and it's established in
All
Genesis.
right, I don't want to get
You're
lost
under
in the weeds with
seizure.
He
this.
didn't give
Hold
it
on one
to
second.
a man.
Hold
He
on one
gave it
second,
to
guys.
all
I
men.
don't want to have this fucking like philosophical conversation. What I'm talking about this, like the wits and the rest of the room, is the idea is that fucking if like we're at a fork in the road where either you're gonna have like God given unalienable rights or you're gonna have the Declaration of Human Rights. And as we're all familiar with, like Ballantyne's and Bouvier's dictionary, they classify a human
Legal
as something
definition.
akin. Hold on one second. Akin to a monster, something that can't even inherit land. So, like when we use these terms, like they're going to get us to try to do, we're either going to be, like I said, like because the national debt implies that the U.S. citizen is the collateral on the national debt. So either you're looking at two scenarios. One is the Jubilee and shit's going to be great. The other one is the one where they fucking come over and they say, "Are you a U.S. citizen?" And you're like, "You're damn right." And they're going to be like,
They
"Get in the back of
collect.
the truck because you're the collateral on the debt, and that debt is owed."
I'm an
So
American.
if discharge is not on the table, then the other part is on the table, and that's akin to like Nazi Germany shit. And you better know your fucking business about law at that point. And I really think and even like I remember back in 2016 when we were initially talking about this, or I was bringing it to the table, was I thought Hillary would win, and before you know it, we have AI police. You know what I mean? Because if you know the law well enough, then the AI police are actually going to be your best friend because they're going to understand the law better than your average fucking guy on the beat. But the point is that either we go into this realm of where it's like, as I see it, like Trump and the Jubilee, the discharge of the national debt because everybody thinks China owns the national debt, or you're going to go into the Klaus Schwabian fucking get in the back of the van, fucking you own nothing and you're going to love it. And like that's scary scenario. The other one is the lighthearted, it's the Jubilee, and it doesn't matter what anyone fucking thinks. But I think we do have this burden of the financial part.
So the Jubilee, the forgiving of debt.
Yep, the forget because in international, from what I
I
gather,
don't know
and
even
what
shit.
I've
What are you
read,
talking about?
like so in international, when countries do business, they make 70-year contracts. So when the United States lost the Revolutionary War, they owed Great Britain for another 70 years. That 70-year limit came up, and the U.S. had to find collateral. That's when they quote unquote freed the slaves. When in reality, they just took the collateral from the South. And because they didn't have a state that they were from, they were classified as U.S. citizens, which made them the collateral on the debt. Therefore, they could then extend another 70-year contract so that they could print more money for 70 years. And up what's happened 70 years later, 1913, the Federal Reserve Act. Then they turned everybody, all U.S. citizens, because of the Great Depression and everything else. We got to help everybody. They made everybody U.S. citizens, and people accepted it. And all became the collateral on the national
And it
debt.
was
So
all bullshit.
we're at the third term of the 70-year agreement, and that ended 2001. And what happened there? They destroyed the financial fucking center of the United States. And then now we're 20 years after that. Now it's just like in 1913, they wrote the Federal Reserve Act. It wasn't until 1933 that they implemented it. So they wrote this shit in the fucking 2000s, and now we're about to go into it. And either it's going to be discharge or it's going to be fucking you're the collateral on the national debt. It's
Collection.
why I have always pressed the question of who are you? Because if somebody says, "Who are you?" and you exclusively identify yourself as a U.S. citizen, you line up to be the collateral on the debt. Whereas if one understood, let's say, the UCC and the language of this fucking system, you could identify maybe as a priority security interest holder and discharge any debt because Christ has he not forgiven you and paid all your debts? Like, I often think, like, if you're such a radical Christian, why doesn't anyone go into fucking court and say, "Excuse me, Your Honor, didn't the
Bingo.
Lord forgive all
Right.
my sins and pay all my debts?" You know what I mean? Like, with real faith, go in there.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
Your
with
Honor.
you.
What's up?
Amen, brother. Amen.
The root of international law is natural or universal law or God's law, however you prefer to say it.
Yeah, it's just commerce, and commerce is the
It
oldest
is.
kind of law. And I
The
think what's so
Silk
cool is
Road.
that we have, like, I think if it's like even like it is like the gospel to me in the sense of like it is the good news. The good news is that look at this. We're in a financial burden. Well, the good news is that it's already paid. How interesting. You know what I mean? And how interesting in our
We're all
ecclesiastical
playing with
system.
Christians and we're in denial of it. Yeah, you're right.
You know why? It just keeps the game of Monopoly going. They can't be winning if the game crashes. Right?
Yeah, I mean, whatever.
Yep.
That's why I'm so
Big problem.
fascinated with the show, is because this show has the implications of all the culmination of these 3 terms of 70-year contracts. It's got everything lined up to be the discharge, but it also simultaneously, it either is all a big play or whatever, or there is like this, this really interesting, like a communist attempt to take over our government, and we're actually in the midst of fending it off. That's why everything has had to be the way that it is. It's like if I feel like I'm in danger and like I'm
That makes me so upset.
people are about to attack you, like, you know what I mean? You might look weak so that you can fucking swing on a dude when he walks up.
Yeah, you just want him to get close enough. Yeah, I'm with you.
Like, so the idea is that we would be setting
The biggest
ourselves up to
truth
look.
here is contractual law is king, right? Rules the world. Contractual law. Don't
Yeah.
be weird to the contract.
Yeah, and if you don't contract, then you don't get in trouble. Yeah.
That's why, like, I think right now with
covenants,
the
no
whole
oaths under heaven.
with like the whole show of like Trump and stuff, it's like interesting because it plays right into the hand for the Jubilee. And it's like if we didn't have a character like Trump or like some kind of like archetype, you know what I mean? Like the collective conscious, the public would lose their mind. So it's fortunate for all of us that we have
Logos.
such a such a figure as like representing Americana. You know what I mean? On the great stage of the collective consciousness of mankind.
Yeah, it used to be Uncle Sam,
And look what they're doing to, like, quote unquote America. You know what I mean? They've indicted him. They fucking attacked him. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know. I don't know I don't know how much this goes into. It's all a movie and all a play. But either way, it's like, and if it's not all a movie and all a play, like, holy shit, that's some real fucked up shit that they're doing. And I think there used to be a time when it was all about like, oh, politics is just 2 wings of the same bird and stuff like that. And I think like at a time that was correct. And I don't discount that right now, but I also know that there is a clear division between either Americanism or fucking men can get pregnant. And if you're just remotely on the men can get pregnant side, like you need like I don't know, you're a threat to everything that is Americanism. Which includes my right to be a fucking flat earther and talk about it online. You know what I mean? So either we defend that principle or we fucking throw it all out, and it's, good luck.
Yeah, buddy, you're not wrong, man. I like your ideas.
Yeah, man, thanks, brother.
They ought to be all right.
Yeah, I had to jump out for a minute, so I didn't hear it all. But what I heard was good. What are your thoughts on the fact that they're literally trying to destroy the American dollar and bring everyone over to BRICS instead? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think, I almost feel like we need to have this, like America is trying to deal with this, or the United States rather, is trying to deal with this national debt issue. And I kind of think like they're trying to structure it so they can move into the international commerce without disrupting their own private agreements. So I think those things have to get handled
They
first.
want their
It's
cake
why,
and eat it
how
too.
about this?
That's
It's why
exactly what
XRP is suppressed. It's why this digital market is so slow moving because it's all on a standstill until this discharge shit is handled. you can't do the books right until this gets done.
Yeah, they're not scamming a casino. They're scamming the entire world.
Well,
We all need to be open to the fact that Trump could be a criminal as well.
What is it?
I'm just saying, Trump could be part of it too. He could be, just like one of them. I mean, how can we trust any of that? That's
Oh
what
yeah,
I'm
no,
wondering.
I'm not.
You?
That idea isn't foreign to me. But at the same time, it's like I said, he's the only representative for like what anyone can classify as Americana on the political stage. Everyone else is fucking bought and sold for, and everyone knows it. But I think like America as a
On that, you're
principle.
right.
I think America as a principle is necessary for the intellectuals, and the intellectuals understand this because you have to have, like, the classic American position is, I may not agree with you, but I'll fucking fight to the death for your right. Just say it.
That's right.
And so, like, there's nothing more
Even that's
American
under
than that.
attack, though. You know,
And
they
not
want to
many other.
censor everything you say. They want to censor it. It's like respect what I say, but my liberties, overshadow yours. Certain groups.
Yeah, even though the government is supposed to be working for you, not the other way around.
I mean, how can we really believe anything that Trump says? I mean, at the end of the day, he ran his entire presidency on lock her up. And then after that, he's sitting there at the inauguration going, oh, I love the Clintons. But he ran his entire thing on like, we're going to lock that bitch up. And then next thing you know, he's going, oh, I love the Clintons. They're like my best
I don't
friends,
think he expected to win.
They had
I don't
steak
think he
dinners
expected to
together
win.
too on TV and
So,
shit.
I mean, how could you believe a word that comes out of the guy's mouth? He's pledged allegiance to Israel.
When I saw Putin and all these other president guys all in dresses together, I was like, oh, I've been fooled.
Yeah, I
don't trust anything to do with government.
No, that's fair enough.
I don't blame
and I'm usually of the same perspective. I'm just saying I find that this, like I just, I didn't think I would be anything remotely interested in Donald Trump, like when he was running for office or whatever. I've always really remained or abstained from having an opinion because I all thought they were pharmaceutical fucking whatever, just people, robots. But like, what's interesting is that Trump has managed to piss off everybody that I have fucking been railing against for the last 20 years. So whether or not he's pro-Israel or not, he's also knows that 9/11 was an inside job. He knows that fucking Mossad probably had something to do with it. He knows how to deal with those issues, I would hope, and yet still remain diplomatic. Because it's not like just some private citizen. It's the representative of the United States. Therefore, it's a different capacity. So that's where I give that leniency. It's like when I talk to a flat earther and like flat earthers pissed that the Pope isn't in handcuffs already. But we know the fucking Vatican's so evil. Why isn't the Pope in handcuffs already? Well, that's fucking complicated and hard to do. You know what I mean? It's like why lock her up. It's like, well, she was pardoned for everything by Obama. That's why what's so interesting about the whole Q shit, like amidst all the fucking bullshit that's in there, is the idea that it also kind of elaborates on the idea that because Hillary was fucking pardoned for all of the shit with like Benghazi and shit like that and selling Russia the uranium, well, now she's wide open with the Perkins Huey fucking paying for the Russian disinformation. They've got them all entrapped. I mean, think about it. You got Rudy Giuliani who fucking took down the mob, exiting stage left with pie on his face when it doesn't matter. But he's also the guy who arrested the whole fucking like mafia shit and shut that shit down and fucking made New York fucking like whatever. So like my point is like he just makes a weird appearance stage left and leaves with pie on his face. Like it's just like I said up here, like they've made themselves look almost easily defeated so that their enemy could get caught and be now in trouble for a whole bunch of other crimes that they couldn't get them in trouble for had they not committed these particular crimes. It's like how the FBI operates. They've entrapped these people, dude. They're fucked. Like, if any fucking moral or legal sense of justice comes back to our system, these people are all going to be fucking hung for treason. And they had to make it look so fucking pathetic that men could get pregnant and that these people were totally in control in order for them to feel comfortable enough to do this shit. That's what I'm seeing.
You know what?
That's what I'm seeing.
I think I see the same thing. You're right.
Well, you'd need a couple colonels and some generals down with you, brother, if you were going to do something like that. So my question would be, who does the military answer to?
Yeah, it's like I agree with what you're saying. The
Who are they
only problem that
backing?
I have
Because
is that
I thought it was Putin.
sorry, is that
There's one
at the end of
easy
the,
word why Hillary hasn't been busted. One word alone. Bilderberg. They're more powerful than presidents.
The Black Hawk or one of them.
I mean, that's the whole, and that's what's so interesting is that Trump has stirred up this whole bee nest, or rather owl's nest, if you're going to refer to the Grove, right?
Moloch.
Yeah, but they've stirred them all up and made them so weird and made them overstep their bounds. It's like they're out of touch, they're out of place, and they felt comfortable being that way. And I think they've committed treason, and they're going to hang for it. It's just they couldn't have hung for their crimes previously, so they had to get entrapped. And that's and it's not even entrapment. They were probably they took Chinese money. They took the fucking money. They did the fucking drugs. They fucking, Hunter Biden, the fucking whole show. They're dead to rights. You know what I mean? They're if I just said, if any sense, as soon as things kind of click back to normal, I think these people are fucked, man. Even look at it, man. For how long, people aren't going to tolerate this. My kid thinks he's a cat shit for fucking much longer, dude. Yeah, New Perspective. Did you watch that clip I posted?
Man, you
Yeah,
know
bro.
what I would say?
I will though.
Yeah.
It is like equal
Don't think
freedom.
they're going to be going away. This cult has existed for over 10,000 years.
yeah, I think the problem that we have is that we
We
all
might
give
get
them
rid of
too
them, but
much
we can
power.
sure beat them back if we used to.
The thing is
And
that
that's
we
it,
all have to
man.
remember that we are the ones with the power, and we just allow them to do it. Like, think of all these things that they've written into law. Who fucking cares? I never
Hey,
said
yo,
they could write that shit into law.
have
It
you ever
was just a
heard of?
bunch of guys who just fucking wrote shit down. Why
Hey,
do
yo,
I
have
have to
you?
follow these laws that a bunch of dudes just said, yeah, do it?
Yeah, I recommend. There's a little thing, and I just the first page alone. It's called Cooperative Federalism by Gerald Brown. And the first page kind of it lays out the historicity and or not even so much the history. It just lays out the false conceptions of what people think these governments are, and like you just pointed out, it shows that it is you, the individual, at your home, in your city, in your town. You know what I mean? That has the most authority. And I always
Yep.
used to
We're
point
all
to the
responsible
idea
for
of
it.
marijuana being evidence for this. Marijuana is federally criminal, yet the states can legalize it. And there's counties within those states that you can't sell it in. And then there's towns in those counties that allow them to
you're
fucking
right.
have it. So it's this.
Listen, it was legal in my county first before the rest of the state. Not for medical use, but for recreational use.
So the point being that the fucking individual, and this is something I've talked about forever, and I will always talk about and get into, is the idea how this is the good news. This is the gospel to me, and a certain part of the gospel rather, the idea that you have all the rights. It's just a matter of it's a matter of who you identify yourself as exclusively. Like, and this is why it brings up the philosophical question of like, where do you live? And if your answer is not my body, and for some reason you think that you live at 123 B Street or some fucking address, you're testifying against God. You are not respecting what God actually gave you and created you as. Like when somebody says, "What who are you?" Well, that's a complicated question, right? If
I
somebody
am
says,
that I am in the temple. I am of the
there you go.
temple. I am.
Yeah, that's it, brother. You could, you know what I mean, and that's it. But that's going to
It's
sound
like the only
awkward.
two laws.
That's going to
It's like
sound
saying the only
awkward
two
in a
laws you need to
courtroom.
follow. Yeah,
What was
sorry,
it?
it's like saying the only two laws you need to follow are God's laws, which are do no harm, cause no loss.
Right, but then
As long as you
also
don't do
how
any of
to.
those two things.
Right, but then also the trick is to remember this, that the son of Adam was given dominion over the earth. Therefore, it is your responsibility to understand the protocols of earth, including court, including how to fucking negotiate. So it's not merely enough to stand before a judge and say, I'm a man, because saying that's fucking retarded. The fucking point is can you be the son of Adam with the decorum of a king and the understanding of the courts? It's not just I'm a man. It's a matter of, are you a son of Adam? And are you someone who's spent the, you know what I mean? Like willing, like, because you can handle the business of the courts. It's not that complicated. And you can handle it through the position as what would the UCC refer to as the priority security interest holder, which is just saying that you're the creditor, which you are. You're the creditor over the fucking citizen that you have. Just like if somebody said, it's like if somebody said, who are you? And you said, I'm a 1983 Civic. You know what I mean? Like, that's literally what it's like. It's like, it's like, and they're like,
Let me
are you
see
sure
your title.
are you sure you're a fucking Civic? And you're like, yep, I stay at lot number so and so. It's literally just like that. Instead of understanding that we're someone who owns a car, we're someone who has a citizen. Literally, I love the be ye not conformed to the world, but be renewed by a continual transformation of the mind, i.e., it's just a different perspective on the same information. Same thing with flat Earth, even.
Hey, Issa, I don't see where you posted that, by the way. Did you put it somewhere different?
I don't know. Let me see. Fuck if I know. I probably posted it somewhere wrong.
What did you say we are? Private security what?
Jesus Christ, this fucking thing. Priority security interest holder.
It's like I always come back to that what we've done is we've just allowed a group of people to just go rogue, do what they want, write down any law that they want, and we all just have to follow them. But I never said that all of these things that they made up should apply to me. As far as I'm concerned, as long as I don't hurt anyone, I don't steal from anyone, I haven't broken any laws. Just because someone wrote down on a thing of paper that at 2:00 in the morning, in this area I do a U-turn, I'm going to get a fine for that. But like, sure, I understand if I did that and it was a dangerous time of the day to do that in, then I would be causing harm or causing loss. But if I do it at 2:00 in the morning and harm nobody, and I get a fine for that, the only person who's been harmed is me. So therefore, if a police officer was to give me a fine for it, the police officer is causing me harm. Technically, he's broken the law.
Damn, it's late. I didn't even realize.
And when we look at they're writing all these pandemic laws and so forth within the WHO, and the WHO's literally give themselves right to do anything that they want, almost. Like they have complete indemnity from everything. But when did you agree to that? I never agreed to it. So why should we have to abide by it? And why should all the people of this earth abide by it because some people wrote it down?
Check it out. I'm not gonna get it. Well, I could talk for hours about this shit, but like, the thing is this: they are talking to their citizenry. right? And for instance, like in the United States, right? United States citizens are not protected under the first 8 amendments of the Constitution. Get that? That's state. That's it's case law. Maxwell v. Dow. United States citizens are not protected under the first 8 amendments of the federal Constitution. So they look at it as though you're property, which United States citizens are, and along with Australia. I don't know where you're from, brother, but you sound like Aussie or something.
Australia. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. I know they screwed us too.
Like they have the same anywhere under the IMF is set up the same way. And as daunting as they make it appear, you have more rights than you know about. And I think, like,
You're
I
not
really
property once you
sincerely
challenge their
believe that.
jurisdiction.
What is it?
Yeah, but
You're no
that's kind
longer
of what I'm
property
saying. In
when
that,
you challenge their jurisdiction. You become an individual.
Right, but the issue becomes this: is that what you don't want to do is argue about jurisdiction. Bypass the argument of jurisdiction by claiming that you're a priority security interest holder. It handles the fucking argument about like people who think that and harp on this idea that arguing jurisdiction is going to help you is not. The point is to just claim it away, which is you immediately destroyed their jurisdiction when you identify as the priority security interest holder, and maybe you've got paperwork in already if you're going to court or something that claims that the priority security interest holder is going to be appearing at the hearing today to set off, settle, or close the account because of the failure to respond to the prosecutor, right? Because there's a way to do these things, and there's a way to pin them against themselves. And one of the best teachers of that is a guy named Robert Menard. But it took me a while to realize that's what he was teaching. I learned it like the penny dropped for me somewhere else. But Robert Menard is fucking on point. But the point is, you're like setting it up so that you can come in as the priority security interest holder. It's not an offense to the court, and you're not arguing jurisdiction, which makes you look like some sovereign citizen nut job. That way you're like in the regalia of the son of Adam. You're there in a very strange way that they can't stop you from doing because nobody responded and told you that you couldn't do it before the court date. And all your paperwork is in. And it's done right under notary seal. Proper process of service. Making logical claims. Not some fanciful bullshit. Like there is a tactic that the men of God have been given. It's the way that I think of it.
it's like
my people suffer for lack of knowledge, right? So that's part of it too.
I hear everything you're saying. That's really good information. So thank you for that. But sort of where I'm coming from is the fact that we've just had a bunch of people decide that these are all the things that we have to do. And you never chose that. I never chose that. And the people who did choose that were clearly not looking after the people's interests. They were looking after their own interests or someone else's. They were never looking after your or mine interests.
Okay, so check this out. Like I'll give you an example. Like, and I've told this story before. It's like during the whole madness last couple of years, and you guys have had it. Like I don't even know. Like God bless you. Fucking but like I was going into a store and the lady was like, you got to wear a mask or whatever, and I was like, all right, do you have that in writing? She was like, I can't find it in writing. I was like, I pulled out my phone and I said, are you a medical professional? And she said no. And I said, but you'd like me to wear this whatever? She said yes. I was like, so you're not a medical professional and you're giving me medical advice, is that right? And she was like, and long story short, she saw the lawsuit coming. And long story short, I went into the fucking place, bought everything that I wanted, had 2 little helpers, and never had to put on a fucking mask. And the reason that they did that is because they understood that I could probably sue them for an exorbitant amount of money for trying to pretend as though they were acting as medical professionals. Now, just because everyone else went along with it, I don't give a fuck. And that's the good point about all this.
Yeah, that's
It
what I
doesn't
say
matter.
too.
Hold on one second. It doesn't matter what these 300 million fucking sheep do. Because when a real man comes and walks the fucking thing, it's totally different. And like, so like same thing for you in the Australia shit. Like, dude, I would be, if it ever comes back around again or whatever the fuck and you're in Australia or something, I mean, I'm down for even doing it with anybody, but especially if they make you quit your job or they're going to fire you or all that, dude, sue the fuck out of them. And remember, all their hubris about their presumed little bit of power that they have is to your benefit. Come fucking payday.
The way they're trying
And
to
that's
screw
why
us at the moment.
Totally
Okay.
true. They're acting in what's called a false capacity of an office. They do not have that kind of office to hold over us.
the way, I mean, there's so many, honestly, and if you're in another country, like look to the United States Title 18 because you have the same protections. Anything under the IMF, you would look up whatever it is and then see what your local code would be and maybe cite that code. But point being is that you have they are, it's deprivation of rights under the color of law, and that's what it is.
Yeah. So what
It's
they're
not
trying to
even
do to us
law.
here in
They
Australia now.
and it's a mandate. It's not even a law yet, and they're practicing it as if it's a law, telling us
Right,
that
and
we
that's
have
why
to
it's
wear
the
a mask
color
and
of
do this
law.
and do that.
That's why it's the
Yeah,
color
well,
of law.
that's like here, all of the fines that were given out to people for, not wearing a mask or being out in public when they said not to be, every single person who challenged those fines, they got thrown out instantly because
Yeah,
none of
because they
them were
went in as
lawful.
how about this? Even worse, they went in as a fucking Australian citizen. They went in as
Yeah,
a
I
fucking.
mean,
They went in as a proud piece of property. They went in even
well,
worse.
they
They
didn't
got
know
an
any of that.
attorney. How about this? Even worse, they got an attorney, and their attorney
Yeah.
works for the court, not the client. Therefore, so that and all he can do is argue, which is actually a dishonor to the court and actually grants jurisdiction to the court. As soon as you argue with the court, you grant jurisdiction to the court. Just so you know.
Yeah.
So like you're not arguing with anybody. Like that they do it all fucking wrong, and then everyone's like, "No, I know that it doesn't work." It's like, well, did you go in as the priority security interest holder asking for any genuine accusatory charging instrument for your inspection? They're like, well, no, I didn't do that. And I'm like, then shut the fuck up about telling me it don't work.
Yeah, so we've got this thing at the moment called The Voice happening here. It's a referendum. Our government's trying to supposedly give the Aboriginal, or I should say the original people, the First Nations people, a voice within the Constitution. But that's just going to screw them because what they are currently at the moment is sovereign people. They are the people of this land and they're not under the Constitution because they don't need to be. They're actually sovereign people. So if the people in this country vote yes, we're going to be bringing them into the Constitution and lose all sovereignty over the land. And that's actually going to destroy the entire country as far as all the people, because kind of like that, the Aboriginal people's sovereignty is protecting everyone else. And that's what they're trying to get rid of at the moment, because once they do that, when they do write all these tickets and so forth, it will be technically law. So next time this happens, and they do all these things, they will have it all written down into law that they can do whatever the hell they want. And the people are unfortunately just falling for it.
Well, too, is that's the thing with we have a democracy and we have a republic, and so does your country. And the republic is where your strength comes from, and the democracy is always trying to eat what the republic has. So it's the job of the republic to maintain privacy, et cetera, et cetera. But you have a republic running right alongside the democracy. So in a courtroom, in the same way that you have this attack on your personal liberty from the democracy, I think you have your remedy in the republic if you know how to access it. But most people are not even attempting to access it. They're strictly overtly trying to go democracy, and they're getting their asses kicked. That's why the move is to know, for instance, that they have to provide a charging instrument. Like, for instance, and I don't know, I want to belabor the point, but it's like, let's say you go out to dinner, you have a fat steak dinner with your girlfriend, and the chef comes out and he says, you guys have to wash dishes for your meal. What would your first most logical thing to say be? And if you don't get it right, I just want to point out that when I tell you what it is, it will be quite apparent that it's the only logical question to ask in this scenario. So you're at the restaurant, ate your food. Chef comes out, says, "Hey, you got to wash dishes." What are you gonna say?
Well, most people would just say, "Screw yourself! I'm not washing dishes.
Right.
I'm about to
Most
pay for
people
my
might
meal."
say, but
Yeah.
remember, there's a logical response to this question. There's only one logical response to this question. So what's the answer?
Where's the bill?
Well,
That's it. Who said that?
I said that.
Fucking
Yep.
right, dude.
Where's the bill? Where's the receipt?
Right. Where's the bill? And that's what we don't do anytime we interface with these officers and shit. Where's the bill? Now, if that fucking person like does something to you or makes you do something without providing you the bill, man, that's a shows in action. That's a deprivation of rights under the color of law, dude. That's a fucking very finable offense towards your fucking surety bond for the state, dude. Like, you have leverage against these people in the sense that they work by a code. We just have to familiarize ourselves with what the code says. And then it's like, that's where the freedom is. And that's what's so fucked up is that we're trying to throw away a system that provides this remedy for you. That is a thinking man's remedy. But we're right. Most people say, fuck you. I'm just going to not pay and walk out. Well, then now you're in trouble. You know what I mean? It's like, but anyway, we have like a remedy is the point. And that's the big, cool, great news. There is a remedy.
Respect and keeping the peace.
Yeah. And in the process, doing all that. That's right.
Hey, can I just ask, the guy just talking then, your voice is really familiar. Do you do YouTube? Are you on any of the shows with anyone?
Not so much YouTube, really. Do Odyssey.
Odyssey? Yeah, who do you do it with?
Mainly
do you
me,
team?
usually.
Just you? Oh, sorry, man. Like, I don't know, your voice just sounds really familiar. Like I've heard you on videos before or something.
Well, my channel name would be on my Odyssey, so if you want to look it up, that's probably about it that I've been active on. Suppose I might have a familiar voice than somebody else. Probably not me.
Yeah, that's very distinct. What's your channel name?
Limitless Energy 369 on Odyssey.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Issa, do you have any places where you post this sort of information? It's Issa, isn't it?
Yeah. Not nowadays though. I used to be trying to teach the world kind of a thing, but I don't do that shit anymore. So I pretty much just hang out here.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's too much. People are wild, man.
He used to had a channel that was called Flat Earth Court, or he would do a show called Flat Earth Court, and I kind of compare it to what Geo did with this channel, in that it was like away from, because there was another group that you were part of, right? You used to like part of like whatever was going on with like what Flat Earth was at the time, and then you're like, fuck this, I'm doing Flat Earth Court. I'm going to try to treat the topic fairly and let the ballers come and have their piece, and kind of like what this is here a little bit, and do it fairly. And that was an awesome show. That was like my favorite at the time. I was just kind of coming in 2017 myself, and then a lot of the law stuff included.
Yeah, man.
As well.
I mean, at the time, it was like literally the only fucking place to have a rational discussion about flat Earth,
Right?
Like without
Right.
it being
bullshit.
Like, and
That's
without
not
it being
true.
like not a debate. You know what I mean? Like it was you had flat earthers that hung out, and then you had the ballers that hung out over here. And nobody really mingled, and everybody was like, "Fuck you, ban him, don't let anyone in." Blah 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 blah. Really divisive. And I became friendly
That's
with.
never fun.
Well, I got into mainly the debate scene initially. That I got into it like as soon as I found the debate scene. I was like, "Oh my god." And just like I met a bunch of really smart fucking flat earthers that schooled me on so much shit, and also I was like
Those just for debate
debating.
channels on Telegram?
I don't. I'm not on Telegram really, but I should check them.
Yeah, stay out of those ones. Most of them are total shit.
Yeah, I guess I've been through every kind of almost like I mean even like I used to like I remember this is why I love Tim Osmond, the OG real Tim Osmond or Osmond. Is that John LeBon? I don't know if you guys used to listen to John LeBon at all, but I don't know. He was just like back when it was Google Hangouts, it was only like 11 people on a call, so it was like a privilege to get the link. And then like people would fucking try to dox the link. You know what I mean? To try to somehow get the link, but so it was like I've had a couple of ballers like look out for me and like give me links to places that they knew I shouldn't be. You know what I mean? And then I get in and fucking start a shit show and fucking, fight all the ballers or whatever. And it was just a wild scene back. And there was no real place for what I thought was like a soft landing for flat earthers because everything was either like, very extreme flat earth or very extreme baller. And I just felt like so many people are not going to come into this conversation because they're terrified of these nut jobs that are in control of this debate or this discussion. And then that's when, I started up Flat Earth Court. And it's like, because I'm friendly with some ballers and friendly with, a bunch of flat earthers. And
Thank you. Me too. I really like what you guys have done here. It's a lot different.
Yeah, Gio's holding it down.
It really has been exactly like you explained. It's always been like MFing, and I really don't want to get involved in the conversation. It's totally true. But I
Say it
do feel
again.
comfortable
Cheers to
here.
Gio.
Yeah, I totally feel comfortable here. I also like some of the other channels that a lot of you guys are in as well. So thank you.
Yeah, that's why I stick. That's why this is like my main two spot, because I don't know. I never wanted, like when I had a Discord channel, it's like a full-time job because you got a bunch of people posting shit. You got to be aware of what's going on. And so I used to just make a Discord channel. And after a while, I just started making a new Discord for every show. So I didn't have to like monitor the fucking Discord when I wasn't like live. So I would just like kill the fucking Discord server and everybody be like, "Did you kick me out?" And I'd be like, "No." I destroyed everything. Like and
Yeah,
so
that's
like
a good way to just keep everybody happy, I suppose.
yeah, well, that way
Like,
you're not playing the political game of like, hey, just someone said this about me. You're like, okay,
right, and
you know
then
what I mean?
having to
Like,
promote mods and all the
right,
nonsense.
dude, all the bullshit. So like, because I had it down where
I
it's
gave
just,
my channel up too.
it's just, well, I mean, it's just a full time job, man. And like, unless you're like, actually, I was killing like fucking AdSense and Google. They shut me down. I got like, I think they owe me like $1,500, almost $2,000. Fucking from like super chats and shit like that I used to get, and fucking when I was all monetized and everything and advertising.
Oh, really? Like because of your context?
Oh, fucking dude, we used
didn't
to
give it
get
to you?
fucking dude. I had the hot show going on, man. I did have the hot show
Dude,
going
that's
on.
fucked up.
And fucking, and I'd
Fucking
play
paywall blocking you.
I'd play my music, and then fucking, that's where I would get like the love from super chats, and like I had the ballers, well, because I'd have like I played a guitar, and it was just nice because it was like when people were going nuts, I'd be like, "Hey, chill out," and I'd sing a couple songs even, and fucking calm everybody the fuck down, and then we'd get right back into it again. And usually it was about whatever the political news was of the day, or whatever news of the day. And then I have my boy. I don't know if you've ever heard of Cathexis, but he's kind of a legend out here. And me and him, we kind of like dialogue for a while. And my boy, What World, like there's so many smart motherfuckers that just got so sick of the scene. Like I only
Hey,
hang out with them.
Lisa, will you just take one of those good shows off the unlisted for a minute and just post it so people can taste to it, please?
Like, man, it's like embarrassing, dude, because I go back and I listen to it and I'm like, God, I can't. I'm like, that.
No,
And I
got
also
it.
felt like I didn't want to hold everyone accountable to spitballing their ideas forever. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you said some stupid shit on the fucking podcast and then it's up on the internet forever. But I don't know which ones are the good ones, dude. I don't know. I should give you access to the fucking all of them.
Please do. Can you?
I should do. I have them all. I mean, there's so many of them. Dude.
I know. I was listening to most of them.
You could find somebody to collab, and you guys could save the good stuff.
Yeah, that would be like the move is to find where. I mean, but dude, I used to do 8-hour shows like fucking 5 days a week, dude. Like it's like, dude.
Oh shit! Yeah, that'd be a lot of stuff to go
Dude,
through.
it's like Right, bro. It's like, and then like, you know, people are relying on you to keep going live or keep fucking, you know, and you wind up streaming my computer half dead, you know what I mean? Can't fucking broadcast shit. I was like, oh man, this sucks. And I remember I used to joke because I would get frozen cherries out of my freezer and fucking put them under my computer just to keep the fucking show alive, you know what I mean? Because my computer is like overheating to explode. Oh, dude, it's like I used to get like fucking frozen bacon and put it underneath and on top of the fucking computer trying to keep it alive. And then, yeah, I don't know.
Where were you living?
Actually, I was in New York at the time. I
Oh
was in
shit!
I was right up in the city, but I just
Yeah,
had
when
this
I was
little
in Florida, I just built a
laptop.
swamp cooler when I had that kind of problem.
Yeah, I had the fuck. Yeah, I can only imagine down there. But yeah, little laptops get fucking overheated, especially running Discord and OBS and all the rest of it. It's like Jesus,
Yeah,
motherfuckers.
too much CPU usage.
Yeah, something going on, and I just was draining the fuck out of everything. So, but you know, it was fun while I was doing it. You know, shit. It was the fucking. It was fun. And that's why it's so cool. Like I said about Gio running this show.
Fuck's sake. Plain reality, are you here? You just mentioned something yesterday that's been on my mind. I kind of want to check in with you about it.
Is that fucking Merle?
It is.
Dude, I just recognized your voice, my dude.
Yeah, I'm here, man. I've just taken my off just in case because I'm starting to do some filming, so it's a little bit windy. So I'm not sure if the mic's picking up too much wind.
Oh no, you're all right. Actually, I'm hearing a buddy of mine I haven't talked to in fucking ages. Is that you, Merle? Right?
It is.
Fucking right, dude. Good shit, man. Good to see. Good to hear you.
Well, I just heard something mentioned out here yesterday, and it's got me a little bit concerned. So, like this thing of like people who've been jabbed, if we kiss someone who's been jabbed, we can potentially get infected by
The
what?
the mRNA can be transferred to you.
Yeah, they were calling it shedding, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. How's that possible?
That I don't know, man. But it's in the scientific literature. There are papers on it.
I'd be careful with this one. That's huge for you, dude. And it's the future of potentially loving relationships between people, future children, future relationships in general. I don't know. The way that got spoken about yesterday really alarmed me.
He was saying, first of all, I think he was saying he wouldn't. I think what he was saying is he wouldn't be with somebody because of the literature, the scientific literature is saying, and as well as testimony. I actually know a doctor that believes that he was shedded on. He was shedded on. A doctor, actually. I know him personally through a personal friend, but the guy is like totally like upset because he, thought he can't leave his house because of all this like reaction that he thinks he got from being shedded on. And I guess there's scientific research to show that actually can't happen.
Their partners got it, and they didn't. And then all of a sudden, literally, they started getting all these weird things happening with their menstrual cycles, and they never took it, but their partners did.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
It's in the literature, man. It's a thing, and even I think it was like
I don't think it is. I don't think it is a thing, dude. This is what I'm getting at.
No, it's a thing, but we don't know what is causing it. It's 100%.
Is it a thing?
No, it's a thing. We don't know what's causing it. Shut your mouth. You don't know what you're talking about.
Hang on a
sec. Now I've triggered someone.
No, you're not triggering me. I know what I'm talking about because I do the work. I'm an applied scientist.
Okay, so explain it to me then.
In detail. I can't explain it to you. That's the point, because I do science.
All right,
I don't do ideology.
So is there bacteria in the snot?
Of course, but we don't have proof.
Is there bacteria in the saliva or the blood? Which one is it? Or is it all three?
We don't know.
So if you're going to be all shut your mouth, with all due respect, I want to know what the fuck you think you know. I want you to explain it to me in detail, or you shut the fuck up. How about that? How about you suck my fucking balls too and drink my...
Hey, Merle, come
Take
on.
it easy. Take it easy, bro. Come on.
Oh, somebody got their butter.
That's fine. I'm just saying, there's people who have emotions and they have
Mel, I'm
feelings and
sorry,
they have
man.
symptoms that they feel is
Mel, I've
happening.
never
We
heard
don't
you.
necessarily know what's causing it. I never said that I had knowledge of what caused it.
Don't worry
I
about it.
think,
Sometimes people in here
I
are
just
just a little bit
want to
off.
let everyone know that I do think that sucking balls would cause.
Mel's fired up, and that's fine. You came at him pretty hot, bro. Just calm down. Everybody, calm down. You came at Mel pretty hot. Mel's a very chilled guy, so you came at him telling him he didn't know what he was talking about.
To sucking balls, shedding to suck.
Well, honestly, I don't think he does.
Some people get mad.
I'm not sure the
It's all
scientist's
good.
name, but literally the number one scientist, as far as it comes to something like shedding, actually did post it on Twitter that yes, it would. He didn't think that it was going to be a problem. He didn't think that people would shed enough, but he said yes, shedding is definitely a thing with these. I forget the guy's name, and then he removed that post, but he didn't put it back up. So even the number one scientist in this area has said yes, shedding is an issue. He just said that he didn't think people would be shedding enough. Now the thing is that what they've actually discovered through multiple scientific articles now, multiple peer review, is that it is in the blood. So it is staying in the blood, and they've shown that it stays in the blood for well over 6 months, and that's all the studies lasted. The studies lasted 6 months, and they showed that it was still in the blood after 6 months. So it is there. Don't get blood transfusions from anyone who's been jabbed, because chances are it'll be going into you. But if you don't care, then you don't care. It's all good. I care. Like I'm just not doing it.
I was getting a little hot in the room. I'm shedding balls over here.
Man, dude went to wanting to teabag somebody. What the hell is that?
No, I'm still no closer. I'm still no closer to understanding what you're actually saying. Are you saying you're shedding skin? Are you saying you're shedding some mutation of something?
They don't know.
You don't really know what you're talking
No,
about.
the
So
spike
if you don't,
proteins, the spike
if you don't,
proteins, the spike
okay, you're not
proteins.
allowed to. You obviously. So if you're that defensive about it,
shedding the spike proteins. That's what he said.
no, that was not said. That was not
That's
said.
what he just said.
Yeah,
I
that
heard
was
him.
not
No,
said.
no, that was not said. If your ears work, that was
just
not
said it.
stated. No, that was
Hold on.
you're adding it in. You're adding it in. So be careful
just heard he
with your
did.
language.
Yes,
Be careful, because I'll call you on it. I'll call you on it.
Listen,
I don't
bro,
need
don't get mad at
moderation.
me.
I'll
Just
call you on
I
it
wanted to
if
ask-
you're speaking
I
shit.
want to ask for clarification.
You're the one talking shit, buddy. Don't go off.
I'm not
him on
talking
me. I
shit.
don't give
I'm
two
not
fucks
talking
and
shit.
shits about you.
I
I'm
don't
asking
care
questions.
what causes it
But
because
I
I
just
have a
do the heard
solution,
say it.
so I don't need to know the cause.
One at a time, guys. Come on, one at a
Get
time.
off your high horse, buddy.
Triggered people give me a red flag. They give me a sensation like you don't know
You
what
are
you're talking
triggered.
about.
You're the only one triggered here. Be quiet. Shut up.
Hey, Merle. Hey, real quick, Merle.
Aren't you allowed? Hey, Gio, aren't you? Excuse me. Excuse the fuck me. Excuse me. You fucking cunts talking here all.
Allow that,
Can
mate.
you
Just
do it
hang on.
without yelling?
I've got a bunch of
hang on.
24/7 mods or some
prick.
flat earthers telling me.
Okay, come on. Okay, look, I'm
Hey,
gonna apologize
Merle,
because
real quick.
I didn't think you were gonna react this way. I'm sorry. I did not mean to react that way, but I really genuinely felt you were stepping on other people's feelings. What happens to somebody else, I respect. I'm not saying that I know what caused them to feel that way. What I am saying is that there is very real phenomenon of this happening. I am not making any claim as to what is causing that phenomena. However, I do own microscopes, and I do blood work on myself, both before and after my own procedures to myself. I use phase conjugate mirror plasma, okay?
And
That
I'm
I
confused
build
about it too.
myself.
Yeah,
I
I
am
think
my
it's
own
confusing.
doctor.
Real quick, the whole idea of shedding is just a confusing thing because it sounds like shedding skin. I agree with that idea. I mean, the whole we don't know exactly what's happening. People claim that they're being shedded on. Does it go through the air? And then
Yeah,
it's
I
kind of
just
like
read it.
breathing
It's
like a virus.
vaccine components, man. So it says vaccine shedding is when an individual releases or sheds the components of a vaccine either inside or outside of their body. That's just Healthline, like what? That's just some mainstream fucking thing. So it's the components of the vaccine that are being shed off.
Yeah, pretty much what you're getting is the mRNA and the spike proteins. So that's what's being shedded. It's actually even being shedded in people's breath.
And so, what does that do to somebody who hasn't been vaccinated? Potentially.
Well, it's getting those spike proteins into you. So in a way, you're getting a very it's probably mild, very tiny, but you are getting some of those spike proteins and mRNA into your system.
Wait, so like the people's bodies that got the injection are rejecting the material and it's coming out and then it could potentially contaminate you, is what they're saying?
Yeah, you can look at it
rejecting
like
it.
a
The thing is that
toxin or like an irradiation.
yeah, I think it's also more of just like because your body is now turned into a spike protein making factory. So you're making spike proteins everywhere and they're actually going to every single part of your body. So they are getting in your saliva, they're getting into a female's vagina, they're getting everywhere. So like, you know, if you come in contact with with any form of bodily fluid, the mRNA spike proteins are in that fluid.
Wild. So I mean, it could even just be as much as like, I mean, a vaccinated person making your fucking taco and coughing. I mean, that's fucking wild.
Yeah. Now, I mean, the one thing that they've shown, like the longest study on it so far, of as far as people producing spike proteins, went for 6 months, and they told us originally that it only lasts for like a week or 2 weeks, and it stays in your
Yeah.
shoulder.
I heard that everyone who got the vax
that was
basically got AIDS, right?
well.
Yeah, I've heard
You want
that
to know
too.
something? You want to know something really funny about that? Is that here in Australia, well, here in South Australia where I am, never once ever have I seen an advertisement, not since like the 80s, right? But I've never seen an advertisement for, hey, go get an AIDS test. In 2021, by the end of 2021, there were these signs all over buses all around South Australia, go get an AIDS test. Like, what are the odds of that? Why are they now all of a sudden telling
Has it
people to go
jumped
get
up?
tested for HIV? Sorry?
Has it jumped up?
I have no
The
idea on
testing
that.
amount?
That I
Hey, yo,
can't
dude,
comment
have you
on.
guys
But
seen the stats on like the heart disease shit shit's been happening with people? Like the fucking
That's what's really obvious. Athletes
dude.
that are 15 years old and in their early 20s should not be croaking over from
Hey, yo,
strokes and heart attacks.
blood clots and shit. Fucking, but dude, like the data is something. This if we give them medicine and everyone's like just fucking okay with it, like damn, did you miss the first part of his like it really makes me think like somebody who's like, you know, like Elon Musk, God bless him, because I think he's a genius, and there's so like NASA is just a bunch of LSD psychonauts that figured out how to get millions of dollars from the government without killing anyone. and fucking they're brilliant. And so fucking like Elon Musk just mocks these goddamn morons that think they're on a fucking ball, that fucking think I don't even like, it's real because it looks so fake. And they're just like, I love this guy. Like, it's just like, dude,
I love that line.
It's so righteous.
Don't you love that line?
Dude, like you're fucking, I don't know, man. You're one of a kind, bro. It's pretty.
Fucking right, brother. Fucking right. And and that's it, dude. The learn is you gotta realize, dude, you're in a world where you have to kill things to survive. What makes you think this system isn't lying? This world.
The system lies to you every moment they
but
get
not
the
even the
chance to.
system. Like, I'm just saying, like, dude, look at it like this, bro. If you think of it like this, if you went into a bar, right, acting like yourself, and you're like, just yourself, getting a drink and da 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 da, it's definitely not going to be as interesting as if you walked into the bar in fucking character with a fake name and a fucking attitude and a fucking like, you know what I mean? It's marketing.
Yeah.
And people prefer the marketing. They prefer you to be the charade. They prefer
they
you
prefer
to
the
be the
lie.
fucking character for their entertainment versus you being real with them. They prefer fairies and crystals over fucking the truth.
That's why I come onto this chat, man, because I can't deal with normal people. And even if I might have disagreements with you guys, some of you guys, I'd prefer to be on this chat than to be out there trying to talk to the average person, because I just know that I don't have anything in common with them.
Well, there's a good line, man. God speaks to hungry people through bread. I love that line.
I like the.
Yeah,
it's the. What is it? The. I forget. I'm gonna butcher it, but anyhow, it's like it's God's whatever to hide a matter, and it's the honor of kings to seek out a thing. I like that.
Nice. Yeah, I think like that's cool.
Yeah, it's conceal. Yeah, it's like Yah's or whatever. I'm gonna butcher it anyhow. I like that.
No, I like.
Hey, I want to tell you. Have you guys ever checked out? I nerded out on some health stuff, and I was like, I found like UBIs, UBI ultraviolet blood irradiation therapies, and like ozone and all this stuff when my mom got cancer. Have you guys checked out some of that? And like the vitamin C IVs and stuff like that. Have you guys seen that?
I can show you the machine I use. I'll use it right now.
What is it? Is it a UBI?
I do have a UBI. I'm the second owner of a life extension company.
Dude, you're like final boss. That's awesome, bro. Dude, how cool would it be to use like ISA's legal things to make like these like flat earth health clinics with like all that technology?
And that's what I'm talking about. I want to see these machines in clinics, and I expect them to be free because we can make electricity free.
Yeah, bro, that's what I'm saying. We could call it like the Flat Earth Clinic, and like have like all this fucking life extension technology that fucking is hidden from everybody, and we're just like, yeah, no, this is like our club, like our health club, and we all personally agree to just
private membership. You fuck you, Glovers.
Yeah, I can make an agreement
in the last 16 hours.
Man. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, totally. Though it definitely works. I mean, that's why I was mentioning before that I have literally done blood work on my body. I've tried to find these so-called spike proteins and things like that through these last year and whatnot. I've been around people who have been vaccinated. I don't seem to be observing these spike things that are in my blood, yet I have been around them. I have attempted to purposely get it as well. I literally will have asked friends for their snot, for their spit, different things. I will literally put it into my body. It doesn't work. This is the same thing that people were doing. They were volunteering, to like have the polio bacillus stuff sprayed into their mouth, into their eyes, trying to reproduce the effects of this so-called virus. And just healthy people couldn't get it. It's like they just, couldn't get sick. And that seems to be the same issue in my case. And I don't know why that is, but I am definitely skeptical of germ air theory.
Dude, so are you like what? Oh, I don't know. We got to talk
I
some other
believe
time.
in pleomorphism, not germ air theory. So I'm on the other side of the equation here.
Yeah, I've been skeptical of germ theory for about probably 10 years now, I reckon. I haven't put a massive amount of research into it. I did back then, and there probably wasn't as much information back then as there is now that we've got people like Andy Kaufman and all these others who have come into the fray. But yeah, I just sort of came to the realization back then that, it's what you put into your body and how you are, what you are, the way you're thinking.
Right.
These are the things that affect your health.
Is what we put in.
Yep.
What did
I
you call
came
it?
to the realization of that.
Pleomorphism? What'd you call that?
It's called pleomorphism.
Pleomorphism. Cool, thanks.
Yeah, you would want to look into a man named Royal Raymond Rife.
What exactly does that mean? I was wondering that when you said that earlier.
Essentially, it means that if you change the environment, you will change the culture. So instead of like introducing,
Yeah, that's
like if you introduce wave energy as an example, like a new electric field, that is a new frequency that the culture has not been predisposed to before, right? Like a new radio wave frequency that gets invented that has never been, hit by anything and everything on this planet, plane, whatever it is, has never been subjected to it. And then you suddenly introduce this brand new frequency nobody else has used before, and then suddenly there's like a change, and whatnot, like that kind of stuff. Literally changing the environment in terms of its electromagnetic fields can change the
I think
culture.
We live in the Schumann resonance, so if we resonant frequency, I think it affects feelings and mind processes and thought vibration.
Oh, without a doubt, that's been proven. If you put a person into a shielded chamber where you are blocking this frequency, it's kind of difficult to do. You have to use like materials like moo metal as an example. So it's kind of like a Faraday cage, but you kind of got to go like $100,000 level on this kind of stuff. You have to use like the kind of metals that are used in transoceanic cabling as an example. It's really, really good at blocking magnetic fields. And that isolates them and they get sick, like have sleeping problems, all kinds of stuff. And then if you introduce a artificial magnetic pulse generator, which is matching the Earth's frequency, suddenly the symptoms go away.
Oh, sounds good. Hey, sorry, can I just check? Am I hot miking? Because my phone's in my pocket, so I just want to make sure. Because I always get in trouble for hot miking.
No.
Sound good on my end.
No, all good.
But I don't hear you.
All right, cool, man. I'm just checking. Otherwise, I get in trouble all the time, man.
What do you got in your shirt pocket?
Down by the beach. No, down by the
I've
beach.
just got.
With the wind.
Yeah, I've got headphones in, phones in my pocket. So if anyone sends a message saying, "Oh, you're hot miking," I don't see it. I'm just down the beach doing some filming.
Notifications and shit. I'm with you.
Yeah. Yes. Is that Mule? What was his name? Mule? Is he still around? Everyone seemed to.
That said, suck my balls. Who said that? I want to ride his ass next time I see him.
Yeah, what up, Merle?
Merle,
Still there, brother?
It's all good, man. We all get a bit heated, and we're always going to annoy each other sooner or later, aren't we? Say something that rubs it.
Always reminds me of this joke
It
that a
happens.
friend of mine used to tell. He's like a grasshopper walks into a bar, and grasshopper walks to a bar, and the bartender says, "Oh shit, we got a drink named after you." And the grasshopper says, "Oh, you got a drink named Merle?"
I already knew it was a joke.
So it's just,
My dad
I remember,
used to
dude, the
joke.
first time my boy told me that joke, I don't know why, but I started fucking laughing so hard. It was
Well,
so
it's
stupid.
funny as hell. You think a grasshopper would know
Uh,
we call him a grasshopper?
It's just so funny.
Yeah, my bad. I can sometimes clear the room out when I start talking about some of this stuff.
No, man.
Oh, it's cool. I ain't mad at that dude. I just want to pick on him, I like to pick
Nah,
on
man,
people,
Merle's all right. Merle's old school. Well, yeah, Merle's like old school, man.
I know.
He's been around for a long
I've
time.
heard him before. Yeah.
Yeah.
You
And you
gotta
got-
love him, dude. You gotta.
Limitless. Don't
Think
hold
maybe
back on
he
your
needs some
knowledge.
magnesium, bro.
You guys
Think
got to
maybe
pay
he
attention
needs
to this
some.
guy. He's got a lot of knowledge. He's limitless, man. I checked out your Telegram just recently, by the way. I was going
Should
back
get.
and so much
Man,
information.
yeah, that some of those posts I probably should take down, but I'm just not that kind of guy. Like once I post, I gotta just let it go, and I just cast it to the wind, kind of thing. A lot of the times I post and drop on the thing.
Letters of name that's in front of the
He's doing hands-on stuff.
Can I get an
Yeah,
invite?
like I was saying, I build plasma phase conjugate mirror systems, which is basically four-wave pump mixing. So you're like mixing two waves, and then there's like a back wave that gets created.
You're hot mic
Basically,
now,
so you
bro.
can achieve certain subharmonics because the harmonics are where like a lot of the healing effects are facilitated.
Yeah, buddy. Dude, can I get an invite to your Telegram? This is silly questions.
It's actually public. I have one public one. I just don't.
What's the name of it?
Post everything that I do on there. I do have a private signal and whatnot for like my mods and and whatnot too. It's called Hypersanity Infinitus. Otherwise, you could look up my name. You probably see me in there. You can do like pound hypersanity.
Well, last one, and then I'll
All right.
No worries, bro. Yeah, you too.
I'll post it in the VC in a bit. Hold on.
Plain reality, you are hot micing.
I thought am I not on? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're hot micing. Yeah.
You guys
I
are
just
off
picked
just
up the-
joining the discussion too. You don't even have to be in the main channel because everything in the main channel gets forwarded to the discussion anyways. I put the Telegram link in the chat. I also did a funny meme, the Pfizer foosball table edition, which has them all died suddenly, knocked over. Of course,
Dude,
like
someone was saying,
all the foosball players are on the floor.
dude, someone was saying that before that movie, like you could do a Google search. Maybe it was Plain Reality, but he was talking about it. He was like, "Yeah, dude, before that movie, like, you could do a Google search, died suddenly, and it was just like endless articles about it. And then after that movie, the algorithm, of course, Google censored it.
What's crazy is, dude, if you look up,
I haven't even looked at that yet.
dude, if you look up any number, just look up pick a number.
Yeah, any number and cases.
Yeah,
I know. I've done that. It's
yeah,
crazy.
it's fucking nuts.
The algorithm, it's like it literally creates a news article. Like, what the fuck is that?
I remember I started adding decimal points and shit, and then it comes up with all that shit. It'll come
I
up
didn't
with
even try that. I just tried. I think I tried at 10 times, like a sequence of 3 numbers, like 111 or
yeah,
583,
and it's
whatever.
yeah,
Any kind of 3
101
numbers.
people
I
in
gave up
Bangladesh.
after doing it 10 times.
Dude, it was crazy. In whatever Ohio, it's always had a case, and that many
Wait,
numbers.
What does it do?
If you could do, I think it still does it right now. If you just
It
type
probably does.
any
I haven't
fucking
tried it in a
number,
while.
if you look up any number under 1,000 or any number, I mean, I don't even know it. It's to your imagination, really. But
Yeah, it's any number above 100, so 100, 101, you know what I mean, all the way up to 999, and then type cases, and you will find an article for every single fucking possibility. I gave up. I did it 10 times. I was like, fuck this shit. I'm not gonna sit here and do every fucking number. And then it's you have these other cases where
yeah, I think you
it's
got to put
predictive
in.
programming. They'll have a news article that was printed before something happens. How the fuck did they? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think right now you have to put the C word before cases.
Oh, okay.
But it used to and I think I always did the C word before cases anyway. But and if you look up,
I
it's
don't
just weird
remember when I did it. I know
because you
I did
look
the
up
number
any
of
number.
cases though, at least.
It was any number. You had a fucking report.
All right, I got a hit with 378. Let's try 377.
Yep. Yeah, you're gonna see, man. It's fucked up. Well, by now, of course, you're gonna find a case or an article for every possibility that you're gonna do. But what we're trying to say is that we did I think I did this over 2 years ago. So in my case, it
Oh
was
yeah, sure, easily
I
right.
would I felt like I would type one and it's it was being generated. Some fucking AI was out there creating this news article and creating a fake date, and shit like that. It didn't make any sense. And I know that sounds crazy too.
Yeah, no, for real though. But yeah, and then you'd read the article and it was there was cases. It sounds like a robot.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. It still does it. I think I found a couple numbers already.
Hey, you really want to drive yourself nuts with this one. I already tried to do it and whatnot, and it got to the point where I literally was truncating calculators and thought that I had debunked it. And then I was like, wait a second. You know what I mean? I think I should do this on paper and whatnot. And I started doing it on paper, and I got to I mean, it was just absurd the number I got to. But anyway, so to do this one, another weird math thing. Start with 360 degrees, right? And divide it by 2. As an example, you get 180 degrees for the first sequence. If you add the numbers together and deduce it all the way to a single number, in this case, 1 plus 8 plus 0 is 9. You divide again, and every single time that you divide by 2, the number sequence will always, and I mean always, add to 9. Forever. And I have told this to fucking engineers, calculus dudes and whatnot, and it drives literally almost none of them, dude. It boggles my mind. This is fucked up. Almost none of them will come back to me after I tell them about this. It's they totally forget
about me telling them. And I'm like, did you do it? Did you do it? You know, and whatnot. And they're like, and a lot of the times, the ones who do it, they'll just say like, oh yeah, I did that. And I debunked it. You know, it didn't work. You know, and whatnot. And I was like, oh really? How'd you do that? And then it's like they just like disappear pretty much. They don't want to be. They don't want to continue to answer. So it's
You've
like I
also
know that they went through the same shit that I went through because I did it, and I almost went. It's like you go crazy. You know what I mean? Trying to like debunk shit, and I just gave up. I was like, this is fucking real. This is like an infinite fucking vortex, you know, sequence or something like that.
well, you've also heard the one that if you times anything by 9, and then you
Right.
add up those numbers,
Yeah,
it'll
same thing.
digital root is 9. Yeah, that's
And you
crazy.
get like 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, you know, and whatnot too.
Well, no, you get if you times it by 9, and then you add up it could be 1,357,000, whatever it is, and then you times it by 9, and then you add all those numbers up. The digital root will be 9, no matter what.
Right. Right.
And what were you doing? What was yours?
You just take 360 as an example and divide by 2, and then you get 180, and then you reduce the number to a single digit by adding the number together. So 180 would be 1, 8, and 0. 1 plus 8 is 9. And then divide by 100 by 2 again. And then the next number, you do the same thing, and you keep repeating this. And it always adds to 9.
Yeah. It's almost more impressive that 9 times any number at the digital root's 9, because it's like, oh my god, 1,500,000. It's 9's the
Right.
magic number.
Yep.
Yeah.
Has
Crazy.
to do with reality.
Yeah. That Snack in here, Snack to the Future. I sent him that video off your Telegram actually just yesterday, the John Searle one. That guy that's doing all the
Searle's awesome.
yeah.
You know
The guy
about
with
Ralph Ring yet?
No.
Ralph Ring? Yeah, check into Ralph Ring. You'll like that guy too, if you like Searle. Ralph
Yeah, this
Ring.
is more. This is the guy doing the grid numbers.
RALPHRANG.
This wasn't really even about John Searle, but it was in reference to him. But the guy that was doing all the grids, the numbers with
Right.
yeah, that's a crazy video. I was watching that. It was way back in your history, but yeah, I'll post that one for anyone else looking at it. But yeah, there's a lot of numbers and a lot of patterns with the grids, the boxes and everything. And I didn't get the color thing yet. I think I have to watch some of his previous videos to get the colors, why he was like working the colors into it. But very interesting. What was it? What did you say his name? Ralph Ring on YouTube?
Yeah, Ralph Ring. Check him up, and you'll definitely find him on YouTube too. There's some of them. Some of the videos are there, and they get reposted. They got censored and whatnot, but people will repost it, you know, and whatnot.
RING, just
He
like
was
the ring
working
on
on
your
like magnetic impulse kind of stuff and whatnot. They wanted him to figure out levitation, you know, and whatnot. And they basically got mad at him because he actually figured it out, you know, and whatnot. And they were like, "This is a government facility. We're not supposed to find the answers. We're supposed to just keep getting that research money."
Right.
Fucking
Is
bastard.
it RING, just like a ring on your
Yeah,
finger?
RING. Just like it said, Ralph Ring.
Not coming up right away on YouTube. Maybe he got taken down for that reason you're saying. Where would you go? BitChute or something?
Yeah, it might be on BitChute. I'd have to look.
Okay, no worries.
I gotta go. Guys. My battery's about to die on my phone. Catch you later.
All right, guys, take care.
See ya.
Yeah, good night, you guys.
Later. So what's your latest project, bro? Limitless. I don't know if you want me to use your name.
Lately, I've been working on some more alchemy stuff. Been purifying some crystals from tech grade, making reagent grade stuff. Working on some copper pentahydrate, or from copper sulfate, like tech grade blue, looking crystals and whatnot. Pretty common stuff.
Right. And you were making bioavailable copper too, right? You said when I mentioned that.
Yeah, because I got a lot of requests lately for people who want like blue vitriol copper drops, like they want to be able to take it as a supplement.
Right. Did you hear Witsit talking about that before you came in tonight? He was on here talking about that a bit
About
again.
copper.
Yeah, bioavailable copper. That was the thing they wanted to make sure they got out of our diet.
I don't think I was here when I came in. The first thing I heard was like something about Trump and whatnot, and not being able to trust him or whatever, because I guess he like went back and said he's okay with the Clintons now or whatever.
Oh, Issa.
He hates Biden. He's putting all his hate on Biden now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. It's just scripted for him to become president again.
Of course.
I don't know what that means. But seems like it.
I think it is too. I think that's what they want. They want to pull us left. They want to pull us right. They want, march, really. March us left, march us right, march us left. You know what I mean? That's how they divide and conquer, man. They're all selected. They're all selected, and behind the scenes, they're all shaking each other's hands. You know.
I guess, Issa posted a video. I'll repost it live in the live stream right now. But I guess Trump was saying he's still the president, like the QAnon people think. And
right.
He never really lost the presidency.
Well, the other dude was saying, I don't know if he's still here, about how we have two governments. We got the Democrats and we got the Republic. And it's always really been kind of both being there, ever present at the same time. It's just the way it is.
Right.
So, in many ways,
you never stop being
you
a
could say
president.
that we do have two presidents.
You're always a president even after you're done being a president.
Right.
Right. Well, they call you that.
You're not the president, but you are. I don't know.
I don't think that's what he meant.
Do you get sworn out of office? We don't do that either, do we?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't remember.
They'll still call him Mr. President, though, in the public
Right.
life.
They always say that. They still call you that.
We take care of
like
his
like
ass
well, like
and
when you
pay
gain
for him to
title of a
be
doctor,
protected.
same thing, right? You're supposed to call them a doctor instead of sir, but Mister anyways. Not we don't do sir anymore, of course.
Like Your Honor. I don't like that Your Honor shit in court. Don't say Your Honor.
The Honorable Gary Gensler. How about that?
Who
fuck?
the fuck? Yeah.
How about that?
What
Fuck?
on what
I think everybody
citation
wants
are
him
you
out by now.
honorable?
Right? Fuck,
Yeah,
dude,
I
that
don't like
guy's
that.
made me lose so much money.
Honorable men don't extort entire nations.
Right. Giving away our fucking innovation to other countries, dude. That's where it's really like, what the fuck are they thinking?
It's funny I'm not one that's big on politics because I've been in that politics server for 2 days checking it out, but a lot of guys there I haven't seen, man. There's some politics, like those young liberals, dude. They trip the fuck out. I'm like, yeah, this is cool. That guy's raging out. This guy. I mean,
right.
Good conversation is good, but sometimes a little, belligerence makes it fun. Get to laugh at people and shit, Try to remember
Yeah,
that
it's pretty ridiculous how it's getting. That it's like literally a clown world. Almost everywhere you look at this point.
I mean, I try not to act like that most of the time because I got self-respect. I don't want people to see me in that light. But some people, they're just like, oh yeah, they live for it, And it is funny to think how that probably ripples through their entire life, You reap what you sow. I mean, I know on the internet we can be whoever the hell we want to be, but there are certain qualities about you won't lose wherever you're at. It's just based, ethics and morals based on your beliefs. You can actually really know a person here if they open up and they're telling you something. If you listen to them long enough, you know damn well what their beliefs are.
Yes.
And what they're willing to accept in life. So now you can formulate, an equation that equals this man or woman, or maybe they don't even want to be called that, Who knows? That's telling too. So I mean, like Esau said, I prefer to live in reality.
Packets.
Yeah, I used to watch that guy, and he'd rage on his live streams all the time. And one time, I thought it'd just be funny to make a rage quit gif with Arwen. I had the one where the guy kicks the desk over and bashes his computer and stuff. But Arwen is so genuine in his rage, man.
I've had
mad.
caused it to happen to people. Like I've in video games online.
Yeah.
You like
I love a rage quit.
Yeah, like literally just destroying them to the point that like they rage on their streams.
I've done it in debates when we first started 24/7. You guys remember DJ Come Too Quick?
I think I've heard that.
He was like an 18-year-old kid, man, and I got this kid going, man, and he just raged out, and then all of a sudden he was gone. He comes back 10 minutes later, and he's like, "Thanks, Battle Mod, you made me break my phone and shit." Dude got so mad he busted his phone because people in the park
Oh
were
my
laughing
God.
at him. And listen, I swear to God, I said, "Hey, man, teach
He
me how to
thanked you?
use." Yeah, he was being condescending. It was sarcasm, but
right.
Literally, he was young, so I said, "Fuck it, kid. If you just teach me how to use Cash App, I'll buy you a new phone, or just here, I'll order it, and then you can transfer the order once you pay for it. The other person can put the address and stuff on it, for privacy. You can actually do that when you got
Make
the
him
money.
make him your frenemy.
Yeah, I sent him a phone, and then I never heard from him to debate with him after that. He said, "Mike bought me a phone so nice, I'm never debating that motherfucker again." He just, I just read the big book of fallacies, and pointed out everything he said for its fallacious content. It was high on fallacies. Dude got mad, but I thought, yeah, this is fun. It's only fun when they do that.
To Arwen though, because I recall like when he was first out, he could get a little heated, but he was like oracally different. He was on the white side, the light side in a way, and like then started like then he started getting a camera and he's all wearing black with the ponytail slicked back and all that stuff, and it's just like his whole vibe.
Yeah, I noticed
changed
that too. He was real cool, and then he got real dark. Like it just hardened his soul. Americans are already hardened. We get fucked every way we turn. Plus, we pay for it with taxes on every dollar we make or spend or move. We're already hard. People from the other areas, they realize how fucked they really are. They're like, damn. Dude, he says, "Are we live streaming? Is somebody live streaming?" I won't say it. Never mind. Yeah.
I don't
I
know
think you're good.
myself, but like there was a lot
I'm
of
not.
V's. There was many V drops, and I was like hoping that it was offline myself.
Yeah, that's what they don't get. Most of these things that
Was there like a fucking 15-hour run of medical talk?
Who
Come on,
are
it's
we?
close. We just started only just now moved over to politics. I've been like,
Yeah,
it seemed like
I
it ran.
imagine.
Yeah, I like went to sleep,
When I
came
came
back, and I
in,
was
it
like,
was
was
Trump
it?
politics, then back to that, and then back to politics. I guess.
Oh, it's just like ping ponging back. Okay, because like I don't know. I'm just like I feel like I'm.
Yeah,
This is not.
we
I was
could
like,
go
is this
back to
real life?
copper
Like
supplements
because the server doesn't.
and healing, with the ether, of course.
Okay,
You saying the
that's
server
going
didn't
through.
change? Same
I
people?
know. I don't know, man. It's just weird. Maybe it's just me. Like every time I'm coming in, it's like the same people saying the same things for the last 15 hours somehow, and I'm like, what? I'm like double taking. You know, I'm in Scooby Doo land. That's me. Fuck it.
Dude, when we
What
first
up,
started
Snacks?
24/7, it was like that.
Stuck in a
Come back,
probability excursion.
come back the next day and feel like you never left.
It's like the Rick and Morty episode. The
Same
left
shit,
box, the
same
right box,
people.
I
the right
personally
box.
like the health talks myself. Not every day, but I like the change of topics. We go from politics or health to politics to flat Earth.
Mineral deficiency. Yeah.
To myth and legends and scriptures and
Dr.
all this.
Sebi.
Oh, Dr. Sebi's a good one too.
But hey, what speaking about health, you guys don't believe in like infectious diseases or like contagion or
Yeah, germ air theory.
That's fine. But I'm just wondering, like, do you believe that you can contact the disease from somebody? Like, you think it's whether it's a skin disease like MRSA or leprosy, or do you think there's something else involved? Like, it's not necessarily a parasite or a virus or a bacteria or a fungus, but instead it's a frequency. You're saying it is?
Or a diet. Something that has to do with the geographical area.
Like, not saying there's not stuff out there that can hurt us. There clearly is, right? But it doesn't really seem to just be like people's, like germs, as in like I just think that there are things that I need to put energy towards to worry about that will pose a bigger threat than that. I'm not very concerned with like even bioweapons, so like so-called bioweapons. I just don't like anthrax or something like that. Like as an example, I don't think that we need to be so afraid of things like that because I just believe that fear is simply a lack of certain knowledge for whatever it is that we're facing against. That's just how I work.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm picking at your brain not to convert you or anything like that to a different way of thinking. I'm just trying to figure out if you believe in contagions, or do you believe in quarantine? Do you think that there's any substance to that?
Nope, not really. I think that it just makes things worse.
What about wearing masks?
Same thing. I think that we're at the very least retaining, like our lungs are excretory. We're supposed to be like breathing out, for the most part. So like, I think most of the time we should not be wearing any kind of covering. And we need to get as much fresh air as we can. And I think that the masks themselves, many of them have toxins and whatnot that they use, like to sterilize them and whatnot. That's problematic as well. So I'd rather, wear one when I have to if I'm like doing something where I knowingly am going to get like large amounts of particulate like into my lungs, like I'm grinding on metal, or something, and I don't want to breathe in, like aluminum powder or something like that, as an example. That's how I feel.
Yeah, I see a contagion as a mineral or something getting in your body that shouldn't be in your body. You are what you eat.
Right.
What you digest, what you absorb. Yeah, I would agree with that. Do I think you can pass most sickness is from diet or mineral deficiency. So do I think you could pass that along to me? No. But if we lived in the same area, the reason that you're mineral deficient could be the same reason I'm mineral deficient, because we're both eating the same diet from the same local area. Kind of
And then
like
we
when
could
all
both get
those people
sick at this
tripped
and
out.
have similar symptoms from it as well.
Right, like the mold on the corn way back when they were pilgrimage in this land, and they figured out corn grows this mold that can make people trip out and shit. The whole damn towns were tripping out, and they didn't know why. They think they're passing
Yeah,
it
and
to each
bread
other.
too, like
Yeah,
certain,
they
the
were all
Syrian rye
cooking.
bread or whatever, like LSD stuff.
Right.
Yeah, they were all making the bread from the same ingredient, and they were all tripping on the same fucking mold.
Yeah, in
Right.
Salem, Massachusetts, apparently that happened during the Salem witch trials, and it was lysergic acid. Like you said, it was
Yeah.
a fungus or a mold that grew on the rye.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah, it's a nasty one. You don't really
with knowing
don't
that,
want to say.
if you know we could poison your entire food system and make you all have the same symptoms, we sure could make you believe you had a virus and it was being passed from person to person, because you're looking around and everybody's got the same shit, but you're all just eating the same crap. And the country boys, that's why we usually look healthier than city boys, because we're eating venison and elk and moose and rabbit. When's the last time you ate a turtle? Or a fish, a real fish? Some shit you got at the grocery mart. Diet is, I think, personally, I think food is supposed to be not just food but medicine. That everything we need is right here, and everything
Well,
they give us is synthetic.
better than medicine. You want to stay away from that term because it's like you're supposed to be a doctor, you know what I mean, and whatnot. So it's better to just say what stuff is that we need natural minerals. It
Yeah,
comes down to minerals,
holistic
certain
remedies. Yeah,
enzymes,
exactly.
acids.
Yep. We need to balance what should be in our blood.
Personally,
Yeah, I like Dr. Sebi though. Whoever mentioned that.
Yeah, I like Dr. Sebi.
He's got
Myself,
a good alkaline, diet kind of
Yeah,
thing.
and I like the girl that takes his teachings and really focuses on the mineral deficiencies that he said was the biggest problem. Because, listen, we got all these clinical studies, right? But all these clinical studies show levels of this, levels of that, and then we get normal levels from testing all Americans. But imagine if all Americans are mineral deficient, then the normal blood levels of a certain mineral would be thought to be
Well,
this
copper is a
high.
big problem. I've as example on
Yeah.
Wikipedia. The Wikipedia stuff says 1 milligram, not even. It's actually 0.9, I think, of copper. Is limit and recommended, which I think is a scam in the sense that it's we're taught that it's toxic, basically, more so than it really is. If you look around out there, there's people who have talked about pigs as an example that will choose to go to copper. They literally lick it and whatnot. People have done experiments, and whatnot. They'll have 5 or 6 different metals, zinc, aluminum, and whatnot as other examples. Some brass, iron, and so on and so
dude, what
forth.
is
Whatever.
it with
And
that?
the pigs will go to the copper first to lick it, and whatnot, right? So if what I'm trying to say is, if we just comprehend and copy nature, we will get, we'll get it. You know what I mean? So if pigs are gonna lick copper first out of other metals,
that you place them around, obviously there's something going on. You know what I mean? Where like they're not getting the copper content that they should be from the feed.
They can smell it, right?
Yes, definitely. I can
Because it's
smell it.
like
I can
all
smell
metals
copper.
basically like
I can
oxidize
smell
or
aluminum too. I can tell what aluminum smells like as well.
but metals will oxidize like with moisture content changing in the air. So if there's any kind of bare metal surface, like they'll do that for a period of time. So like maybe we're not tuned enough to like smell those things.
There's a vapor.
All of us, but you know what I mean. I'm
Yeah,
sure.
normally we're not. I don't
And a
notice
pig's
it
not too
until I like
choosy though.
really
Too,
pay
bro.
attention to it, and I have to put the metal like fairly close, to my nose to be able to smell it. It's not like I can smell it,
What if you're smelling
from
a penny, or you know what I
yeah.
mean? Like if you're smelling a penny, like, and you're like, that smells like food, then you might be a pig. But right, they're not very choosy. So, but at least,
That's
you
very true.
can know that it does occur, right?
Pigs will eat plastic. They'll eat anything.
Pigs are kind
that's
of
what I was
choosy.
thinking when he said it was
Chickens are like actually more crazy. They'll like eat practically anything.
Yeah. Don't drop a pack of smokes or a bag of weed in a chicken coop. They'll eat
Yep.
that shit quick. You
Yep.
damn Skippy. They will peck that shit like it's a hopping cricket. I know. Damn it.
You lost some weed to your chickens.
Oh fuck, I dropped the bag, I turned around, that shit was already fucked up. I was like, damn it. Yeah. I've seen horses eat crazy shit too. I seen a horse eat a chicklet once. But in his defense, he didn't see it there in the hay. He just picked up a mouthful of hay and started chewing it. And I said,
Yeah,
I think.
shit.
I think. I don't know. He might have seen it and said, ooh, toppings. I don't know. He's a horse,
Like a horse
Yeah,
has
that's
chicken
pretty weird.
chicken. Chicky. It's like a
Chiclet
McNugget.
murderer.
It's like a little nugget, McNugget to a horse.
Right.
Well, yeah, McNugget.
And my daughter was young. She was like, oh my God, Dad, the horse just ate a chicklet. Like, so I wanted to be like, well, that's life on the farm, but
Right.
she's a girl, I had to be like,
That's traumatic
fake
for a little
funeral
girl.
with no body and shit. I wasn't gonna say we could wait for her to shit it out. I wasn't gonna say that.
Chicken funeral.
Yeah, yes, dude. You got any daughters?
Hang on. Can I get context on this? Are you upset that your daughter has an OnlyFans channel or something, or what?
Who, me? My daughter ain't got no OnlyFans, Jan. I don't know what you're talking about. She's not young anymore. I had a funeral for a goldfish, so I mean, if you ever raised a daughter, you know.
Understand
You
where
can
that
know
came
it.
from. I don't understand. What I
That's
missed.
what I'm saying. It's like, please correct me on my context of what's happening here.
We're all about comedy when it's funny, and sometimes it goes wrong. And I think this was a case where I'm wrong. But yeah, let's keep going. Goldfish funerals? Yeah, that's serious shit. But you got to do that with kids, right? You got to give them some. You gotta pander a little bit, right?
Oh, good.
Or else they won't have
Oh, good.
feelings. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah,
That's true.
there's some very ancient texts that talk about wearing masks and quarantining. And
Yep.
I was just wondering because there does seem to be validity to that. The idea of
It's a
isolating
mass
yourself for
formation.
7 days.
It's part of a mass formation.
I know. I'm not talking about recently for the recent pandemic because if someone actually brought it to my attention that these texts existed or this verse existed and it talks about wearing a mask, like covering up your nose and mouth, and I was like, wait, what? It's like there's validity to this because I was also under the same assumption. Oh, this is all bullshit. There's no science for this. Yeah, this whole wearing masks thing, and the whole idea with isolation, like for 7 days, like nobody wants to do that. But there is like validity to that. to isolating yourself away from your family for 7 days to protect them.
I
didn't do it.
I'm sorry, but what's your moniker? Is it the Butthurt Mod or something like that? I gotta go get my glasses, I think. What is it? But what?
Hey, so what are you saying, son?
Are we still
You
talking
want
about
to-
daughters? You guys go
You
talking about each
wanna
other's
get
I'm
daughters?
just trying to figure
serious?
out who's saying what.
He's lying of Yah. I wasn't even talking. You're being an ass.
Someone got offended about a daughter. So I don't know what's going on, dude.
I know. What's
Somebody
the fucking
clear
point? This
the
kid,
room
you
up, dude. I don't
think you're clever or what?
No, I'm not. I'll literally have to put my glasses on.
This douchebag.
Look, fuck you and your glasses. How do you like that?
Okay.
You son of a bitch.
No, but
Okay,
Battle Mod
fine. I'll
was
go
funny,
get my
dude.
I'll go get my glasses. Then.
He was talking about
Literally.
chicklets getting eaten by horses, and I don't know, dude. So the conversation kind of went sideways for a second, but not like that. I thought it was really funny.
Right.
It is. Well, no, it is. Well, it's funny
That
and sad at the
Battle
same
Mod?
time.
I'm about to
Battle
eat a
Mod.
sugar
The
cookie,
funny part is just
motherfucker.
that the fucking horse is stupid as fuck. But obviously, it does. It either knows or it doesn't know. You know what I mean?
Battle
But
Mod.
either way,
Is that right?
it's fun. It's funny because it's just stupid for the horse to do.
Nope.
But what's sad is obviously, death is never something that we want to happen, but it's it's part of nature.
It is. It's real.
Sorry, Battle Mod. I see now.
Look, dude, it's cool. You can take your shot, but don't be hoping to win.
No, that's cool. I had my phone too close to my face.
It's all good.
Got it. Battle
Tibetan
Mod, right?
book of the dead.
Yeah, I like
You will
sugar
you will
cookies.
die. The
You got
end.
milk? Motherfucker.
Well, I
Yo,
am
Limitless.
prepared. I'm
I got the
prepared to die.
munchies.
Yo, Limitless. So if somebody had
So since you
a
know
fleshy,
you
hold
will
on,
die,
let me ask you a question, bro.
choose how you will die.
No,
No,
but
on a
the
serious
guy
note,
that
bro.
was talking, it
to live.
sounded very sincere.
Yo, on a serious note, just to get back
I
to the
wanted to hear
conversation.
about those texts with the.
Well, just to get
It's
back to the
religious
conversation at
text. I
hand.
know it is.
Limitless, if you really believe in your philosophy, if somebody who you knew was infected with the plague or had a flesh-eating bacteria 10 times worse than MRSA, right? Any MRSA that you'll find in any prison system that we know of, because some of the worst MRSA I've seen in
Yeah,
prison,
get the hell on.
right?
Right.
Would you let that person come in contact with you? Would you touch that person, or would
No,
you
I'd
be
want them to get the
fearful?
hell on.
Yeah, yes,
No.
I would. And do you know
Take
why?
some damn penicillin
Because
with you.
I truthfully believe that I could help them.
Yeah, but you wouldn't just touch them with your skin and shake hands with it. It's not like AIDS.
You give
Like
him a
back in the
hug.
day, like you can't shake hands.
No,
with AIDS.
of course not.
You'd be rubbing them down with hemp
but
oil.
it doesn't mean that I wouldn't not be able to do something or at least offer some advice.
I respect that. I think it would be honorable if you did give him a hug. I think that would be something that I could admire you for risking your life just to give another human being a hug, knowing that you still have the possibility of being infected. That would be very honorable of you because you would care for him more than your own life. But regardless of that, if your faith, like you're talking about frequencies, and you're saying that if you have such a faith, right, that you're not gonna get it because it's mind over matter, then you're not gonna get it anyways, right? That's what you're saying, essentially.
But there's a difference between stupidity and nobility.
Yes, there is.
And it's that if I do get it, that it's like, okay, so what? That's what the immune system is for, and I think that I can, fight it, kind of thing.
I respect that.
And then I'm not fighting it alone. I'm fighting it, with all these different things that we know about. Like it's like our weapons, so to speak.
Good luck fighting Ebola.
I hear CBD.
Well, Ebola is an easy one.
Are pretty
Actually,
good for lesions or sores.
Ebola is not difficult.
Leprosy.
Yeah, I mean, to be all honest, like the scariest thing to me right now is probably stuff like
right, honestly, like, artificial intelligence, robots and whatnot, stuff like that. That's
Other
kind of
men.
probably up there on my list. That I kind of worry more about things like that, things that we're trying to create because we don't really want to be responsible anymore, and these decisions lead to I think that we're going to basically try to create almost like a computer god, so to speak, to like be the leader,
So
and just
let me ask
decide
you,
everything and solve everything for us, and whatnot.
you're not trying to equate like a death illness to AI, are you? Or are you?
Yeah, I think it's a possibility. Like, we need to take it seriously that people that we know may not be the people that we used to know.
So are
Skynet?
you saying that they're
Sounds
both
like Skynet.
man-made?
Yes, I think it is man-made, and it's like do you know who Jean von Neumann is? You ever heard that name
No, but
before?
I do know who Jean-Claude Van Damme is. 100%. You can do the splits between two chairs, dude.
Look up
And I also know who Jean-Michel Jarre is.
a von Neumann machine. Look into that.
Okay, what, how do you spell that? I can't look into it if I can't spell it.
VonNeumann.
Okay, can you put it in chat or something like that?
Well, anyway, it's just like a machine that's
Can't put it in chat.
able to like change, and create like itself from nearby matter. It's like replicating,
like fungus,
kind of like fungus or like a cell,
Kinda.
whatnot. Yeah, but
John
artificial.
Like a
John
neural
von
network
Neumann
of fungus.
Yeah, John von Neumann.
was a Hungarian American mathematician, physicist,
Yeah.
computer scientist, engineer,
Yeah.
and polymath. He was
Also a
regarded as
martial
having
artist.
perhaps the
Computer
widest
science.
coverage of any mathematician of his time, and was said to have been the last representative of the great mathematicians who were equally at home in both pure and applied mathematics. He integrated pure and applied sciences, making major contributions to many fields, including mathematics, physics, economics, computing, and statistics. He was a pioneer of application of operator theory to quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics.
What's the what
It-
theory?
He says he was a pioneer
Set theory.
of the application of operator theory to quantum mechanics in the development of functional analysis and a key figure in the development of game theory, which I don't even know what that is. Game theory?
Oh,
What?
you don't know what game
I have to
theory
look that
is?
one up. Not the way that, I'm thinking about video games, dude. I've never
Nah,
heard of
man,
that.
game theory is a game. Okay, well, that's a whole different thing.
This is development of game theory and the concepts of cellular automata, the universal constructor, and the digital
There you go.
computer.
There you go. That
His
one.
analysis of the structure.
universal constructor.
This
That's
is it right here,
another
and I'm
name
done.
for it, yeah.
His
I'm
analysis of
guessing
the
automata
structure
is like the
of
plural of autonomy.
Hold on. Last sentence. His analysis of the structure of self-replication preceded the discovery of the structure of DNA. That's pretty insane. But yeah, go ahead.
Have you ever heard of that girl back in the 50s or whatever that they still have stem cells that from like the never dying cell?
Oh, like they have like an immortal cell.
Yeah. Yeah, that
Nah,
to me
dude,
is
I
incredible.
think I figured that out too. That's what I was trying to say. Like when if I have my blood like in a certain frequency dielectric field, it's like it stays like alive longer.
You have your blood alive longer?
Yep.
Because it has that check from the fucking 50s or whatever.
No, I
cells
I don't
right?
know. I don't know. No, just like the same kind of effect.
Oh, well, then it can't die.
Like as long as it has some kind of energy source. Do they have it in a certain location? Like do they or they do move it? Do they move it?
I'm not sure, but what did they prove? What they proved that like it still hasn't fucking been dead yet. That's what all the stem cells come from, I think, or some sort of. Don't quote me on that, but like, what's her nuts?
I would be
From way
I would
back
be
when.
interested to find out if they moved it or not.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, because if they move it, then maybe then it dies, right? Because maybe it's like getting some kind of like energy or something from
Well, that's
that
the thing. It
location.
doesn't. It doesn't. They call it like the vampire cell. Dang it, I can't remember it off the top of my head, but you know what I'm talking about, though. It's like the vampire cell or something like that. It never dies. It doesn't die, and it only came from this one person, this one child who I don't know. I don't know. I can't remember the story off the top of my head. Please, somebody that's smarter than me, help me with this because it's a legit thing. Legit, they use it in medical, like to save people's lives even today. Yeah, I think if you Google vampire cell or sim cell or something like that, you'll get back to the history of where it came from. It was a little girl in the 50s who was like, she had, okay, so I might be getting this wrong, but this is just from memory. Like, she had a sister that she had to give a kidney to, and she gave kidney to her, and they were like, holy fuck. And then so they saved the cells from the kidney that was given to her sister, and they just didn't ever die in the lab. Like the cell just kept living. And so I think that's one of the things like they use still today in modern medicine. And they call it, I think they call it the vampire like cell, or I don't know if it's a
But as
cell.
long as it has its source of whatever it's eaten and whatnot.
No, it's the source. I don't know what the source of it is. It's like the one anomaly ever.
I mean, there's definitely weird shit out there, dude. Like there's jellyfish that are basically immortal.
Here's the thing about jellyfish. They ain't got no brains, man.
Right. Yeah,
They
the
still
cell
live.
doesn't need the cell is just a little cell too, so
Yeah, they don't got no brains.
but yeah, I've heard of other crazy stuff too, like this one lab was doing like certain and like energy experiments. They were trying to like figure out like frequencies they could use to like take out a certain culture as an example, right? Like tune it to the
Oh
point
yeah, I
that
know what you mean. I think I know what
that
you mean. Yeah,
it would like
they could do that
explode
with basically
kind of thing,
anything,
right?
right? I think they can. I
And
think they
I heard a story about like a certain uh situation where like they cleared out like the whole room kind of thing.
Like, get the
Like
fuck out of this
like the whole like every single culture like that was like something that was like not good. In other words,
Are you talking about World War Z, the movie?
no, like real life, not movie. Like like a lab that was had different cultures and whatnot of uh microbes in general.
Yeah.
That they were like trying to do experiments on, and whatnot, trying to figure out like the resonant frequency to be able to like vibrate it and make it like fall apart, enough kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm not.
And
But
they like
instead
took
it
they
Right,
mutated.
they
like
said it
something
earlier.
happened
Right,
to like
rice.
the
Right,
machine and it like malfunctioned, kind of thing and
right.
whatnot, and it like lost the frequency that basically did it, but it took out like like more than half of the cultures like in one shot kind of thing or something like that.
Like, and then what happened?
Well, that was it. Like they tried to obviously they went back to work trying, but uh
Was
just,
was Bruce
it's like
was
the
one of the
machine
was
released
one of the scientists
like a ton
was,
of harmonics or something all at once, kind of thing, and it took out like a bunch of stuff more than usual because it was like higher output than it was supposed to be.
1 second, 1 second.
Because it
cool. So was
malfunctioned.
Sugar,
I
hold
think
on. Let me ask him. Hold on,
I think I
Sugar. Wait
remember
a
that.
second.
Was one of the scientists named Bruce Banner?
No.
Yo, he keep trolling. I'm trying to have a serious convo. Yo, listen.
I know.
Somebody
I'm just kind of
somebody
like,
brought
come
it.
on, man.
Well, hold on,
Seriously,
dude.
though.
Every time I talk,
How
bro,
is
you
this not
interrupt,
real
bro.
life?
Have some
No, it
etiquette,
is.
dude.
It's totally related. No, because I've actually, honestly, I've thought of that. Like before, I've thought of like Bruce Banner, legit, real, like doing it real. In other words, like we're talking about trying to create the Superman here, right?
Yo, hold on. So real quick,
or what?
somebody brought up the name earlier, Rife, right? Rife Technology.
Yeah,
There's all kinds of
yeah,
videos
Royal
on
Rife.
TikTok now, and it's everywhere. Everybody knows
Yes,
about this
I know
guy
him.
who
I
used
know
who used
Matthew.
resonant frequency, right, and light to destroy
Dude, Matthew
cells.
buys shit from me too. He wants like you'll see on his if you go to his X profile, you'll see him talking about me.
That's what's up, bro. But all I'm saying is, with the advancement of 5G and 6G and 7G, the studies that I've looked into, which are peer reviewed, and some of the literature that I've seen, medical literature, is showing that these frequencies can harm the microflora, the gut flora. So you have frequencies
Right.
that are killing certain. And it doesn't kill all the cells. Like clearly, your epidermis is fine, but there are certain biological flora, part of your biome, that are affected by certain frequencies. Not all your cells in the body are affected by the same frequencies, but there are certain frequencies that will decimate a certain species of fungi that is essential for the digestion of nutrients. So you have all these Crohn's disease and all IBS syndrome and all these things that are popping up, could be directly linked to frequencies, decimating whole populations of beneficial bacteria and fungi that you need. And these,
Well, when you
yeah,
say
so
gut flora, I think that you're dead balls on. Like that's your gut. Your gut biome is. They say it's your second brain. I mean, I wish I took more care of
Yeah,
mine.
like if they can kind of mind control you, in other words, through your diet and your food, yeah, in a way.
Kind
Like
of
your
like
second brain.
your gut flora and like the like he was saying, the microbiome in there kind of does control your brain. Like,
oh,
okay,
there's
I
definitely a
need more
mind
hot
body
dogs.
connection, bro. There's definitely a mind and gut. There's credible, again, medical journals that are talking about the mind and gut connection, the mind and heart, the heart and gut. It's all connected. The mind, heart, and gut is connected.
Have you seen those guys that'll do like they stick other people's poop up their own butt because of the? I mean, it's a crude way to say it, but
Oh no, yeah, like fecal transplants. You're saying?
something like that. I don't know what it's called, but like okay, here's a good piece of poop. I'm gonna stick it up my butt.
Yeah, that way they get the bacteria, the
Yeah,
microbes.
they kind of help redo their own bio like the bacteria in there. Like, okay,
Yeah,
here's
bro.
some good bacteria. Best way to get in there is
Yeah, I've
stick it up my
I've
butt
read
or
about
whatever.
like daughter and mother doing it as example.
What? I never heard about that.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it.
There's a lot of work regarding that. They're called enemas too, and
Yeah, of
reintroducing
course.
nutrients to anemic individuals that are even, a lot of these people are in their deathbed. They're in bed. They haven't walked for weeks. They're on tubes. They're being supplemented by tubes, right? And these people are
Like
gonna
I was
die.
saying,
They
copper
can't eat.
seems
They
to be a
can't do
big one.
nothing. They can't swallow food. Their throats are shut, bro. They haven't eaten anything in weeks, dude. You need to soak their
Yeah.
mouth with water. These people, the only way you can bring them back from the grave, besides a miracle from above, is to give them enemas. And I brought her up yesterday, coincidentally. Joanna Budwig, a German doctor, beautiful. The research that she did, she went against the system. She went against the West and the American medical
So what'd she
establishment.
do?
She was vocal against the American establishment and American medicine. She would give people in their deathbed that were given days to live, sometimes weeks, and she would give them enemas. There was different kinds of enemas you'd have to read into her work, but some of her enemas included flaxseed oil with cottage cheese, pure organic, non-pasteurized cottage cheese, bro. And you know the mixture of cottage cheese, which has all the flora, and even has
Yeah, it's culture.
sulfur,
Nah,
and
dude,
all
that
these
one
things.
sounds legit because you take that to lower the bad cholesterol while not having to damage your good cholesterol, which is, guess what? Gray matter.
Bad
But the
cholesterol is in your brain?
Yep. And also in every cell. Every cell has some good
Yeah.
some good cholesterol too. And
Every
it's
time you
needed
say,
and it's needed.
here's the thing. Anytime anybody says anything is good or bad, I like go, huh? Wait a second. If
Of
it's in your
course.
brain,
'Cause
right? Then why would it be? It's
everything's
only
like
good
a
or bad
half
if it's
truth
in a
kind of
certain
thing,
spot.
right?
Like, yeah, like if I had a piece of wood in my eye, that'd be a bad piece of wood, right? But if I'm sitting on a chair that's made of piece of wood, it's not a bad. That's a good piece of wood.
Right. Yeah, you're right.
For
You know
the
what I mean?
record,
That's a good piece of wood.
yo. For the record, I've never done an enema myself. I've done saltwater
I want
flushes
to.
and stuff
I
like
How
that.
old are you?
I'm 34.
Yeah, I need.
Yeah, I mean,
it
I'm
doesn't matter
34
how old you
too. We're old enough. You could do one once a year, you know. I mean, you know, it's
Yeah, I
not like
mean,
you
but
gotta be crazy with it.
there's some shame to that though too, isn't there?
I don't know. I guess some people might think it's
Yeah,
taboo.
you got to be
Holy
old, dude,
shit!
for
I
that.
saw this fucking video. It was you remember Idiocracy and the Camacho, or whoever what's the actor's name? I don't know. That was the president.
I mean, I like
During,
raw milk too, but I don't. It's not like I drink, you know, like.
hang on. I'll come full circle with this. Hang on. You got to bear with me
It's
for
not
a
like I
second.
drink colostrum, you know, or like titty
No,
milk.
Brando. No, you're right. So you know what I'm talking about, like the president guy. Who's the actor that played the president? He was like a wrestler, but he became the president. What's the actor's name in real life? Anyway, the actor in real life just recently had a video. It went mildly viral about like he went as dressed as like the president in the fucking movie, and he went to the doctor's office to get a fucking colon fucking thing, and he was like, I don't know, I can't recreate it or whatever, but it was like he went into there, and the doctors were actually doctors, and they're kind of playing along with it, but they were being doctors still. So you could see him kind of chuckle sometimes, but they were like, "Hey, it's not a fucking joke. Get your fucking colostomy check," because that actor got a fucking polyp removed, and it saved his ass, like literally ass cancer. And so like that's kind of what like the joke was like, and then it came out like it wasn't a joke. Like, hey, he got a polyp removed. Like it was part of like a PSA in a way, like a viral kind of a way to do it. God dang it. You probably man, what's the guy's name? It's not I think it's the same guy that was white chicks that was in the car singing like the fucking song that anyway, he's funny. Big old fucking black dude. Like muscular black dude. Murphy, I don't think it was a Murphy brother. Another dude, but hilarious as fuck. But they did a PSA about getting your fucking ass checked. Get the polyps taken out. And they fucking showed the camera going up his ass and like, oh yeah. And the doctor's like, yeah, you got a polyp there. We're gonna take that out. And he's like, okay. So where was I going with this?
Polyps.
Polyp.
Unbelievable.
Colonoscopies. Yeah, once a year. You should totally do that.
Nah, I don't think you should. I think that you should just follow that enema lady and just act like you
On
have,
YouTube?
act like you have it, and just do. You know what I mean? If you can tell, you should be able to tell, you know, and whatnot too, because you should know yourself from at a young age compared to when stuff like that should start happening. You should feel different, right?
But it shouldn't be that big of a deal, like to have a camera stuck up your butt.
Well, not a camera. I think that's okay.
Right. Yeah.
But you know, yeah, I suppose that's okay. You know, if it's like built
I mean,
right and whatnot, and it's got non-toxic materials, you know.
well, what if
It's
you
all
had a
good.
dick and it had a camera on the end of it?
Oh my goodness! I knew this guy was gonna do this.
That would be okay too. As long
Not
as
me, bro.
He's over there fascinating about freaking getting probed, dude.
You want?
No, honestly though, it should be a thing. Like there is some shame about it in some ways. Like shouldn't like put stuff up your butt. That's kind of weird, right? I mean, unless you're
Well, no, but on a serious
what
note, though, pull it back on a serious note, right?
You're saying
You
it
got
is
coffee.
It's like
Well, hold on,
having
you got
somebody put you know, wrong you and sodomize you.
No, I know, but on a serious note, it would be okay to do that. But like culturally and societally, like black men are more susceptible to colon polyps and colon cancer than the rest of the population. And that was part of like the PSA kind of thing. Like, hey, like you should just go ahead and do that.
Huh.
You checked out, you know?
you check out. You said
Get checked out by the doctor. Now you're the one being weird.
Oh,
I haven't done it. I should, I guess. Probably everybody should, right?
it's so
What the
funny. You got eventually you have to
maybe
check
we
out
could-
in your head to be able to
we-
do that.
we
To go actually make
by
an
now we could
appointment
probably
and get a
just buy our
colonoscopy, you have
buy
to
our
check
own.
out. In life, you have to check out at one point and do that. Yeah.
You know,
have to
just
give
buy
up.
my own endoscope that's made out of non-toxic materials and do it my fucking self.
Well, that seems like more expensive than going to the doctor.
But yeah, so you got coffee enemas, you have fulvic
Right,
acid
yeah.
enemas, shilajit enemas, you got saltwater enemas. You have different. You can add different ingredients to the enema. You know, does different things. Like the coffee has like a very it has a stimulation effect. It starts stimulating the production of I don't know. It does something to your kidneys to
I
push
think
them.
it's bile. It's to help stimulate the bile.
Yeah.
Well,
And
bile is more things than just shit. You realize that, right?
Yeah.
No. The bile is like it helps the wall on you know, of the cells and whatnot, which protects it from getting those polyps and all that kind of stuff in the first place.
Exactly. So I have a supplement here. It's like called Super Enzymes, and in there it has ox bile extract, papaya extract, and pancreatin or whatever you call it.
Yeah, that sounds like an enzyme.
No, it is. It's bromelain and
Amylase.
yeah, the ox bile is the main ingredient basically.
Yeah.
And betaine, HCl. But yeah, that's like the shit that, pardon my French or the pun. That's the
Right,
shit.
right.
That's the shit that helps your gut. Like bile is not a bad kind of thing. Ox bile should be a supplement, like that people take all the time. It's not because it comes from oxes. I don't think. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. It's just called that. Look it up, you Googlers.
Yeah, I think it's a herb or like
Right.
something like that.
It's
Yeah,
as
like I
close
was
as we
saying,
can get to a
copper
supplement.
pentahydrate. It's you can. I mean, I just make it. I get tech grade copper sulfate. Um,
Oh, yeah, what else do you get?
that's it. You know, the rest is like
That's the only
your.
pharmaceutical. That's the only pharmaceutical
Oh no, of
grade
course.
shit you can get. All right, well, DM me, bro.
All right.
Get all kinds of. Can you give me some pharmaceutical oxbile?
No.
Okay. So that's a yes and
Don't have a
one
hookup
probably.
for that. Don't really have a hookup for that yet.
Right? Yeah. You know the feds are listening, right?
Well, like raw milk wise, like I like it because I make kefir. I don't really drink the milk like as it is. I um ferment it, you know, and whatnot.
Oh yeah.
Example. So
Kind of
that's
like
like
kombucha.
another thing I like.
Do you bottle it?
Nah, just make jars for myself and whatnot.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So okay, are we talking about alternative medicine now? Because I got one for you. It's
Yeah.
gonna blow your
Well,
fucking mind.
I don't call it medicine. You know, it's not medicine.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's not medicine. Alternative, like things.
Yeah,
That'd be fair to say.
it helps my muscles, you know, and whatnot, helps me grow. You know, it's like milk, right?
Have you ever looked into methylene blue?
I've heard of that. I haven't looked into that
Look
one in
into it.
particular.
Look into
What is it? Is it
you
like
only.
it sounds like a dye almost.
It is. It's blue dye.
Really?
Yeah.
What kind? What's to say the element is?
All right, hang on. Let me get my glasses on. Hang on. Um,
Oh, I know copper pentahydrate is blue.
no, it's not it's not copper. It's like its own element. Like back in the day. Hang on, I'm a goddamn glasses. But I'll tell you anecdotally what I know about it. And there's
Right.
a whole book about it and the rest of it. But back in the day, like I think it was like in the 20s or something like that, where they or maybe even before that, where they actually dyed blue jeans with blue dye. And
Right.
then like some doctor figured out like, hey, well, this let me like test this. I don't know how they figured it out, but it actually has uh, properties where it ends up oxygenating mitochondria. So,
I see.
do you remember like back in the day also where there's like those blue people that were like in Appalachia? They couldn't figure out why they were blue, like their skin was blue. It was because I guess it was because they didn't have enough oxygen in their system for whatever like they're drinking out of, like whatever they're eating or drinking didn't work out. And plus probably genetics. But that doctor that turned them back from blue skin to normal skin that they should have had, he gave them the blue dye, which was like counterintuitive. But it turns out that he figured out that their cells weren't getting enough oxygen. So this stuff oxygenates mitochondria. So hang on, got my glasses on. Ugh, still such small print. It's methylene blue. METHYLENE blue. 1%. It's pharmaceutical grade. 1%. Oh my gosh, it's still so small on the label.
Right.
Ugh.
That's what I was like. I'm gonna try to see if I know I guess it might be an element. I don't know of method. Don't think.
It's No, it's not an. It's not an element. It's
Yeah.
I don't know what makes it up exactly, but literally, I got my glasses on. I can't see how small the goddamn label. It's so fucking small. If I probably, yeah, I can't. Like, this is going to be the closest I can get. I could probably take a picture of it. Anyway, it's I don't know if I can post a picture in here. Maybe. Let me try. But I know it works. The studies of it say like per pound of body weight and the rest of it, and they actually did like legit studies on it all. And to hang on, I can't talk and try and take a picture at the same time. Give me a sec. Okay, I think I can get. That's as close as I can get for my iPhone to focus. There you go. And there you go. Can you zoom in on that photo to see the supplement facts at all? It's just like printed like 1 point font or some shit. It's super duper small. But anyway, the entire idea of it is like there's been several studies that have actually been done with like giving people this blue dye. It's like that's what it is. It's blue dye, and it turns out it ends up oxygenating your mitochondria. So like the very cells that like make up you, it helps.
That's
And
like some color therapy I've never heard of.
yeah, maybe. But I can guarantee you it works because I've smoked like a pack of cigarettes a day before I've gone to like the gym and just run on the treadmill. I'm like, I should not be able to run on the treadmill like this from smoking a pack of cigarettes. I know it's anecdotal, not scientific. Like, oh goddamn. And I've done it before, more and more. I'm like, hang on a second. So this means I can smoke more cigarettes?
Yeah, I get it.
No, I'm not joking. No, for
No,
real.
that's the same thing as the blue copper crystals. It's like you
Is there blue
you
copper
can go
crystals in
longer,
it?
and whatnot. You have more energy. You don't get as sore.
Can you refine that photo more? Because that's as close as it. I tried to get it closer, but it wouldn't focus. It's like my eyes. I guess it doesn't regenerate your eyes, obviously.
Time maybe.
But it's really cool. There's a dude that has a book
Mention
on
castor oil.
Amazon
I
about
push
it.
castor oil. I do castor oil and DMSO as
Castor
well
oil.
in my eyes.
Castor oil.
Yep, castor oil and DMSO.
What's DMSO?
Dimethyl sulfoxide.
Oh, well, okay, that's cool. But what is it?
Yes, it's the sort of a sulfur compound. Pretty complex.
Okay.
It's used in like the body can use it in like I think like something like 80% or something like that of the different interactions that our body can do. It's like one of the top kind of like compounds and whatnot. you get it, like, and whatnot. Like, as an example, it's I think there's some of it in aloe and whatnot, more
Okay.
so than other things. So, as an example. So some people like drink aloe water.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, like with
yeah,
this blue
it's
dye
good for
stuff.
plants. It's good for plants too. MSM, I think I want to say, is also similar.
Very well could
And
be.
both are good for the liver.
Is there a way I can stream?
No.
Probably.
Probably not.
I
Nah,
got low battery.
I don't need to. But basically, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get like 2 ounces of water. I'm going to put a whole dropper full in that, and I'm just going to chug it. But it's like one dropper is 10, I think, milliliters or 10 drops. Whatever one drop is, it's 10 of those. And
Yeah, I see.
clinically in the studies, you have to have like for me, I'd have to have like, I don't know, I'm 200 pounds plus. I'd have to have at least 100 drops or 10 droppers a day to be clinically like being dosed with that. And then it's like, okay, well, I'll just do a fucking full dropper every now and then when I think about it. It's like, okay, maybe I'll get 10, 20, maybe 30 if I'm lucky in a day. It's still like, holy moly. Maybe it's psychological at some point, but it's not psychological when I can go on the treadmill and still go. You know what I mean? Different. Totally different. So I don't know. It says be careful with it because if you're on an SSRI or whatever, apparently what it does is it also gets it. We were speaking about gut bacteria earlier, right? So apparently what it does is once it gets, because you're taking it orally and some of it'll get ingested by your stomach and have to go through your liver, but some of it will also not go that way. So it'll just get ingested in your mouth basically and not go through your liver. So what it also does is it increases serotonin at the same time. So if you're on a serotonin reuptake inhibitor, they say careful because kind of reverse medication kind of thing. You're not supposed to. It's supposed to give you more serotonin when it gets into your gut. You got to read the book, man. Got to read about it. I'm glad I trimmed my fingernails for that picture, though. Got to get the book. Don't listen to some asshole off of Discord. You know what I mean? They actually give it to the military, like the Navy guys back, like I think it was World War II. According to the book, they were even saying like the guys back in the Navy, they would like we bleed something, but we piss blue. like because they give it to them as a cure, not a cure, but a preventative against malaria. And part of the they could extract from that. Like one of the ways they did it was like, I don't know, like, did you hear about what was that one? It was a controversial thing about like helping against COVID. Um, part of like not quinine, but something like that. But it's like a derivative of that. They got it from this blue dye, and so I think that's why they give it to them to help prevent against malaria and shit. And in fact, they actually give the methylene blue to anybody that goes into a hospital, even to this day, for strychnine poisoning or any kind of poisoning. They'll fucking throw it in their IV and like, hey, it's the best thing we got. For any kind of poisoning, they give the methylene blue for that. Like they'll IV it. First thing they do. So pretty interesting shit if you actually look into it. Like it's in like it happens. Like if you drink strychnine and then you go to the hospital, that's the first thing they'll do. They'll IV you with that shit to help counteract it because it apparently it oxygenates mitochondria and that helps with whatever the fucking poison is. Not to say it's going to cure everything that you have in your entire life. It's just super fucking look into it. Look into it. That's all I'm saying. I mean, they're not going to go to the jeans factory and say, "Hey, can you give me some blue dye?" Because I got a patient. That's not this pharmaceutical grade shit. You know what I mean? I can just hear the snickers from here. So anyway, what else you guys want to talk about? Are you all due diligently looking up methylene blue right now, or are you just saying? Okay, right. So it's what can we talk about without me, the asshole, interrupting again? Is that it? A full moon or no? Yeah, waxing. What are you looking up, good sir?
Spanish movie sound.
Finish what?
Spanish music.
Like Menudo.
I guess.
Never heard of Menudo?
No. Maybe if I hear it.
Well, there you go. Keep going. Keep going. Yeah. Look it up. I think Menudo is probably the crossover. Like if Backstreet Boys was Spanish, that's what it would have been like in the, I don't know, maybe 80s. What kind of Spanish music are you thinking of?
Feliz, feliz.
Please. How do you spell that?
Feliz, and then another one.
Like Feliz Navidad?
I think it's the same Feliz as Feliz Navidad, yes. It's a different song.
Okay. Who sings it? Or is that the band or the artist?
It's a good question.
Thank you.
Banda El Mexicano. I think that's Spanish for Mexican band.
You know the word Mexican's not a bad word, right? Feliz. Campolano?
What?
Feliz Campolano.
Should be at the top
What?
of everything.
All right, well, I'm on Amazon Prime Music, so.
Amazon Prime.
Yeah, I'm not paying for YouTube.
What do you mean? Why would you pay for YouTube?
Yeah, exactly.
You can just use ad blocker, right?
Yeah, but not on my Xbox.
Ah, this might be true. If you not jailbreak it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not that. I don't. I just, I just want to play my Overwatch. That's all I need. I'm fucking stuck at gold Overwatch. I mean, not gold, but bronze Overwatch with a Moira, and I swear to God, I'm better than bronze.
I don't know anything about Overwatch.
Yeah, well.
I like hardcore realism.
All right, can you just tell me the name of the song you want me to listen to?
Banda El Mexicano, Feliz, Feliz.
Thunder. Thunder and what?
Banda El Mexicano, Feliz, Feliz. You can also drop. Oh no, wait, you can't.
Can you spell that?
You just type in Feliz.
Feoyz.
Feliz. If Amazon Prime doesn't have it, they suck.
Yeah, probably. Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. Sellouts. Fucking Jeff Bezos.
Yeah, whatever. Can you just post a fucking link or something?
This is possible.
Good. Got it.
If you ever heard Bolivian music,
Yeah, is that like that? Those guys are the colors of the Google logo, basically.
yeah, yeah. They have like the flute, the special one.
Is this a like a cross between mariachi and hip hop?
Seems like it, yeah. Some modern mariachis.
Yeah, yeah. Like mixed with some sort of traditional.
It's giving off those vibes.
Like this is Mexican, not Spanish from Spain. This is like Mexican music, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
but they speak Spanish in Mexico.
Right, but when you say Spanish music, it's
Did I
we're
say
narrowing it
Spanish
down
music?
now.
I did fuck up.
It's almost a little element of Zydeco in there.
I'm not familiar with that phrase.
All right. Zydeco is I think it's spelled Zydeco. Well, there's like the signature music of the Zydeco music is like a squeeze box or a accordion of some sort.
Hmm.
Hmm. And there's like that reggae kind of groove to it.
Now we're talking.
Also, yeah.
Have you ever heard of Rammstein?
Yeah.
Same music.
Yeah,
Zydeco.
very similar.
Yeah.
Is it?
No,
Not at all.
Okay.
that's wildly different. Turtle Beach.
Yes.
I bet you like
Was
you
this
like
because
System
of
of
the
a Down.
vocalist?
Who? Sister?
Turtle Beach. Do you like System of a Down?
Does sound. Is that a song or a band?
It's a band.
Yeah.
Maybe if I hear a
Chop
song.
Suey. I never was a really fan of them. I mean, Chop Suey was one of their radio hits or whatever, I guess, but never was a fan.
Gotta like it raw.
Like Turtle Beach would like it. I don't know why.
Well, that's cool. Thanks for sharing that one.
Yeah, no problem.
You play an instrument yourself or no?
Me? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. You do?
I play the saxophone. I play the Lisa Simpson phone.
Wanna know what instrument I play?
You play the Android phone?
Triangle.
Like the dinner bell.
Hmm.
Right.
Takes a lot of skill and timing, but
timing.
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah, hit it just right.
exactly. A lot of people underestimate it. It seems like damn easy, but the force of your slash. It's all very important.
Yeah.
Well,
26
I think
years of
the
training, you do make it look easy, Turtle Beach. You're a natural.
This is true.
I think that goes hand in hand, like the triangle and the cowbell. Pretty
Yeah,
close. Nobody just hits a cowbell on the top of it like they do in Saturday Night Live. The real way to play the cowbell is to use the open end as if it were a triangle.
Cowbell too. Like you can do hand grabs on a triangle. Probably that's what you do with the fancy triangle work you do. You throw up in the air and then grab it. Air grabs.
That's fucking fancy, man.
He plays 3 triangles at once. This guy. Yeah, you should see his YouTube channel. It's fucking amazing.
That's fucking fancy.
I think it's cool that you kind of can play 2 saxophones at the same time. Kind of. I think that's kind of neat.
Who can? You can?
I think I'd have to practice it probably a little bit. I could probably make notes, but it's not like I'm gonna get anything fancy out of it. You know?
No, I don't.
Okay. You ever hear that band from the 90s sometime? Or maybe 2000s, Morphine?
Yeah.
Well, that's just one guy
Step
playing 2
aside.
saxophones.
Step aside and let the men go through what the men go
No,
through.
that is Soul Coughing
Oh, dang it.
with M. Doty.
Same vibe, though. Same kind of vibe. Same
Super
era.
Bon No, well, I don't think so. Like, Morphine's a little bit more low end.
Okay.
Well, sonically. But I like Soul
Yeah.
Coughing. Ruby of Room is a great album.
Man, it's been forever since anybody actually said that. Fucking bad name.
Soft Serve, what a great tune that is. You know? That whole production is like really like eclectic. Like the producer was like fucking around with like megaphones and just had all kinds of nonsense stuff. He was like feeding the band, basically try to get this like weird sound.
Oh, what was the main song that Morphine had? Was it like a part of a movie soundtrack or something?
Yeah, for Wild Things or something. Wow. Neb Campbell and whatever Denise Richards and Kevin Bacon star with Matt Dillon in this crime genre where two chicks make out in a pool. No, I don't remember exactly what goes on, but it was one of those movies you'd see at that time period.
But Morphine had like the song for it, right, or something like that.
I forget which song.
How does it go? How's that song that I know go? Can you just like doodly dood it for me?
It might start off with a bass riff because the guy he played a bass. It was like there's no strings except for the bass in the band, and the guy only has 2 strings on his bass, so everything's just like drones.